and nobody was around.
Nobody was around
Not
to help
for like
Donald
that 10
Trump
minutes.
shop in a department store with a woman he's never met.
He has met her. He lied that he didn't meet her, but he did know her. They knew each other. There's photos of them together.
Yeah. Okay. I haven't seen those photos, and anybody could take a photo with anything.
can see the photo.
Parker, I'm really, really suspect that this guy is a Harvard lawyer.
Me too, bro.
I'm really,
You
really
didn't watch?
suspect.
You know so much about this, but did you watch?
You should have announced that you were her cousin or whatever you are from the beginning.
What difference does
Her
I
niece.
did? You weren't listening to me.
No, I was listening.
I said you were.
And she did. She literally
information
said it
about my
earlier.
aunt.
Thank you for the confetti. Thank you.
But
You didn't watch? Did you watch Trump's deposition? That's on tape for the E. Jean Carroll case. Did you watch the deposition where?
in my opinion, I think she's a liar.
Awesome. The jury
I
disagrees
share
with
that
you.
opinion with many millions of people.
And
That's
so, wait,
fantastic.
why do you accept the Hunter Biden conviction?
I accept the Hunter Biden conviction, although he should have been charged with more serious crimes. But obviously, I feel bad for the guy. He clearly had a problem.
No, why
but
do you accept the
I
conviction?
accept it because, he was held in front of like I said, a jury of his peers. Biden, is from Delaware. He's from Delaware.
Thank you.
Oh, a jury of his peers.
A jury of his
Imagine
peers.
that, Parker.
Almost like literally what happened with the Eugene Carroll case, and also with the recent felony convictions. Oh my
It
God!
was evident that he couldn't get a fair trial in New York City. It should have been.
But wait. So why can't we just say Hunter Biden's wasn't a fair trial?
Because Biden is literally from there. If anything, it would have influenced him.
Wait, Trump is from there.
Yeah, I mean, if he doesn't want to be adjudicated in Manhattan, maybe he shouldn't rape people and commit financial crimes in Manhattan.
Manhattan's
should
a
do it in
very,
Alabama.
very liberal city.
Can I just say, Jared, I personally don't believe you're a lawyer, but
That's
if you
fine.
are a lawyer, you are the reason as to why people don't report. Because you sat here as a lawyer, right, and decided to victim shame and victim blame and deny what happens to victims. You are the reason as to why people don't bother reporting, because when they are met with a person like you at every single level in the judicial system, when they try to report, that prevents them. That is a deterrent, right? So you sit here and complain about a person like E. Jean Carroll not reporting in time, while at the same time continuing to uphold the power dynamics and the system that deter people from even coming forward in the first place.
I'm actually a
Your
believe
fault.
first
It's-
type
it's-
of person.
It's your fault, Jared.
No.
People like you,
Well, I'm
it's
not
your
law
fault that
enforcement.
people choose to report or not report, actually.
Well, what's the
I want you
percentage
to
on people that
recognize
don't
that and
report? It's
sit
high,
and
right?
marinate in that
It's
as
high,
to why
right?
you contribute
Don't
to that
they say
problem.
like 40-something% of the people don't report it or something?
It's higher than that. But
Okay, it's high,
Jared,
right?
I'm really interested in how you know so much about this case, and yet you didn't even watch the deposition where they showed Trump a photograph of himself with E. Jean Carroll and asked, "Who is this?" And he said, "Oh, that's my wife, Marla."
I do remember hearing
when
that.
his
reading
previous
that,
defense was that there's no way that he would do this to E. Jean Carroll because she wasn't his type, and yet he mistook her for his wife.
Yeah, Ivanka?
No, Marla Maples.
Marla Maples, sure. Yes.
I
I remember.
You ran right into
I remember that he
Ivanka.
confused her.
Ivanka.
Ivanka, whatever. I remember
Ivana
he
was his
confused
first
her.
wife. Yeah, so you did see that then. When they asked him, "Who is this?" and he said, "That's my wife, Marla."
I
And
remember
was
it
E. Jean
from years
Carroll.
ago. Yes, he confused a picture. Yes, I remember.
Right. It was a photograph of himself with E. Jean Carroll, even though his previous defense was he had no idea who she was, had never met her, and that she wasn't his type, and therefore he wouldn't do that. That was
Yeah,
his
it was
entire
a stupid
defense.
thing to say.
He said a lot of stupid things. That's why
Right.
he
Well,
lost.
I'm getting accused of saying a lot of stupid.
You are.
Right.
You are. You're
okay,
saying that she
but
was funded by George Soros, which is completely false.
I said before that you'll probably think I'm a conspiracy theorist, but I've heard that repeated several times.
You are. It
And
is.
ended up.
conspiracy
You
theory.
said it ended up being completely false, but
It is false.
She was connected to his business partner once he
No,
looked it up online.
Reid Hoffman has a nonprofit organization that George Soros has no part in whatsoever, and it was the nonprofit that contributed to E. Jean Carroll's legal expenses and private security.
I don't think I'm
George
knowledgeable
Soros
enough
is not
to
affiliated with
debate
that
somebody
whatsoever.
directly connected to the situation. And honestly, I'm sorry. I'm sorry, that, you feel that way, but I don't think it's a true story. It sounds very far-fetched, and I don't believe it's a true story.
Well, you know what, Jared? You can be a grape apologist all you want. The jury who actually did hear the case and all the evidence disagrees with you.
Unanimously.
And you should support jury verdicts in civil cases if you're a civil litigator. You know how it works, right?
You sound very knowledgeable on your aunt's case, but I believe it'll be overturned. And
it's not. They have no grounds to overturn that case.
You probably do too.
Wait, what's the grounds for overturning, Jared?
Do you know who Roberta Kaplan is? Do you know who Roberta Kaplan is?
No, I don't.
You don't even know who E. Jean Carroll's lawyer was?
No, I don't. Like I said, I don't think I'm knowledgeable enough to debate someone literally connected to this. I don't think I should debate you. I don't think
Parker knows just as much about this case at this point as I do.
He seems like a very knowledgeable kid, honestly. Yeah, I think that, like I said, it's hard, earlier in the conversation, it's hard to take somebody, at their word. I don't know him. I don't know anything about him. I've seen him pop up one other time on the other guy's thing when I was scrolling through this app. I don't really use this app. I don't know where my followers came from. I think they came from an ex-girlfriend, making a joke on me. But I honestly don't know anything.
Okay. Yeah, we know. And I know that it's uncomfortable to have to debate this topic with someone who is directly related to, because it makes you uncomfortable, and it's easier to deny this happened to her and call her a liar when she's just some random stranger out in the world, and you don't have to face the fact that she's an actual human being with family members and a life.
I'm not some troll who just goes online to, make fun of people or attack people I don't know.
Why couldn't you not answer basic questions about
survivors? Actually,
being a lawyer?
It doesn't sound like it.
I do feel for survivors. I do have sympathy.
No, you don't. You're calling them liars.
I am a believe first person.
You're calling them liars, Jared.
He honestly, in my opinion, is a liar.
She's not a liar. What was the evidence provided in the trial, Jared?
It was a he said, she said. She didn't really have any evidence. That's
not true at all.
Okay. Did she have a witness? Oh, she told a friend from 20 years ago that this happened?
There was more than that. There were two friends that she told in the first year after it happened, who both testified. There were the notes from her therapist that she went to in the late 90s and early 2000s where she discussed the incident. There was the dress that she kept that she tried to get DNA from Donald Trump for 2 years, and he refused. There was also an expert psychologist named Leslie Leibowitz who testified on behalf of Eugene about her trauma after having evaluated.
Honestly, I'm not knowledgeable enough. I didn't know there were
Jared.
I know you're not.
Jared, how many questions are on the bar?
On that story.
How many questions are on the bar, Jared?
How many questions are on the bar? So now I came on here to debate me, and now you're going to.
Well, you said you're a lawyer, right? You said you went to Harvard Law, and I'm just asking you, how many questions are on the bar?
I'm not going to be quizzed. I mean, if you want me to leave your platform, I can.
I don't know. I feel like if you would have taken the bar, you would have gone to Harvard Law, you'd remember how many questions are on the bar. You're a lawyer from Harvard Law, and you don't know how many questions are on the bar. That's actually interesting. Right? Did you, take law school during COVID? Did you do it all online?
I appreciate you having me on here. I hope that you continue with your success. Congratulations.
Jared, I would just delete my account if I were you at this point, respectfully. I would just delete my account if I were you, because this is embarrassing. Not gonna lie. How do you think? Can I ask you a question before you leave, Jared?
Sure.
How do you think you did in this debate, and how do you think you look?
Well, it's never easy going up against a bunch of people who not only hate who you're supporting, but they're going to hate you because you support that person. So it's not easy to go in front of a bunch of people who are just going to be critical.
Jared,
they're
That
too
wasn't my
critical. They're
I
just
think
going to
I
be
started
critical.
strong, finished bad.
Jared,
Wow,
it's not-
I'm
they're
not gonna
critical
be
in a debate.
Chris.
I wouldn't have ever thought that. I joined a debate and they were critical. Wow,
Jared,
such a crazy thing.
it's
I
not
gave my
easy-
answer.
It's not
I
easy
mean-
to come up here as a relative of this victim and listen to people tell me.
I'm sure
that
you've done
she's
it
a
hundreds
liar.
of times.
That's not easy.
He's
either,
a
sir.
liar, in my opinion.
Yeah. Do you think that's easy
She's
for
a
me to
kook.
hear?
She's a liar. She's nuts. Whatever.
Okay.
It's my opinion.
Sure.
You're disgusting, and you have no
I'm
reason to
glad you're
believe
not a
that.
lawyer. I'm just glad he isn't a lawyer, by the way, because I'm glad you don't actually represent people. Like,
I mean, based on what he's saying right now, everybody that he's ever represented is a lawyer because he doesn't trust jury verdicts in civil cases. So
I do
he
trust
hasn't
jury
represented anybody, Amber.
how do you trust jury verdicts, but you don't trust this one?
Donald Trump ran for president of the
I'll give
United
you the
States.
$5.
Hard
It
to
is
get
what
a
they
fair
did.
trial.
How many MAGA voters were on the jury in the first?
Well, if you ran for president
How many
of the
MAGA?
United
How many
States,
Trump
and I
voters?
think you should be afforded every opportunity to it.
How many Trump voters were
What?
there on the first trial for E. Jean Carroll? How many? There were 9 jurors. How many were Trump
How many
voters?
Trump voters?
Yeah.
I have no clue. But
There were 2.
I mean, again, I don't think I'm knowledgeable enough on that case to say anything to you about it. You're clearly connected to it.
You're not
You've
knowledgeable
probably done this
enough.
hundreds of times to
No,
go
I've done it
on
like
and
5 times.
try and
You're
correct
not
people.
knowledgeable
But
enough.
out of all the things that Trump is being accused of and picked on for, I think that's the biggest BS out of
Make
all.
it make sense. You're not knowledgeable enough on this case, but you're positive that she's lying. Please.
Yeah,
do not-
seriously.
Knowledgeable
Make
enough
it
on
make
the
sense, Jared.
details of the case. Yes, the details.
You're not positive of the details, and yet
Then how
you're
do you know
sure
she's a liar?
lying. Make
Wait,
that
what?
make sense.
What indicating factor?
the
Jared,
literal,
Jared,
not the story.
Jared,
Yes.
what indicating factor shows that she's lying?
Not the story, the details, the amount of the
Which details?
questions that the jurors were asked. I don't know.
Which details?
The details of the story, I don't believe it.
Which ones?
The fact that she said she was raped by Donald Trump in a public dressing room. I don't believe it
And why don't you believe that?
because it's far-fetched and somebody would have heard.
How is that far-fetched? Okay, so you're saying that you don't believe in any stories that happen in stores?
in stores, like if somebody's like filming somebody.
No,
like, in a
if someone gets
dressing room.
abused in a store, right, sexually abused in a store, right, or
Unless they're
raped,
alone in the
do you think
store.
that? Do you think that they that you aren't going to listen to any of those stories or take into account any of those? They're all far-fetched.
This particular story, I think, is far-fetched, and I think it's a lie.
Okay,
Well, then
why
you're
do you
not
think it's a
very
lie though?
familiar with
The
sexual
reason that
assault
you just
cases.
the reason you just said that it's a lie would then be applicable to all cases in dressing rooms. So you don't accept any cases in a dressing room?
No, I don't know any other cases in a dressing room. to
No, but
even
would
say.
you accept another case if it was in a dressing room? Like say your
If-
sister or
if-
your mother
if-
came
if
to you
somebody I
and they
know
told you this
came home
happened.
and told me that they just got raped in the dressing room at Saks Fifth Avenue. I would rush to their defense. I would believe their story immediately.
Wow. Oh my
Yes.
gosh.
Okay, but that makes no sense, Jared.
Okay, you
How
asked
do
me
you,
a question.
if
I
somebody
answered.
runs home and tells you that they've been essayed in a dressing room of Saks, you believe them, but you don't believe that she was essayed in a dressing room of Bergdorf's. Make it make sense, please.
Well,
Have you
if
ever
you
heard
told me that no one heard and no one saw anything,
didn't-
I would say I
She
don't
didn't
believe.
scream, so
Even
how
if
would
they
I
were-
even hear anything?
Even if they were a family member of mine, and if they told me no one heard, no one saw, no one knows anything,
You'd still
would
believe
say I
it.
don't.
So what this is confirmation bias.
Are you going to say it's the first time that somebody's ever made up something about being
Why
essayed?
would you automatically expect
do know
the
people
person-
make that up all the
Why
time,
would you
right?
automatically expect the person to scream?
She didn't scream.
Why would you expect them to scream?
Why would you expect them to scream? Because they're being assaulted.
He
That's not
doesn't
always the
understand.
Any
case,
girl
though.
I've ever seen
No.
be assaulted or attacked, they scream.
Jared,
See?
What was
Jared.
it by you, Jared?
Seen, yeah, like when you see stories of people being
Jared.
attacked, girls, if they're
No.
being punched, if they're being attacked by their,
No.
their significant other in their privacy of their own home, they scream for help. It's what people
Jared.
do.
I didn't
Jared,
scream.
you're sitting
think
here
like
with
the only
two,
thing that
you're
could
sitting
Like, are you
here.
saying on
Silent.
TV? Are you saying you saw something on TV?
No, I didn't say TV. I didn't say
Wait,
television.
so then where did you observe this?
I'm not saying sexually assaulted. I'm saying
Wait, but that's what we're
physically attacked.
referencing. That's
We're
what we're
referencing
referencing.
essay, right? Jared, you're sitting here with two
Do I
women.
have any experience
Jared,
with people being
you're
sexually
sitting
assaulted?
here
No,
with
I
two.
don't.
Jared,
There you go.
Then how do you have expectations?
In-person experience.
Wait,
No,
so then
I-
why do you have expectations?
What?
If you have no experience with it and you have nothing to justify probability of one event happening over another one, why are you making a positive claim on what happened? Whether or not someone would scream.
Well, did he have a gun? Did he have a knife? Like, why wouldn't she scream?
Jared, I did not scream.
Neither did I.
And the person who did that to me had no
Everybody
gun,
that
no
comes
weapon,
on here,
no
I'm
weapon.
sorry that
Jared,
happened to you if you were
Jared,
assaulted.
you are
But
Jared.
Donald
Jared.
Trump is not somebody.
Jared.
Jared, please listen to Athena.
Jared, you're sitting
Yes.
here with two women on this panel who did not scream because freezing
Yep.
is also a natural reaction to SA. There are psychological studies that were conducted on this, right? That's the same reason as to why a person like Terry Crews, who is a machine when it comes to his physical strength,
Yes.
froze
I know
when
this
he
story.
was assaulted. So my thing is, I never screamed. Amber never screamed. So why do you expect it? If a lot of victims are saying we did not scream, and that is a constant amongst victims, why do you expect her to scream?
Like I said, not an expert, but I would expect someone to scream for help.
Can I comment on this, please? I worked in rape crisis for 10 years after it happened to me. I have a lot of experience talking to victims. I didn't scream. Most don't. And it's for many reasons. In fact, I'm holding a live about this Friday night to talk about the way the body responds in a situation like that and why women respond the way that they do, why victims respond the way that they do. And Parker, there's somebody in your comment section who just told me I didn't scream because I wanted it. That's a perfect example of what I'm talking about. It's very
That's so
common.
disgusting.
It's very common as a physiological response to go into a trauma response mode and go into physiological overload. Your brain is in survival mode and trying to figure a way out of the situation. And a lot of times you can't think at all because you are frozen. And she was just trying to survive the situation and figure out how to get him off of her and use her energy for that rather than screaming. And it's not something that you can even really choose when you're in that situation because, like I said, the way your body responds to a trauma, you have no choice in. Parker, you know my story. Okay, I have more than one incident of severe violence and trauma where screaming just didn't happen. It was severe, stimulation overload, and your ability to use your vocal cords just shuts down. So that's not uncommon at all. That's very common. I don't know where that comment person went, but they need to be blocked.
Amber,
Yeah, I agree.
If a person is a lawyer and they want to, like, I don't know, like have an opinion on a certain case, isn't it like normal for that person to then sit down and go through the case one by one because they're a lawyer in the first place?
Absolutely. I mean, Parker, my family, after my dad was unalived, sued the county where this happened for the sheriff's department misconduct. And we went to trial. It was a 3-year process of preparation and depositions and testifying, and it was adjudicated and they were found guilty of wrongful death in that case. So I have personal experience with civil trials, and I know how the lawyers get paid because that's how it happened in my case, and that's New York state law. This was in New York State. So I know more about the law, it seems, than he does in civil cases, which makes no sense.
No, you definitely do. He's definitely not a lawyer. There's no possible reality where this guy is.
No, I don't believe it.
I think he left now, but
I don't know, but anyway, since I'm here, I am holding a live with Facts Still Matter. Do you know who Facts Still Matter is?
I've heard of the person, yeah.
So he and I are holding a live Friday night to discuss victim blaming, victim shaming, and the reasons why victims do not come forward and do not report. Also, why they respond the way they do when they're in the situation. Why maybe they don't scream, why they don't fight, why they don't report right away, and things like that. And it's going to be Friday night at 7:00.
I am still here. Sorry. Thank you. But yeah, sure thing. Anyway, definitely appreciate you having me on. Thank you.
I choose the bear. I choose the bear, Jared. Every single day when I meet men like you, it just kind of like convinces me to continue choosing the bear. I just want you to know that.
I appreciate that. I haven't seen that show. Does it have to do with that show, The Bear? I mean, I don't know what that means.
It's not a show.
Oh God.
You're such a boomer.
Don't hire Jared, everybody. If
I'm
you
not.
want a
I'm literally
fair
not a boomer. Actually,
case, don't hire Jared.
It's a saying.
I'm
It's
considered
not
a
literal, it's
millennial.
figurative, Jared. Oh my.
but thank you. I appreciate it. Thank you. Good luck to you.
Stop being a
Jared.
grape apologist and stop defaming E. Jean Carroll on TikTok when you don't know anything about
Stop
the
being
case.
a what?
A grape apologist.
I'm not. I
You're a
am
victim
not.
blamer. And stop defaming E. Jean Carroll on the internet when you don't know anything about the case.
I am definitely not a grape apologist.
That's literally what you're doing right now.
I did get very uncomfortable when she stated that she was related. But
yeah, we know, and we know why.
I don't want to. I don't want to be mean. I don't want to insult anyone. Not why I came on here. I actually came to talk about the difference between the juries and the two trials. Literally, all I meant to talk about. I shouldn't even have brought her name up. I apologize for going into that, but it is a story that I do not believe.
Imagine feeling uncomfortable while reproducing grape culture. Wow. Oh, poor you, Jared. I'm so sorry. Like,
Again, I don't know
poor
you either.
you for
You
feeling
also sound very
uncomfortable
young.
while reproducing. Oh
I
my
wouldn't be
fucking
Why is this
god!
always
You were-
happening?
What the fuck is
under
wrong with your
18.
live?
I don't know why that happens every time. Bro, what the fuck? Why does it always flag Athena? What did she do?
It did it to me the last couple times too, Parker.
Oh, that's so crazy. I didn't even get the notification for it flagging you.
I don't know why I even care to say, but I see some comments now. I do believe women. I do.
No, you don't.
I just don't believe that story. Yes, I
Also
don't
the
believe.
woman-
Yeah, but like
And you don't
you gave
believe her.
no indicating factor of that.
I did. I said that I don't believe that nobody would. That nobody would.
You don't wait if
Especially
you don't, if you don't
public.
believe that someone
Why
say,
was she even in a
wouldn't
dressing
scream in
room?
an wait hold up Jared
Say
Jared
this-
Push
say
her in
Jared
there.
actually in the
Jared, can
dressing
you
room with
please
Donald Trump.
Jared, can you
Why?
please let me finish my statement?
Oh my god.
So
Yes.
you're saying that you don't believe any woman in which said she didn't scream?
No. I've heard.
So
of,
then what's the point?
Someone being frozen. Yes.
Yeah, so
Jared,
then
why-
why
he
don't
just-
you say that can happen here?
He just asked why she was in the dressing room. He doesn't even know. He doesn't even know the story.
I don't believe that she ever was. To tell you the truth, I don't believe it.
Well, they were at the doorway. He kept inching her closer and closer to that dressing room. And then when they reached the doorway, he pushed her in and she hit her head because he pushed her in there so hard. And then he held her there with his shoulder. You don't even know the story.
I haven't heard this story like that in a long time, but those are details I remember hearing. I do remember when he confused his ex-wife. I didn't even remember which ex-wife it was. Clearly, I'm not knowledgeable. I haven't gone over this 1,000
Yeah,
times.
he's so sure that she's lying.
I'm sorry, can I just say, what you just said was so degrading, by the way. Why was she in there? This is the grape culture pyramid, by the way. Really good pyramid to help you understand what grape culture is. You're up here, my guy. Victim blaming and shaming, right? So you very well are a grape apologist and you uphold grape culture when you're actively sitting here degrading her,
I'm sorry.
blaming her
I
for
don't see
being there
your
instead of blaming the
account.
person who did that to her, right? You're choosing to focus on the victim, right? And Donald Trump, by the way, he does the locker room banter. It's up here. I'm not even surprised that you identify with him and you support him because he, just like you, reproduces grape culture and is also a grape apologist. He fulfills a lot of points that are on this pyramid, whether it was the unwanted touch, whether it's the locker room banter,
I'm not
whether
a
it
grape
is
apologist.
the catcalling, the sexist attitudes, the victim blaming,
The grape
and
jokes.
the graping as well, the grape jokes. Like, again, you identify with Donald Trump because he,
so you're
just
now,
like
now,
you,
now you're making some
upholds a
pretty serious
system.
accusations about
I'm
me.
very. You can hear me talking,
Your
right?
words. We're just listening to your words, and that's what you're doing.
Yes, you can hear me talking as well, right?
Yeah,
Yes.
Jared, actually, like listen and try to soak in something for once, please.
I have been listening. I haven't been interrupting anyone.
You
She was
just
basically saying that I identify with Donald Trump because of things.
I
on my
haven't been
chart.
interrupting anyone, but he just did. Like,
Yeah.
Athena was literally talking and you were interrupting her.
Yeah, you interrupted me multiple times, by the way. Every single time you talked,
Okay.
you've interrupted me. My thing is, you were literally heavy on the victim blaming and shaming, right? That's precisely why Amber called you a grape apologist, because you are a grape apologist. It's uncomfortable to be called that, but it's also uncomfortable to be subjected to your grape apology, right? So maybe deal with that instead of continuing to support sexist men.
What about Tara
You
Reid?
can make it smaller.
She said that Joe Biden
Oscar.
raped her.
No, that's not what she said. And
It isn't?
she recanted her story and fled to Moscow.
Excuse me?
She
He's not familiar.
recanted her story and then fled to Moscow.
And went to Moscow.
Yes, she recanted and then fled to Russia. And that's where she is now.
Okay.
And if she had gone forward with a civil suit against Joe Biden and Joe Biden was found liable, there is no way in hell that I would vote for him, and I would tell everyone else not to as well.
Okay. You know who else recanted her story?
I don't know.
Stormy Daniels.
That was not a sexual assault case.
No, it wasn't, but she recanted her story. That she said.
What story?
So I'm just saying recanting doesn't
Wait,
really
what
mean
story,
anything.
Jared?
She recanted her story that she slept with Donald Trump. She said it wasn't true.
Why did she do that?
She said she was forced to in court when she went to testify. But people do things like that. They recant stories, usually because of money.
Okay, well, Jared, you're not Ross's couch, so we're not going to pivot to Stormy Daniels' case. EG never recanted her story. It never changed once. It's been the same the whole time. So what's your point?
I don't believe that story. I don't believe that Trump got a fair trial in any of his cases in New York City. That's just my...
You couldn't indicate any of the reasons, though. You keep saying these things, but you literally
I
can't.
don't want to talk about this case, but I can.
I don't want to talk about this case, but I have full-fledged opinions on it.
I just think that we've talked about this long enough.
And you've realized you have no position. That's
No,
kind
I've
of like what I'm
realized that
saying.
I have grown uncomfortable, and I probably should retract, being here. But I'm obviously uncomfortable. It's a
Because it's uncomfortable to be called out for being wrong.
well, I've seen the attacks on here. It is uncomfortable, but
What attacks?
like the attacks at me personally.
Us saying and calling out your behavior?
No, just like calling out me personally, me trying to actually remain anonymous,
Okay.
and I was trying to speak with anonymity, but now I'm feeling like it got more personal. I'm noticing there's 3,500 people in here. There's somebody in here probably, it's just uncomfortable.
Well, it is personal.
Personal? Wait, what do you mean by personal, Jared?
I just felt like it got more personal for me than I wanted it to, I wanted
In
to
what
talk about
aspect?
the trial.
Where did it get personal for you?
I thought people came on here anonymously.
In what way did it
and I
get personal
felt-
for you,
No,
Jared?
we don't come on here anonymously. Everybody knows who I am.
I don't know who you are. I've never heard of you before.
Well, Parker does.
Yeah, like Jared, I don't know what you're saying here. Like,
Anyway,
you can keep you can stay anonymous. I don't know why you think
I don't think I don't think I did well, here. I probably am not the best person to speak up. I thought I'd actually be better suited than most people that came on here. Maybe I was
I mean,
wrong.
but you again, you still have these opinions.
Any personal
but
accolades
you lack
or
the
anything
reason.
that I have in my own life, obviously doesn't relate to this conversation we're having.
Jared,
I
more capable
appreciate-
on this than other people. How? You admitted, you don't know the details about the case. You didn't even know the name of her lawyer. You didn't remember the details of how she got into the dress.
At one point, I probably did know the name.
Stop interrupting me. You admitted you've never spoken to a rape victim and know nothing about
No,
the
I've never said that.
sexual assault. So
I've
how
never
in the
said
world
that.
did you think that you would come up here and be better suited than most to talk about it?
I didn't
what
come on here to
grounds?
talk. I thought that most of the people that were joining this live were, young and not knowledgeable on these cases, and I came to, give some information that I thought might be relevant and maybe could change people's opinions, and I obviously made a big mistake. That's all. So you guys got the best of me.
Well, it's easy when you don't know anything.
Well,
He says that you guys got the best of me, but still believes in his position strongly too.
I believe that I am not suited to argue this, and I made a major mistake. I'm sorry. That's
Okay,
all.
but no, all I'm saying is that you just don't have a reason to believe it. So, like, if you don't have a good argument for it, why do you believe it?
Well, I believe I have a good argument for these things that I believe.
What?
You don't.
You just said that you got cooked.
Starting with
You're like, I got
the trial that I
cooked,
came
but
on
I
here-
have a good argument?
starting with the trial I came on here to talk about, the Trump trial. I don't think he got a fair trial.
So,
I
what
think
is the
that
good
there was
argument
several
here?
reversible errors by the judge.
What is the good
I think
argument
that-
here?
I think that it was a dead case that they reactivated by
No, you're
making
telling
a
me what you
felony
think, but I'm
connected
asking
to
what the
federal
argument
law,
is.
which isn't legal.
Yeah, you
I-
think these things. What's the argument?
For which thing?
For
that I
why
said?
it's unfair?
I'm telling you why I think it's unfair.
Okay, and that is?
I don't think he got a fair trial in New York City because he ran for president in the United States. I think it should have been moved somewhere outside of New York City. That's starting with point one.
So the only way that okay, so you are essentially saying the only reason it's unfair is because it was conducted in New York where the crime was committed.
Well, first of all, they're connecting it to a federal crime. So
Can you answer the question?
I don't.
There are-
think- I
there
don't-
are
I don't-
federal things
From what
that
I
have
told
been
you in the
applied through
beginning of the
state courts.
conversation, I don't think they were
It's New York
accusing
state
him of
law.
committing it in New York City.
It's New York state
Yes,
law.
they
You
were. What are you
what?
talking about?
They were saying that he signed his checks in the White House. From what I saw, they were saying that he signed
those
his
are-
checks in the
Those
White
are
House.
after, right? Those are after. He signed things before.
Right, but they said that his falsifying business.
Okay, so
records
you
was
want
to
so okay,
cover
let
up
me
election
ask the question.
interference.
Do you want the case in DC?
I think that he could have got a more fair trial if they moved it outside of the city. in
No.
New York.
Would you like it in DC? Because that's where
Well,
that's
they
where
can't
you said
have
the
a
crime
New
was
York
committed there.
State case outside of New York.
Oh. Now, okay, you just ran right into the point.
prosecutor was in
They
New York
couldn't have a
State.
New York State case outside of what?
Outside of New York, but he charged him with a
Wow.
federal,
Woo!
right, but he charged him with a federal crime.
Okay, so again,
It was
Arthur,
it was a violation of New York state law. You're talking about the underlying crime, which was not the crime that he was convicted of. The underlying crime was
The three choices were were election interference, tax. There was a tax
also,
law
even
in
if
there.
even if we grant this, you understand that there are state courts that have upheld these federal jurisdictions in the past. Right? There are case precedents for this.
the felonies that he was convicted of specifically were New York state statutes. The underlying crime was not what
Falsifying
he was-
business records, 34 counts for one thing. 34 counts.
for 34 different instances of that crime. Yes.
the same
Maybe
crime.
he should stop committing crimes.
It wasn't a crime.
It was a crime. He was convicted of it. You think
He-
you know better than them?
I think that what he was doing was on the advice of his attorney. I mean, his attorney even secretly recorded him against attorney-client privilege, secretly recorded him, and he said, "What money?" And Michael Cohen said, "I'll take care of it."
Okay, well, Jared, we've already proven here that you are not the best judge of whether or not a crime is adjudicated properly, since you're up here saying you knew everything there was to know about the E. Jean Carroll case before I came up here.
So
and
sure
you don't know anything about it,
these other
and you
cases
know
will be
that she's
overturned.
lying. So I don't think that we should believe your opinion about the crime that he was convicted of.
Well, when
there
your
were
aunt's case is
high-powered
overturned,
lawyers.
remember me.
It's
When
not
your
going
aunt's
to be
case is
Jared.
overturned, remember me.
Jared, I'm going to forget about you 5 minutes after I leave this live. You're not the first person that I've had to talk to who is a great apologist and thinks my case is my aunt's. I don't give a shit about any of you. I'm not going to remember you. The case will not be overturned. I've talked to Roberta Kaplan, her lawyer. There is no grounds to overturn that case. So you can think whatever you want. You don't even know the details.
His constitutional rights were violated.
In her case?
Yes, in her
Athena, did you
case.
get
How
banned?
so? How so? Tell me how. How were his constitutional rights violated in the E.G.
I've
Carroll
already stated
cases?
they changed the law.
They changed the law before the case was ever filed.
They changed the law so that they could file this case.
No, they did not change the law for her at all.
Well,
Amber's
that's
already
my
responded
opinion.
to this point. He's
That
still
is
making
my
the point.
opinion.
Yeah, you believe things even without any evidence, without any reason.
Well, I think one day it'll come out, and that's my opinion.
Sure.
I think that
Wait, Law of the Wild, I have a question. You're a lawyer,
Mar-a-Lago
correct?
property case where they said that he defrauded banks.
Jared, can you give me a second?
and there
I
was
just
no
want to ask Law of the
victims. I
Wild.
think that
Yo,
that wasn't a fair
Jared.
job.
Hey, Jared. I'm just asking
Sure.
Law of the Wild the question quick. Are you a lawyer, Law?
Yes.
Do you think Jared's a lawyer?
I haven't been here long enough to assess. Hey, what law school did you go to, Jared?
He said he went to Harvard Law.
Listen, I've already stated that this is getting too personal for me.
He went to Harvard Law, he says.
All right, I won't ask any more.
I've already
more
said this is getting too
personal
personal
questions.
for me. I definitely felt uncomfortable an hour ago.
Hey, Jared, he's not going to ask any more personal questions.
It's fine, but I've heard him talk before also. I've heard him
Well,
talk
then listen to him talk
on,
now.
on
If you're
Harry's
uncomfortable, you
thing
can
one
just
time.
leave. No one's holding you here.
Law of the Wild, you
I
can absolutely go real quick.
I
I'm
will,
going to give you the space.
I will listen
yeah.
to what he has to say.
Yeah, real quick. In what class did we learn about the rule in Shelley's case?
Listen to me. It's not just the personal stuff. It's the quizzing, asking me about the bar, the quizzing. It doesn't hurt my feelings. I don't care. You can insult me. You can say what you want about my profession, what you believe about me. It doesn't matter to me. Doesn't
And your
matter.
opinion of my aunt's case doesn't matter to me, even though you're asking me to remember you, which I'm not going to do.
I said, after I'm sure you've done this hundreds of times.
No, I haven't. 10 times max.
My other line is ringing several times. But anyway, no.
Law of the
You've
Wild,
probably done this
can you
many
ask him
times.
like another basic question about like
couldn't
what, like
answer.
any typical lawyer would know?
I'm sure you're a regular. Like you said, you're a regular on these guys' platforms, and you probably come up and say,
This is actually the first time Law of the Wild's been on my platform.
No, I'm talking about her.
Oh yeah,
Parker, how
she's
many
come on
times
my
have I been
platform
up
a
here?
few times.
3 or 4?
But I
3 or
did
4
see
times?
Law of the Wild.
What'd
the
you
one
say,
time
Amber?
I was on Harry's thing. And I was on his thing one time.
I said I've been on your live probably 3 or 4 times.
Yeah, like thank you for the diamond. Thank you so much. I appreciate it. Thank you. Yeah, she has not been on my live like a lot, like what you're saying.
I'm saying I think she's had these conversations many times. I'm not knowledgeable on her
So she's knowledgeable.
details of her case, but I don't think it's a true story. And I gave my opinion. No, can I give, like an educated, response to what you're talking about? Like every single detail, from beginning to end? No, because it was a few years ago and I don't remember. The details aren't fresh in my memory.
Hold up here. We'll ask you, Law of the Wild. Can you ask one more basic lawyer question to him?
I'm not going to be quizzed. It's fine. Then I'm not a lawyer.
Yeah, okay, I won't do any more law school quizzes. But so, what constitutional right did you think was violated with the E. Jean Carroll case? You mentioned the changing of the statutes. What constitutional right do you think that impinges on?
I don't think that he got a fair trial. I think his Fifth and Sixth Amendments were violated. I don't think he got a fair trial. I don't think that I don't think the judge was being fair about anything, and I don't think it's a case that should even have been allowed to be brought by the court.
The judge, by the way, I was there for a part of it. The judge was incredible. The judge was an amazing, impartial, very stern.
And I'm sure you think that Edgar and Mershon,
Robert, thank you for the baby dragon. Thank you so much, Robert.
I'm sure you think they were incredible.
Law of the Wild.
Yeah, I do.
And they also violated his constitutional rights.
What? How did Trump's Fifth Amendment right get violated in the E. Jean Carroll case?
Okay. Am I really going to go back and look up?
You're the one who made the claim, so you must know.
These are opinions I've had for a while, but the details really aren't fresh in my memory. But 1 second.
Oh my God. He brings up that this Fifth Amendment right was violated, but can't explain how. So how did you come to that conclusion if you can't explain how? Law of the Wild, I actually have a question for you while he's looking up whatever he's looking up.
Sure.
So I don't know if you know me. I'm E. Jean Carroll's niece. I've spoken to her lawyer, Roberta Kaplan. I've spoken to her. They don't believe that there's any more than maybe a 1% to 2% chance that verdict is going to be overturned. I'd like to hear your opinion.
Yeah, I mean, when it goes up on appeal, the facts of the case, the verdict of the jury, as far as the finding of liability, isn't going to be changed. I do think there's a substantial likelihood that the penalty may be reduced. That's something that's not uncommon to happen on appeal. But I mean, we also need to keep in mind that the law that was changed that expanded the children's, what was it? The victims of childhood.
Victims of CSA.
Yeah, the childhood one, the one that expanded it to adults and allowed that look back period on the statutes. It wasn't just about this case. There's been over 3,000 claims filed under that expansion, and it started long before E. Jean Carroll, even wrote her book.
Correct.
But the even if you take that part out, so let's say you find that part, unconstitutional, that's $2 million of the $83 million judgment. So the defamation is still there, and the defamation was all well within the statute. So it's even though it's a hair splitting argument, as far as like scope of the judgment, it's not that much of the judgment.
I agree. That's what Roberta said.
Anyway, I got to run. I appreciate you having me.
Jared, before you go, I have one question. And this comes from Kelsey. Kelsey, they give her the $6.66. Thank you. She said, if you believe Trump when he has no one to back him up as it relates to his story, why don't you believe E. Jean Carroll, even though she does have people to back up her story?
I don't believe that it's an incident that ever took place. And when an incident never took place, there wouldn't really be anyone to tell any story because the incident didn't take place. So when I hear E. Jean Carroll's story and I hear that, I thought it was two or one person that she told, that this happened, and they came out and said that she's saying it's three people. I don't believe any of them.
That's not what I said. That's not what I said.
I believe they're all Trump haters. I believe they got together and concocted a story. And I believe that, George Soros' business partner, said, I want to keep running with this.
Well, he just ignored everything we said.
So that's just what I believe.
No evidence to back up anything he's saying. And I did not say that it was three people who testified that she told her. I said it was two. And in addition, there were three other women who Trump has assaulted who testified as well.
Who else has Donald Trump assaulted?
Are you kidding me?
I mean, I don't believe this one, but who else has Donald Trump assaulted?
There's a list of 27 women. You can go Google.
Okay, well, why don't you tell me the three most popular stories?
Because I am not familiar with those cases. I am familiar with
brought them up.
Case.
And I think that's false information. And if you know so much about the case, why are you spitting false information?
I am not. I said there were 3 other women.
Well, then they would be talking about these 27 women on CNN and MSNBC every single day, because there's not one day that goes by and they don't mention E. Jean Carroll.
They talked about this for like a year straight when he was running, and no one believed them and no one cared.
Okay. I think she's kooky, and I don't believe her story. I've heard her talk. I've heard the things that she talks about, the cats, the things that she talks about. I think she's genuinely nuts.
Anybody with cats, you can't believe them.
I have 2 cats.
We can't believe you then, Jared, by your own standard.
Well, what did she say about her cats?
She
Jared,
talked about their names. What difference does it make?
What did she say about her cats?
Does the Court of Appeals evaluate witness
What are her cats' names?
testimony?
Jared, listen to law.
What are her cats' names again?
Jared, listen to law.
Okay.
So you're putting a lot of weight into her statements. What weight of her statements is the Court of Appeals going to evaluate when they're looking at whether or not to overturn the verdict?
Well, on that case, I think they're more going to focus on the law itself, the statute. Before they changed it, I think they're going to focus on the law itself. So I think they're going to focus on several reversible errors. Like the people allowed to testify that shouldn't have been able to. I think they're going to focus on several things on that one case. But the E. Jean Carroll case, was a few years ago. I didn't believe it then. I don't believe it today. I didn't believe it when I heard her story in 2016.
When was the second trial?
If you're in a department store, imagine Kim Kardashian is in a department store, right? Everybody knows who Kim Kardashian is. Imagine she essayed somebody in a department store dressing room. And nobody heard it, right? Nobody heard it, but Kim Kardashian essayed somebody in a department store dressing room. Would you believe that?
Absolutely. Why not? It happens all the time.
Because they're in public.
Have you ever heard of the Brock Turner case? Have you ever heard of the Brock Turner case?
Yeah, he pulled her into like an alley, a girl that was passed out on the street.
And
right?
Several people walked by.
And that was a horrible thing. I think he got off.
He did.
I think he should have been sent away for 20 years.
Several people walked by and witnessed it, and he was still found not guilty.
Donald Trump had an entourage.
He did not have an entourage. The Bergdorf's was across the street from Trump Tower. Why would he have an entourage before he was president?
Because he was Donald Trump.
You don't think he ever went anywhere by himself?
He was a huge figure.
You don't know anything about this man. You don't know his history in Manhattan. You don't know anything about
I don't know about his history in Manhattan.
Correct. Are you from New York?
Donald Trump owned the Plaza, Trump Tower.
So what? What is your point?
Everybody knew who he was. He was famous. He had failed casinos. Everybody knew who he was.
Yes, she knew who he was. What is your point?
Everybody knew who he was.
Yes, they did. What is your point?
So he was a famous figure. He's one of the most famous people in the world. And you're saying, what? I don't know. What don't I know? Like, what don't I know that I should know about Donald Trump?
That he went plenty of places by himself in the 90s.
He always had security.
No, he did not.
He had limousine drivers, security. He always traveled like that.
It was across the street. He walked.
What is that? He was still Donald Trump. Anybody that, if he's walking through Bergdorf Goodman, everybody will try and help him. I went through Saks Fifth Avenue in New York City the other day. I'm nobody. There's somebody working every 10 feet and they try and help you every step you walk. There's no privacy anywhere.
Is it 1990? Like, is it the 90s?
1990?
Is it the 90s?
It's 2024.
Oh,
I can state that
so there are going to be differences between shopping then and shopping now.
I think they had a lot of people helping in one of the most,
what makes you think that?
luxurious shopping stores in the world.
These are all just your feelings, Jared, and they don't mean anything.
So you don't think that he could just go into a dressing room and nobody's around anywhere.
At that time, there was not. I've been in department stores
What about the other
a
dressing
million
rooms?
times.
Were they
and had to
closed?
stand there. I've been in department stores a million times and had to go wandering through the department store looking for an employee to come to that department to help me and let me into the dressing room. So many times. It happens.
I think
Jared.
you're probably right, but your aunt's a liar, and that's my opinion.
We don't care.
I can't
What's
believe
her-
you can say
what
that.
were her
Give
cats'
the
names,
corgi.
though?
She doesn't
What are
have
her cats' names?
She doesn't have cats. She has dogs.
What are their names?
She's had so many dogs over the years.
What were the ones that were famous, though? What were the ones they were talking about?
What difference does that make, Jared?
I'm just curious. What were their names?
I don't remember her dogs' names.
You
She's
don't
had, like,
remember the famous pet
60
names that
dogs
everyone talks about?
over the 30 years that I've known her. She's had like 60 dogs. I don't remember.
Okay.
What class did we learn about the rule in Shelley's case? I hear the keyboard.
Her pet's name was Vagina.
No, it wasn't.
Yes, it was.
No, it wasn't.
Yes, it was.
Let's see proof.
Vagina T Fireball was one of her pets.
Let's say that's true. Say that's true. Who cares?
Well, she called him Fireball. I didn't know.
Okay, well, that was the pet's name. Anyway,
Who cares?
what if somebody would name that?
Krista, think of the $6.66.
They're a little suspect.
Wait, if this was Joe Biden, right, instead, would you believe it?
I would not believe it. No, I would not.
No, you wouldn't?
No, of course I wouldn't believe it because Joe Biden is also a big figure. Everybody knows who Joe Biden is. If someone came out, and you wouldn't believe it either, if somebody came out and
I
said,
would. If Joe Biden was held
in the
legally
90s
responsible
in a
by an
dressing room.
entire jury for sexual abuse, which I would define as rape in this scenario, clearly, yeah, I would say I would believe it.
I would absolutely believe it as well.
You're just like making a claim that popular people can't essay?
Of course
I-
not, because I actually believe they did in several cases, and there's usually many victims that come out, like R. Kelly or,
Like the 27 women who have come out against Trump. Yeah, exactly.
I've never heard of anybody say that but E. Jean Carroll. And they don't ever talk about that on any news channel, including
Okay.
CNN or MSNBC.
Let me look up the exact names for you. If
I've
that's
never
the
heard
case.
any story besides E. Jean Carroll. And honestly, I believe victims. I believe victims. Thank you. Okay? So
How can you say that?
I believe victims.
How can you say that?
I believe it.
You don't believe her.
I believe
What?
in myself.
You literally
where
this
I
entire live have
sympathize
been
with
saying
victims.
that you don't believe this victim.
I think
and then
that
now you're like,
SA
I
is-
believe victims.
I think SA is equal to murder. And I think if someone SA'd somebody, they should go away for life. That's what I
Okay,
think.
so Trump should go away for life.
No, I didn't say that. I said I don't believe
Kelsey,
that story.
thank you for the $6.66. Thank you.
But I believe SA is equal to murder.
For sure, for sure.
But I have clearly made a fool of myself. And
Clearly. At least you can see it. At least there's some retrospection there.
Well, I also know that most of your followers are also Trump haters. I wouldn't really call them Biden supporters because you either,
I think
hate
the Trump
Donald
voters
Trump
think
or
you look
love
bad too.
That's probably true. I probably shouldn't be speaking on their behalf. So I apologize to any Trump supporter in this room if I have.
And you don't apologize to the victims?
What victims?
People who are victims who have to hear, right? You deny these stories with absolutely no evidence, no reason. You have no sufficient evidence to deny these stories, and yet you're still denying it.
You don't have any evidence to say that her story was true.
We do. Him being held legally responsible by a jury that indicates it's most likely
because in
true.
New York City, where he couldn't get a fair trial, he couldn't have a fair judge, and he couldn't have a fair anything.
You're arguing it's not fair. Your argument for that is not
But
good.
this is tiring.
Yeah, because you have no argument.
Well, how can I not read these insulting comments? I mean, obviously nobody's going to feel bad for me, but it's hard to not be.
Oh my God, it's Jared. That's the victim.
Listen, buddy, you do this every day, and again, you do it for profit. You talk about Joe Biden.
I've been doing this, right? Doing lives before I made any money for years. Okay. You only see me now that I have established a platform.
This is your work. This is your income stream.
Now it is
right here. Yes.
So?
And after the election, it probably will be over. And that's not just an insult, that's just a fact.
Jared, I had a platform well before this.
And I don't think it's going to continue after the election, but that's just my opinion.
You want to bet? How much money do you want to put on it?
If Donald Trump wins this election, I would bet that you can't go forward talking about Joe Biden every day anymore, because the only thing you're going to be saying about Joe Biden is how much he's deteriorated.
Hey, Jared, before I talked about this, I talk about plenty of other things. I talk about God. I talk about abortion. I talk about LGBTQ rights, right? I talk about plenty of things on this app. Flat Earth, right? You understand that this is the only topic I do, right?
I'm getting this is.
Parker, I mean, the CBS.
I mean, people really think that I am jealous or something.
Kaylee, thank you so much. I appreciate the $5. Thank you so much, Ray. I appreciate the $5. Agbor, thank you for the $10. Thank you so much. He's still continuing the lawyer law. Yes, yes.
This is either a CBS or ABC article. I can't remember, but it lists 18 of the women who have accused Donald Trump of SA. This is one of them. Her name is Kristen Anderson. I can pull up the next one. There's the next one. Kathy Heller.
Never heard of him.
These all came out before the election.
Like, bro, literally just denies everything.
There's another one.
Oh, let me keep this up.
Karina, Virginia. I mean,
never heard of him.
Do you want me to go through all 18 of them?
Never heard of him.
Well, I'm not surprised, Jared. You don't care about victims. You're here to defend Donald Trump at all costs. And because of your ideologue mindset, you will believe him over anyone, no matter what. And that's why you're defending him.
Okay.
Should we pull up the court documents with Epstein?
That's not true. Epstein with Trump in it?
Yeah.
Yeah, Donald Trump knew Epstein just, through bumping into him.
Would you like to see the court documents?
Club a couple I mean, I can't believe you would bring
So he's a terrific guy.
Why can't you believe it? He was party to a lawsuit for sexual assault against a 13-year-old with Epstein.
Yeah, he literally said Epstein is the only one out of the two who says he's. Wait, Jared. He says Epstein is a terrific guy and that he likes "quote unquote" beautiful women as much as he does. Many of them on the younger side.
There's Tasha Dixon.
Not younger as in like illegal. But anyway, these are bad points.
And we're talking about Epstein here, who's known for having a child sex trafficking ring through his island.
I don't sound intelligent or educated on any of this. So obviously I should bow out finally, but you shouldn't bring up Epstein because Trump's the only one who wants to expose the truth on that.
There's Bridget Sullivan.
I mean, Bill Clinton was literally like Epstein's #1 guest.
I'm going to pull up the court documents with Epstein and Trump.
Nobody's ever seen the Epstein files, probably.
Catherine,
because
thank you for the $5. Thank you so much. You have to paste it into your Safari.
But Bill Clinton, Bill Gates, those are people who are actually sitting down at dinner tables with him. Those are people that you should probably be talking about if you care about it. Right?
Say that one more time, please.
I said people like Bill Clinton, Bill Clinton, Bill Gates, the guy who owns Victoria's Secret, what's his name, Leon Black or something? Like those are people that you should be talking about.
There's the court
Even
document.
Alan Dershowitz, like,
Shut up,
why were
Jared.
they spending time with Epstein?
Shut up,
Jared.
Jared. Here's the court documents in the United States District Court, Southern District of New York. Plaintiffs, Donald Trump and Jeffrey Epstein. Defendant was a 13-year-old girl.
Never heard of the story, ever.
Not surprised, Jared.
Well, why don't they talk about something so big on the news? Because that should be something that's talked about every
They
day.
talked about it a lot in the.
If it was a verified claim, they'd be talking about that every day.
Do you see these court documents right here?
Let me read. It's a lawsuit pertaining to Trump and Epstein. Yeah, but that doesn't
Exactly
make
what
it
I
a
said
real
it
claim.
was. Yes.
That doesn't make it a real claim. If it was real, they'd be talking about it.
They did talk about it, and she and her family were getting so many unaliving threats, they withdrew from the lawsuit.
Yeah, they would still be talking about it to this day.
We're talking about it right now. Lots of people.
Well, you're
talk about
talking about it.
Your
I'm saying
news
that that's
sources-
probably
Your
Who's
news
that?
sources
Jared, who's
clearly
that?
don't.
who's what?
Who's that? You said
What-
they are not talking. Who's that? Liberals?
news.
Because
CNN, MSNBC.
okay,
Talk
and
about it, Jared. Your news sources don't talk about it because
I
they're
actually
trying to
go
protect
through all
Donald
the
Trump.
channels. I go through all the channels.
Then that's not possible because they talked about these victims that I'd accused Donald Trump for like a year straight when he was campaigning.
I flip through all the channels to see what they're talking about. When Trump was found guilty, I flipped through all the channels. When Hunter was found guilty, I flipped through the channels. I want to see what they're talking about. I care about what everyone has to say. That's how you develop an opinion on something. You know, what do you believe? What don't you believe? And I obviously have made it clear, you know, I believe the narrative, you know, that they talk about on Fox.
Amber, you just got
believe-
flagged for some reason. I don't know why.
Like, I'll drop and come back.
For sure.
But anyway, I made a fool of myself, so I think I'm gonna go. And I appreciate you having me, and congratulations on your success. And I do wish you the best, and I hope you know you do well. I don't know you. I don't hate you because of your opinion, and you know, Trump supporters, most of them don't hate people. So,
Amber, is there something you want to say to him before he?
to anybody
votes?
listening, it's
Have you
love
heard-
versus hate on the ballot, and love will win 2024.
Jared,
Yeah.
have you heard the Howard Stump and Donald Trump interview where he talks about going into the dressing rooms of Miss Teen USA ages 15 to 19 when they're undressed because he can, because he
I
owns the
remember the
pageant?
stories. Yes, I remember the stories, but I don't remember them being teenagers.
It was Miss Teen USA.
And it wasn't just
15
the
to
dressing room. It was he owned the pageant and he was walking around, you know, his business. Women reporters go in men's locker rooms all the time when they're butt naked, you know.
With permission, sure. But this was him walking in without permission.
I don't think so. I don't
Really?
think so.
Because there were 5 girls who came forward after they turned 18 to talk about how uncomfortable they were with him.
The
doing
only
it.
story I remember about one of those girls was one of them later in life got cancer and Donald Trump paid for her kids' college tuition.
That's
That's
not
a
what
story
we're
I
talking
remember.
about, Jared.
That's a
We're
story you
talking
should be
about-
talking about.
We're talking about the girls who said that they were very uncomfortable because he walked in without announcing that he was coming in when they were undressed and they were 15 years old.
Donald Trump is the only one of the two running who is mentally capable of running a country. He's done it before. He's done a
we're
better
Ross's
job.
couch again.
And
Ross's
I
couch again.
hope that everyone in here who doesn't want to vote for Donald Trump changes their mind.
Jared, no one's going to change your mind based on anything you said today, friend. If anything, they're going to change their minds based on things that I said. Those are the facts. I'm sorry you're so delusional.
I think
I'm
you're a
sorry
little
you're
too
a
into
apologist.
yourself.
I hope that you don't ever have any daughters.
I'm not surprised that you're related to E. Jean Carroll.
We're not related by
What?
blood, but okay. Because I know what I'm talking about and I'm confident this is a problem for you because I made you look like a complete ass.
I don't think you made me look like anything. Uncomfortable. Yes, you've made me a little uncomfortable.
No, respectfully,
But I think that
she's
you-
dog walked you this entire time.
I
Pauline, thank you for the
think that-
$20. Thank you so much, Pauline. I really appreciate it.
Listen, Parker, here's the reality. The only reason why I am so confident when I speak about this issue is because I know the truth. I know every single detail. I know this woman.
How old are you?
47.
Okay, so you used to hear these stories about Donald Trump raping your aunt when you were growing up?
I did not meet her until I was 18. She's my aunt by marriage.
Wow, the truth comes out. Not even related by blood.
What does that have
She
to
just
do
said
with
that
anything?
earlier. Like what?
You don't have any aunts or uncles that married your parents' siblings?
It's called an in-law.
Yeah, like wait,
No,
no,
that's
I would say
fair.
wait. So I have an uncle that I'm not blood related to. I can still call him an uncle.
Maybe
You
I just
said
shot the
that's
bet on
an
that
in-law.
one. Maybe I just shot the bet on that one. But
Jared,
anyway.
Do your parents have siblings?
Robert, thank you for the flying jets. Thank you so
Yes,
much, Robert. I
have
really
uncle,
appreciate it.
I have aunt. I have
So
one uncle.
you have
one
an
aunt.
uncle that's a sibling of one of your parents, and is that person married?
They're married.
And do you call them your aunt or your in-law?
I just said I misspoke. It was
Yeah.
a dumb thing to say.
Yeah,
I said I shot the bet on that one.
we'll put that on the list, Jared.
Hey, Jared, who's Harvard named after?
John Harvard.
And in the statute out in front of
Yeah, thank you, buddy.
Hey,
All right.
hey, just
Thanks for
checking.
chiming
In the statute out in
Thanks
front of
for
University
chiming in.
Hall.
Lowell of the Wild says he's bipartisan, but he is not. Not a bipartisan lawyer.
Objection, facts not in evidence.
Jared, do you
Yes,
think
much
you're
evidence.
bipartisan,
You are a
Lauren?
guest on Harry's platform, Chris's platform, and this guy Parker's platform. No, you are, in fact, partisan.
Jared, do you think you're nonpartisan?
I am, in fact, nonpartisan. I voted for Barack Obama when I could first vote in 2008. 2012, Barack Obama.
This is a troll.
So I'm nonpartisan because I.
Am I a troll?
I
So you don't
I'm
believe me?
nonpartisan. I'm nonpartisan because I would have.
I have a
did
poster in
support-
my
wait,
bathroom
listen,
from
Jared,
Barack
Jared.
Obama's
Robert, thank you for the meteor shower. Thank you so much.
Here you go.
Do you think I'm trolling? I have a poster in my bathroom
Yeah, I
from
definitely
Barack
think you're trolling at
Obama's
this point.
inauguration.
I don't care. You're
Okay,
partisan
so I'm
now.
not a troll.
You're using this to pivot.
You're
I
partisan
voted
now.
for Barack Obama twice.
Yeah,
We don't want
I used to support Donald Trump, right? That doesn't mean that I'm fucking nonpartisan now. Like, what the fuck are you talking about? You wouldn't consider me
I've
nonpartisan.
heard Law of the Wild speak one other time, and I can confirm partisan.
Okay, I can confirm you're partisan because you literally have confirmation bias and won't accept the story of a victim in which there's clear evidence of substantiate and literal legal
You want
responsibility
to know who's been
applied to
speaking
Trump
facts
for.
recently? John Fetterman. There you go. Bipartisan Jared. W's in the chat, please. W's in the chat.
Jared, can you tell me one piece of legislation that Donald Trump has influenced to get passed?
I loved his influence on the Middle East.
I asked for one policy.
And I also am Jewish. To anybody wondering, Jared is Jewish.
Can I get a policy?
Jews for Trump, 2024.
Can I get a policy?
Jews for Trump, 2024.
Can I get a policy?
I don't know policies by name, but
Not a single one does he know. Not a single one.
Not a single one by name.
What an
I don't
informed
remember. I
voter,
remember
Chuck.
something
What
about
an
the Jobs
informed
Act,
voter.
But let me tell you something. Joe Biden isn't running anything. He has handlers.
He
They're
actually
handling.
does run. He actually does bike. He exercises, unlike Trump.
Joe Biden is, in fact, not home. Lights on.
And
no
Trump
one
is.
home.
And Trump is.
But I really have to go. I have a dinner reservation. But I really
I am sorry to the
appreciate
person
it.
that has to sit down with you.
I'm going to tell her you said that she's actually a big Democrat. Big Democrat she is, but we don't fight about it because we're normal people. We can have different opinions.
Yeah. Tell us her at, and we'll literally we'll see her opinion on this.
Absolutely not. I hope to remain anonymous.
That's what I
Please,
thought, Jared.
everyone, leave me alone. It was a mistake coming on here. I really appreciate
It definitely was a mistake. At least you can acknowledge that.
Okay, bye, Jared.
Goodbye. Thank you. Your aunt's a liar.
You're gross.
Okay. No one cares. Okay. Well, I'm sorry you didn't get to talk more, Law.
Oh, I think I said enough.
You definitely did. You got him a few times.
And There's
If
a
you
lot
went to Harvard Law, I'm about to take a 24 karat gold shit. It's utterly ridiculous. Every person who's had to sit through property law class knows about the rule in Shelley's case because it's a archaic, old, ridiculous law, and you have to know it for the bar. And yeah, it's ridiculous. I do like how when I started getting really specific about questions at Harvard, I used to work in Cambridge for my old job. Like he started personally insulting me, and that's a tactic. If you're starting to get pinned down on something, you go after the person with ad hominems. Everybody thinks ad hominems are insults. No, it means to the man. You're attacking the person, and not the argument. So he really quickly needed to divert before I got into two specific things that he couldn't answer.
I always appreciate y'all. Y'all did great. Thank you so much, everyone.
Thank you so much for your time, Parker. Just one last.
Thanks, Parker.
Appreciate you.
Good to talk to you a lot. Just one last comment at the end there when he started like treating this as a joke and laughing about it. That's disgusting. Like, there's nothing funny about what happened to her and the fact that he takes it not seriously at all and finds no issue with calling her a liar to my face over and over again. Am I going to remember him 5 minutes from now? I promise you I'm not. Everybody else in the chat who was tagging me, like many tags of people saying they didn't scream either, they weren't believed either. I see you, I hear you, you're valid, I love you. Don't blame yourself. My DMs are open. Thank you, Parker.
Of course, of course. I appreciate it, Amber, as always. All right. Yeah, Dean, I know. I saw that. It's actually crazy. All right, we're going to get to the next person real quick. Only send a guest request if you will be voting for Trump, everyone. Tap that screen. Let's run it up to 100,000 likes. Share the live as well, everyone. Yo, what's up? How old are you?
Hey.
Yeah. Are you going to be voting Trump?
Yes.
And why so?
Well, I think he's the closest one to for we the people, actually. Like, I think both sides, nothing's ever done for our best interest, and they have a lot of secrets. And,
What's the reason why you're going to vote Trump?
Because he's anti-establishment, anti the way it was with the Bushes, the Barack Obamas, all that, just common sense. Principles.
I have a question. Is it common sense to vote for someone that's been held legally responsible for sexual abuse?
I don't know. I think that lawfare is real. Like, if you look up all the people that's convicted of under crimes right now under this presidency, that you'll find one for every state, maybe two. One's a Republican, one's a Democrat. And it's actually lawfare right now. It's like they're going after each other with
Johnny,
whatever. It's like,
Johnny, that's not how it works, right? He has been held legally responsible for sexual abuse, defamation, fraud, right? He's been convicted of 34 felonies, right? This isn't just some off case, right? This is literally like many things. And also for the person in the chat asking, Venmo, Cash App in the bio. I appreciate the handout. Thank you so much. But you can also click on the link tree and click on the Venmo or the Cash App through a link.
okay, so do they not trump up charges and say things and smear each other? And it's been that way forever. Like, isn't that the whole Epstein Island thing? Like, they would blackmail them by doing things, both sides, Republicans and Democrats. I mean, like, that's just the way it is up there. If they don't, if you're not agreeing, you're going against the
That's
whole
not how it
bird.
works. You understand that Mitt Romney disagreed? This didn't happen to Mitt Romney.
But both sides, you have people claiming
John
rape,
McCain
sexual
did that.
misconduct.
John McCain disagreed.
Clarence Thomas. Did you see that girl, Clarence?
Johnny. John McCain disagreed. Did this happen to him?
I don't know, but I know that it's a tactic used by both parties. And how much substance can you really get?
How is it a tactic being used by both parties if we haven't seen it throughout multiple different presidential races in the past few decades?
Yeah, that's how they gain power on both sides, is who can persecute who can come up with what crimes here. You got slander, you got this, you got that. I mean, there's so much stuff that they're going after each other with just to win power over the people, over the mass perception of the people. They don't ever, any legislator that gets done is not for the common interest of the American people. The American
He said
people
they
want
get
a
$5.
household.
So even Trump, he's a legislator.
Okay, all the money that we get taxed over the same vehicles, the same homes, this, that, and the other,
Technically not.
that money gets spent on other interests in other countries that we don't want it to be spent on. Afghanistan studies, anything going on in other countries.
Johnny, Trump.
If we ran our house that way, to where we're so far in debt, and then we went to our neighbor's house and
Trump added more to the debt, right? He also supports an $800 billion to $1 trillion a year military budget that he spends on military bases around the world not being used here in America. Or you could have the biggest military in the world if we cut our military budget in half, right? By over $100 billion, right? Pay for getting rid of homelessness in America, right? For universal child care, for a paid maternity, paternity leave, and vacation time, right? Basic things that people need. Free public universities. Everyone can be taken care of in that way. And Brandon, are you voting Trump? Brandon, you said in the chat, if I don't add you, I'm running away. Are you voting Trump? Or are you just going to...
Yeah, sorry, I muted myself.
Or why are you voting Trump?
Can you hear me? Why am I voting for Trump? Probably for a really good reason here, and it is actually a really good one. But hold on real quick. I'm about to go into an elevator, so we might lose connection. But the reason for it is honestly because I think that Trump is the best candidate to really take care of our troops out there. Because everywhere I go, I live in a pretty blue state. Everywhere I go, I'm just seeing just a bunch of homeless veterans out there. I don't really see a genuine respect for our first responders and our veterans out there. Even those migrant families that Biden.
You just cut out. I can't hear you, man. You must be going into the elevator right now. You're in the elevator, bro. You're currently in the elevator. So you want to know something wild? There were more military deaths based in hostile action under the Trump administration comparative to the Biden administration. So you think he's better off for like veterans and for people in the military, yet there's more people who died under his administration? Interesting. We'll give him a second to get back, everyone. Everyone, do tap that screen. Let's try to get to 500,000 likes. Share the live as well, everyone. Kelsey, thank you for the $1. Thank you so much. If you want to support me, as always, Venmo, Cash App, and the bio. Plus, follow me here if you haven't already. You likely don't. This is like my 6th account, chat, because TikTok is banning me on every account. I do get my account back tomorrow, like 4:30 or something, but I'll be on this account until then.
Oh, hello. Can you hear me?
Yeah, so if Trump is better off for deaths related to the military, well, then how come
That's not what I'm talking about.
Okay, so then what are you referencing?
I'm talking about the homeless veterans that I see on the streets, disabled, anything like that. Why isn't Biden doing anything to help them? People who serve our country. Actually, here, let me finish. So there's a lot of them out there that were Vietnam veterans. They were drafted against their will but now the government's not taking care of them. What's Biden doing about that?
Yeah, so do you know what the PACT Act is?
Calling them. What's up?
Do you know what the PACT Act is?
The PACT Act? Elaborate.
Yeah, so this expanded VA benefits specifically to help with people who are exposed by Agent Orange and other types of toxic substances that can negatively impact them, right? So like this is meant to expand the VA to help compensation for veterans, right? This is like an insanely huge expansion for like things like Agent Orange, other toxic exposures, burn pits, things like that.
But has it actually shown any real results? Because honestly, I'm seeing a lot more.
I just told you.
Well, no, that's
those
not,
are expansions to VA. Yeah, you can. More people are eligible to enroll now.
That's not proof that it's working, though.
I'm telling more people have been eligible. And wait, what proof would you need?
Well, I
Do you
just
want
want
me
to
to, like,
walk
give you-
outside and not see these homeless people on the streets, but we have a president who is sending billions.
Wait, so I agree. I want to get rid of homelessness, right? But that's not what Republicans are advocating for. If anything, they constantly will cut programs meant to
I
help
don't care
homeless
what
people.
Republicans or Democrats are for. You know, I got a lot of friends, family members who fought. Some people lost as well. And I just think that it's really messed up that the current administration is not doing anything to help. Really.
That is. The PACT Act is helping with that. But again, if you want to help with homelessness, if we want to be able to do that, we have to be able to get things passed in Congress in the first place related to getting rid of homelessness. Appreciate the ground. Thank you so much.
Yep.
And I don't think that like the Republicans out there are doing that.
Well, I don't see it much from the Democrats either.
Okay,
Like, really?
but I would say it's more likely with the context of with Democrats though, as it relates to the context of homelessness with progressive Democrats particularly.
Well, whatever they're doing, it ain't working.
By the way, Brandon, are you driving?
Actually, no, my girl's driving. I'm just in the car right now.
Okay, for sure. So again, I'll ask you this question real quick. Can you name me one policy that Donald Trump influenced to get passed that benefit the middle class?
Not off the top of my head, but I do know that he will probably do something about it over Joe Biden instead of sending like $40 billion to a war that we shouldn't even be a part of or any involvement with. That Russia-Ukraine thing, no. Israel-Palestine.
So then why give like Saudi Arabia money under his administration, support them, especially when they had an embargo over Yemen that specifically starved 85,000 Yemeni children, or blockade, I mean.
Well, I'm not saying that I support that either, but I'm saying that right now we're going out here saying that like we're helping out a bunch of
what about again the $800 billion military budget where we have military bases around the world? Why don't you talk about taking that money and giving it to people in need? What about the money and tax benefits that he specifically gave to rich people? The tax policy, the Trump tax cuts specifically decreased after-tax income for the lowest quintile and the middle class while increasing it for the top 1%, top 0.1%, and the highest quintile.
That's not what I'm talking about. I'm still talking about why are we directing all this money currently as the Biden administration? That's who we're talking about right now too, right? He's currently in office right now. He's running for another 4 years. So why don't we talk about that? We'll stick to that.
Yeah, but what I'm doing is I'm pointing at his administration, being like he didn't do good. He also undermined our American democracy, lying about the election, saying it was stolen from him when there was no sufficient evidence indicating that.
Hillary Clinton did that same thing after
She conceded the next day.
Yeah, after calling for what, 4 recounts?
And is she running again? Am I voting for her running again? No. So again, I'm telling you, he's undermining our American democratic process, right?
Well, I'm just saying we can't really sit here and say that Trump is undermining it when literally Hillary Clinton, a Democrat who ran for president.
Brandon, are you aware of Trump's comments towards veterans?
His comments towards veterans? Elaborate.
Yeah, saying that John McCain isn't a war hero because he was captured.
That one I was not aware of, and I will believe that when I see it.
Yeah, you want me to send you all these?
Yeah, but if we want to play
you?
that whole game with the moral compass, what about Joe Biden checking his watch when those 13 service members were killed, by his reckless plan to pull out of?
There were less people. There were less people. Actually, that was a plan set up by Trump. They had to leave at that particular time. They couldn't extend it further. Secondly, if you want to talk about people who died under their administration, there were more deaths under the Trump administration.
Well, I'm not talking about like the deaths under it. I'm talking about with this little plan that Biden jumped on really quick. Sure, some part of the plan was for Trump, but he had a plan to not leave all this stuff to the Taliban.
Kathy, thank you for the $10. Thank you so much. They didn't. So they destroyed everything on site, right? If they did not take back the stuff that was left over that you're referencing, the U.S. Stuff that was not owned by the U.S. That was specifically the Afghan government's defense, right? That was stuff given to them by the U.S. government for their own defense.
So
okay,
technically, it was the U.S. stuff.
Did you hear? It's not the stuff anymore. If they gave it, like if I give a friend a gift, is it my or their property?
Well, I mean, would you even really consider it a gift? But more of
Brandon, if I give someone a gift, is it mine or their property now?
Well, obviously, it would be it would be the other person's property. But
Okay, so it's not the U.S. government's property anymore. Secondly, he called soldiers who died in World War One suckers and losers.
Wow, when did that happen? That's the first time I'm ever hearing that.
Yeah.
What's the context? Because
Yeah.
I know you and a bunch of liberal.
Stella, thank you so much. I appreciate the $15. Thank you so much. This is from 2018.
Context 2018.
Yeah. Stella, thank you so much for the $15. I really appreciate that.
Well, what was the context though? That's what I asked.
Do you want me to play the clip? I appreciate the confetti. Thank you so much.
Yeah, go ahead. Play the whole clip. I don't want like 30 seconds of it. I just want the whole full context.
Or wait, no, I don't have a clip. I have the Atlantic. Sorry. Here you are. Look up Trump. Americans who died in war are losers and suckers.
Yep. Hang tight. We're working on that, but like in the meantime, but in the meantime, what I was really talking about is. Oh wait, hang tight.
Here, Matt wants to add something real quick.
Oh, that article is paywalled, by the way, so he won't be able to read it. But Brandon, I'm just curious: would you trust a decorated Marine and what they say they heard and saw?
Just depends on the overall integrity of the Marine. I'm not going to sit here and think that.
Let's say this Marine was chosen by Trump to be his chief of staff.
I mean, well, what's his history?
He's a Vietnam veteran, a decorated a Marine. He's a general, I think. He was a general. Trump chose him to be his chief of staff, which is the highest bureaucrat in the White House. So Trump directly chose a decorated Marine to run the White House. So would you trust what he has to say about those those types of interactions?
Well, it depends on if it lines up with fact.
Well, okay. So, but I'm just asking you, if you have multiple military members, General Milley, John Kelly, various other people who are decorated generals who are working for Trump that have repeatedly said that he has disparaged soldier members that were killed in action. For example, he was the only president to not visit the Austin-Lorraine a cemetery for a World War I vet in February because it was raining. He didn't want to get wet, and so he canceled. No, that's true. He canceled his planned trip, which every president.
It wasn't the trip. It was the tour that he canceled. There was a scheduled tour that was canceled because of the weather. He visited that. He visited.
No. He didn't visit the cemetery. Every president had had visited the cemetery, and he didn't want to visit one because it was raining. And then he said directly to John Kelly, his chief of staff, "Why would I visit the cemetery? Because it's filled with a bunch of losers."
Okay, he obviously denied saying that. We just looked that up now, but anybody will go anything just to spread that disinformation.
But I'm just saying, this is John Kelly, a conservative Republican Marine who Trump directly chose to be his chief of staff. And unless you're saying that John Marine, a very chiseled Vietnam veteran Marine that Trump personally chose to be his chief of staff, is lying about this, then I don't know what to tell you, because it seems like every single military member he has around him says that he says things like this.
Okay, but is there ever stuff on the record that he's really saying? That's because
he disparaged the family of the Khan family, who was a Gold Star veteran who died for this country. He disparaged him because of his Muslim faith. He called John McCain on record. He didn't like the fact that John McCain was captured and tortured, and thought that John McCain was a quote unquote loser and was a sucker because he was captured, and he didn't like people that are captured. I didn't like John McCain because of his politics, but the guy was a hero. I mean, he suffered months of torture and everything, and that's what. And Trump said that on the record.
Okay, why can't I find it anywhere then?
Oh, you can.
You
Just
can.
type in Trump, John McCain, Trump, John McCain, and you'll get the video. I mean, it's not here. I'll play it for you. I got no problem playing it for you.
In the meantime, everyone tap the screen. Let's try to get to 500,000 likes. If you want to support me, Venmo, Cash App in the bio. If you cannot find it on Venmo or Cash App, just click in the link tree in the bio. And you can click on the Venmo or you can click on the Cash App and it will send you right to it.
But circling back to my initial question, because I don't believe.
Hold on. I have it. Hold on.
To people as rapists, referring to John McCain, a war hero, 5.5 years as a POW, and you call him a dummy. Is that appropriate in running for president?
Okay, you got to let me speak though, Frank, because you interrupt all the time. Okay. So, no, I know him too well. That's the problem. Let's take John McCain. I'm in Phoenix. We have a meeting that is going to have 500 people at the Biltmore Hotel. We get a call from the hotel. It's turmoil. Thousands and thousands of people are showing up. 3-4 days before, they're pitching tents on the hotel grass. The hotel says, we can't handle it. It's going to destroy the hotel. We move it to the convention center. We have 15,000 people. The biggest one ever. Bigger than Bernie Sanders, bigger than 15,000 people showed up.
A lot of stuff before us. So
bigger than anybody. And everybody knows it. A beautiful day with incredible people that were wonderful, great Americans, I will tell you. John McCain goes, oh boy, Trump makes my life difficult. He had 15,000 crazies show up. Crazies. He called them all crazy. I said, they weren't crazy. They were great Americans. These people, if you would have seen these people, I know what crazy is. I know all about crazies. These weren't crazy. So he insulted me, and he insulted everybody in that room. And I said, somebody should run against John McCain, who has been, in my opinion, not so hot. And I supported him. I supported him for president. I raised $1 million for him. It's a lot of money. I supported him. He lost. He let us down. But, he lost. So I never liked him as much after that, because I don't like losers. But Frank, let me get to him. He hit me. He's not a war hero. He's a war hero. He's a war hero.
5.5 years.
He's a war hero because he was captured. I like people that weren't captured, okay? I hate to tell you.
Do you agree with that?
He's a war hero because he was captured, okay? You could have, and I believe perhaps he's a war hero, but right
perhaps he's a war hero.
Some very bad things about a lot of people. So what I said is, John.
So he's not a war hero, but perhaps.
Yeah, he goes, well, at first he said he's not a war hero, but then he changed it real quick and said, well, he's a war hero because he got captured, and I like people that don't get captured. Okay. And so yes, so what he's saying is, I don't like the thousands and thousands of Americans that were captured throughout the tons of wars that we've had because apparently them getting captured is a sign of them being, I don't know, losers, being dumb, I don't know, something.
That's kind of a stretch. I mean,
well, no, I'm just using his own verbiage. This is Bone Spurs Trump, a man who got out of going to the Vietnam War because he claimed to have bone spurs in his heels, a man that wouldn't even, who was drafted and didn't want to go to war and fight for his country, specifically because he got his daddy to pay off a doctor because he had little bone spurs in his heels. This man doesn't know what it's like to go and to fight, and so he can claim all these things about all these heroes, and I believe it because it matches his rhetoric about how he talks about all these people.
He literally.
Wait, chat. I have a question real quick for the people in chat. I have a question for the people in chat real quick. For the people who do know my Venmo, does it work if you search it up, everyone? Because some people are saying it's not working. Even though I do indicate that like you can go through Linktree, but even through search up works for me. It doesn't work when you search it up, to be honest. I don't know why it does that. Does it work? Can you guys tap on it?
Can I continue?
Yeah.
Okay. Yeah, no. Obviously, the context in that video is that he called him a loser because he lost the election, and he called him a dummy because he insulted Trump in that time. Now,
yes, but then he said, I don't like people who are captured.
Yeah, I am one to admit that comment I didn't think was all that right. But then again, any politician isn't making that great of comments. But I want to circle back to my initial question, which is the reason why we got onto this topic in the first place, and that is why do you think it was okay for Biden to keep checking his watch during that funeral? Like, what was he bored?
Oh, I don't know.
Or
Why was it okay to not?
one.
Wait, hold on. Somebody checking their watch is very different than someone not going to a cemetery because they don't want to be around losers and stuff, right? You're claiming that someone who's checking their watch is showing disrespect, and yet you won't even concede that the stuff that former generals, Marines, all these people that are Republicans, by the way, who have been lifelong conservatives, are saying about him. You're going, nah, that's fake. That's not real stuff. That doesn't matter. But Joe Biden checking his watch, that's what really matters.
Well, because honestly, I mean, call me old-fashioned, but I believe that if you're checking your watch or your phone at a funeral service, that is extremely disrespectful no matter who it is. But I digress. But the other instance is with this whole, even at this D-Day thing that happened a few days ago. Like, what was he getting up in the middle of the whole thing going for and leaving
Jennifer,
the French
thank you for the
president?
$1 on Venmo. It is working for some people, but it's not searching for others, y'all. I don't know what to do there. The best way is to just click on the link tree. Maddie, holy shit! Thank you for the $100 on Venmo.
Maddie.
Holy fucking shit, yo! Can we get a W, Maddie, in the comment section? A W, Maddie. Did it work by search, by the way? Because some people are saying it works through transaction.
Well, it's working for Maddie, so.
But fucking W, Maddie.
Yeah.
Holy shit!
It's
Can we
working
get
for
some
Maddie.
W, Maddies? Maddie's been going absolutely wild.
Yeah, W, Maddie. Yeah, especially today for me. Okay, now, what'd you say, Brandon?
Audrey, thank you for $5. You have to scroll down, apparently. I was almost at the bottom.
Hold on, Brandon. Hold on.
Heather, thank you for the $5 as well. Thank you. Sorry, go for it.
Okay, go.
Even this D-Day thing, why did he just leave in the middle of it, leaving that French president to, shake the veterans' hands and everything?
Wait, hold on. Joe Biden went, gave his speech, shook the hands of the veterans as he walked away, and then he went and put a wreath on the thing. And then Macron was given his own speech and was shaking the hands of French veterans, right? Joe Biden is not going to walk around and shake all the veterans' hands who are French, British, American. He's focusing on the American ones. And he went to an event afterward where he talked to veterans. He stood there with veterans, talked to them. Maddie, thank you for the $100. Oh my God, Maddie.
Was there a card that asked him
Oh,
what to
by the
say?
way, Brandon, I am getting word. Wasn't me. This person I know said that the watch was from his dead son. That's why. So it was in like remembrance.
Oh,
And Kathy, thank you for the $30. Thank you so much, Kathy. I really
Maddie,
appreciate
so
that. And
much. I
Agbor,
really
thank you for the
appreciate
$1.
Yeah,
we
You
definitely will.
remember on your own time went with that, but
Well,
that
let's
funeral was for those 13
not even
veterans.
mention that unlike Donald Trump too, Joe Biden comes from a family of veterans. His own son was a veteran, and so he probably had the watch and may have been looking at it precisely because his son was a veteran and he was at a funeral. I mean, I don't know. I mean, the guy looks at his watch. I look at my watch every time. I'm in a fucking meeting sometimes with my boss and I look at my watch. What's your point?
That's different. They're comparing apples to oranges there.
Yes, but see, don't you see how you will give no grace to Joe Biden, but yet you will not concede anything on Donald Trump saying anything almost bad about veterans? The fact that we have Marines and generals and people from his administration who he directly hired them, are saying behind closed doors, this is how he spoke about veterans. And you're going, nah, I don't believe it. These are the people who 10 years ago, you would have been saying, yeah, that's believable. These are very conservative Republican Marines and generals who have been on the party line for decades. And just because it's Donald Trump, now you're saying, nah, I don't believe it. When this fits his character. He has been doing this for decades. He's always kind of talked about this way about veterans and everything. This is not new for him.
Now, if you could do this for me, I'll leave my DMs open. If you could send me any article that is fully credible, no bias, no Fox News, no MSNBC, no CNN. If you could show me exactly what was said, how it was said, with credibility. If
I can read it to you. No. I can read it to you because John Kelly, who was his chief of staff and a former Marine, gave an interview because he was asked about this, and he said, I found it so bad that I told Trump off. I actually said to his face, do not speak about them this way, which is one of the reasons why he probably got fired, is because John Kelly, being a Marine, was actually willing to tell Trump to shut the fuck up and not say that. Something that Donald Trump doesn't like.
Okay, well, if you could send, like I said, if you could send me that or show me that, that'd be cool. Just send it to me. I want to read it myself.
Sure.
I mean, it sounds like you're getting a little fired up. So I just want.
I have a stutter.
So I just want to. I mean, me too, but. I just want to.
But no, I have a stutter. When I speak, I have something called blocks that stops my vocal cords from making sound, and it sounds like I am nervous or fired up. No, that's me trying to force out air from my throat because my fucking vocal cords will like seize up. Why does no one understand?
You're going through that, but
I mean, no one. See, this is what pisses me off. No one can even for a second understand that stutterers even fucking exist. Where like I'm not nervous, I'm not fired up. I'm trying to speak, and my throat is literally seizing up, and so I have to force it out. That's why it sounds like I'm getting aggravated. I'm not. I'm totally chill, right? It's just that my fucking throat won't go along with my brain.
Like, bro, it's so fucked up. Like, how can you like literally hear him say that, Brandon? And you just like don't understand, bro.
Well, because it just kind of sounds like an excuse.
It's not an excuse. What the fuck are you talking about? He comes up on here all the time. He's one of my best friends. I talk to him on a daily fucking basis.
You would never say
he
that
is way smarter than you.
You would say
right? He knows what the fuck he's talking about.
Well, hey, it sounds like he's voting for Joe Biden, so he can't be that smart.
Brandon, how many continents are there?
7.
What are the 3 branches of government?
Legislative, judicial, and executive.
What are the 7 continents?
Antarctica, North America, South America, Australia, Europe, and Asia.
I'm surprised he made it through that.
What's to do with policy, bro? What the hell?
Who's the Chief Justice of the United States?
What is this?
No, we don't have to ask them that. Well, it was just we were just asking you basic questions because I honestly thought you wouldn't know that. You knew those basic questions. Good job. But did you forget Africa maybe?
Your strategy here is to try to insult me.
Wait.
Who insulted me?
Wait, Brandon, you didn't say Africa.
No, I said Africa.
I don't remember you saying that.
Yeah. Pretty sure I said Africa. But even if I didn't, was I wrong about the other ones? I didn't
But
think
you
so.
still didn't get all of them. But okay.
Yeah, we're getting off topic like you always do.
It's very rich. It's very rich for you to claim that we're insulting you when you just spend the last couple of minutes like claiming that like I didn't have a stutter, which is like the ableist as fuck.
But that's a stutter. I'm not like I have a
thank you for
stutter.
the $5. Thank you so much. What do you mean that's a stutter?
But I'm not using that as my limitation at all. Just
it is my limitation. It's the one limitation I have in this fucking world.
Brian, thank you for the $1. They're like, bro, what do you mean, bro? You're just being ridiculous.
Yeah. You made a claim about me that I was getting upset and I was getting fired up, and I say, no, I have a stutter. I have a recognized disability. And you're like, well, maybe, I don't know. Sounds like an excuse. You wouldn't say that to anybody else that has a disability.
Ariel, thank you for the $1. Thank you so much.
Maybe you would.
Because I do know a lot of people who don't use disability as, just a way to be like, I mean, a stutter, would that even like really be like?
Yes, I could qualify under the American Disabilities Act, but I don't
you don't
do
even
it.
know what I
Why?
was about to
Why? Because I actually want to leave resources for people that actually need it, because I can go out in the world and I can speak as long as I hold my head high and I don't let POSs get on my nerve or anything about it. I can speak if people just give me some time to fucking speak.
Okay.
Yeah, but I could get a wide amount of a disability benefits. Well, in fact, I'm already getting them. My boss can't fire me because I stutter.
Well, I'm not saying that you don't need benefits or nothing. It just sounded like you're just trying to make an excuse for something.
He's not making an excuse.
Oh my God.
How is having a stutter trying to make an excuse?
I literally made a video on this
Think
like
of
2
VR,
weeks
thank
ago.
you. I know, right?
You're proving all my points that I made in like a 6-minute video where I explain my stutter. I explain how hard it is to come on this app for people that have stutters, and you're just proving my point.
Well, yeah, I could at least tell you this. I commend you for that. Honestly, game recognizes game.
Joey, thank you for the $5. I appreciate you.
All.
I'm done talking to him.
It's all right. Yeah. You're good, Parker. Thanks for having me up. I appreciate it.
For sure. All right.
Bye, dude. Have a good one. Take care. Bye, chat.
All right. Yo, I can see people's recent comments. People who have requested. That's hilarious. That is hilarious.
I
How old are you?
have Trump and Biden every day of a year.
How old are you?
I'm in my 30s.
Sure. Why?
Because at least Trump hasn't tried to, dump on the... Trump follows the Constitution. Biden don't.
I don't know what you were trying to say there. What were you trying to say?
At least Trump follows the Constitution. Biden
The Constitution?
does not.
Yeah, so when Trump says that he would put people in prison for burning the American flag, is that following the Constitution?
Huh?
Is that following the Constitution for him to say that he would put people in prison for burning the American flag?
Well, that's his opinion. And that's my opinion, too.
Yeah, but like, wouldn't it be the case that that goes against the Constitution?
Well, that doesn't stop
Okay, name one thing he did against the Constitution.
Yeah, I just named it. It would be him making it so that people would go to prison if they burn the American flag. Burning the American flag is freedom of expression. It's the First Amendment.
Did he do that? Did he put people in jail, or did he say he would?
He said he wants
to.
Are you saying something that he did do?
What did he do? Cause I can name at least two things Biden did that's like against the Constitution.
Yeah, what's one thing Biden's done against the Constitution?
He
tried to...
Hold on. He forgave student debt. He can't do that.
That's not unconstitutional.
He can't. Yes, it is, dude. He can't do that.
No, it's not. It's not unconstitutional. Deborah, thank you for the $5. Bridget, thank you for the $5 as well. Thank you so much.
Okay, who's in charge of the purse?
What's up?
Who's in charge of the purse? The money.
Who's in charge of what?
The money.
The money for what?
For the government.
That would be the legislative branch.
Okay, Congress. Okay, only Congress can forgive student debt, not the president.
Pelosi said that herself.
Didn't they pass this through Congress though?
No, they didn't.
I'm pretty sure they had a bill that they passed.
Pelosi even said that he can't do that.
Again, you're saying through executive order, right?
Yeah, which he did.
Yeah, so the student debt repayment that was under Biden, this is a 1 second, let me pull it up for you.
But he did executive order.
So,
it did not go through the House.
So the first part of this was the extension of the student loan repayment pause. So that's something that they can do, absolutely. They provided targeted debt relief to low and middle income families, which specifically is something that they could do through it seems non-Pell Grant recipients to help them out. So these all seem like things they can do. This is through the Public Service Loan Forgiveness Program.
But even the Supreme Court stepped in and said, no, we can't do that.
So again, you're saying that the Supreme Court doesn't allow us to do that, but I don't see any good reason to believe that. JL, thank you for the $1. Thank you so much.
I didn't say us, I said the president. He himself signed a executive order to which was illegal to forgive student debt. Nancy Pelosi and the Supreme Court said he's not allowed to do that. He said, screw you, I'm doing it anyway. You guys talk about a dictator that Trump will be. Well, congratulations, you got one, and Joe Biden and the Democrat Party. It's not Trump, it's not MAGA.
All right. I don't think I have good reason to believe that these things are unconstitutional. But is there anything else you'd like to talk about or add before I go on to the next person?
Yeah, what? Dude, do you believe in the Constitution?
No.
No? Then why are you in the country?
I grew up here. And just because I don't believe in certain things that the U.S. does or the U.S. abides by doesn't mean that I shouldn't be in the country.
Are you a communist?
No, I'm not a communist.
What are you?
I'm a social democrat, like the Scandinavian
you're
countries.
A commie. You're
No.
a commie. You're a 1940 Hitler wannabe.
No,
Dude.
not at all. So social
Yes,
democracy
you are.
is what they have in like Scandinavia. They actually
We're
have
not
more
even-
free markets than us, right?
Hey.
They have freer markets than us. They also have a more social freedom. So this idea that what's up?
We are a constitutional
We're not a
Constitutional republic
democracy.
and representative democracy are compatible. Thank you for that elephant.
Huh?
You can tell your friend that a constitutional republic is compatible with a representative democracy.
No, it's not. Do you know what a democracy is?
Yeah.
Tell him to look it up.
Okay, what is it?
I would just ask you, what's the contradiction between a representative democracy, right, and a constitutional republic?
Ask Google. The United States a Democrat.
A representative democracy, only the elite vote. A republic, everyone votes.
Wait, say that one more time. Sorry.
So in a democracy, only the elite vote.
Not true.
Yes.
No, that's
And
not democracy.
Constitutional republic, which we are, everyone has a vote.
Yeah, that's not what a democracy is. Democracy isn't when only the elite vote. I don't understand where you got that idea of democracy.
Well,
But yeah, I do appreciate you coming up. I do think that we're getting a bit off topic though. Thank you so much, man.
a democracy. I have the definition on my page if you want to go look at it.
Sure, I'll make sure to look for it. Potato, thank you for the $5. Thank
Yeah.
you so much. But appreciate you coming up, man.
You want to replay this and let him
No.
All right. We are going to go on to the next person, everyone. Please only send a guest request if you will be voting for Trump in 2024, y'all. We are just looking for some debates, y'all. Let's get this next person up here. Please only send a guest request if you will be voting for Trump in 2024, y'all. All right, let's get this next individual up here. Yo, thank you for the hat and mustache. Thank you so much. Yo, Lay, thank you so much for the $5. Thank you so much, Lay. All right. Let's get to this next person real quick. Please only send a guest request if you will be voting for Trump in 2024, y'all. Again, please only send a guest request if you will be voting for Trump in 2024. All right, let's try to get this next individual. If you do want to support me, everyone, Venmo, Cash App in the bio, along with follow me on this account if you have not already, because you likely don't follow me because this is my 6th account, everyone. Yo, what's up? How old are you? Also, everyone, don't believe an account is mine unless you've heard from me particularly that the account is mine. I do just want people to know, because there are some people who have made accounts that's like literally not mine, and I just want y'all to know. So only believe an account is me if that's true. Also, I would never just like randomly DM you and be like, yo, I need something from you like this. Right? Like that doesn't happen. Typically, I'll just be on Discord or something, and you can check what my Discord is. I rarely respond to DMs, or I don't ever like just randomly follow people and DM them. So I do just want to let everyone know. So let's get on the next person real quick. Please only send a guest request if you will be voting for Trump. Yo, what's up? How old are you? All right, let's get this next individual up here. Please only send a guest request if you will be voting for Trump, y'all. All right. Bug, if you want to learn more about them, you can join the Discord. That person's crazy, been doing stuff about Dean for a long time and has just shifted it onto me. So just go into the Discord. There's a bunch of information you can learn about that in the Discord. Yeah, I know, Emily. That's what I'm saying. Go to the Discord, check out all the information there. There's like a drama aspect of the Discord specifically related to that person because they're so fucking insane. Yeah, HB, that's not a real story. That was made by QB. That was made by QB. We're gonna get to this next person. Only send a guest to us if you will be voting for Trump. Yo, what's up? How old are you? Thank you for the night's helmet. Thank you, Mark.
It's my turn after all of this long time.
Yeah, how old are you?
Yeah, I'm 26.
For sure. Are you voting Trump?
Well, to be truthful, I am undecided, but I did vote for him in 2016, and his convictions do not change my opinion, and there's a lot of reasons why.
Charity, thank you for the $3.84. Thank you so much. Yeah, so can you name one policy that Donald Trump influenced to get passed that benefit the middle class?
Yeah, I think it's called the VA CARE Act, which what that did was help veterans get outside of the VA and use their VA health benefits outside of the VA because the waiting times are absolutely ridiculous. I had to wait a year and a half just to get on one program. So, yeah, that's one thing that he did that was really helpful.
And when was that passed?
Shoot. I think that was passed like 2020, I think 2020 or 2019.
And you said the act was what? The VA CARE Act?
Yeah.
I looked that up and I don't see that. There's the VA Mission Act.
That may be what it's called. Let me check. Let me recheck.
Yeah, and I can try to look into that to see, because this is from 2019.
That might be it. I thought it was the VA CARE Act is what it was called, but I could be mistaken. But if this says that it's 2019, that's probably the one. For some reason, my internet has decided it's not going to load. Okay. Sure.
So, yeah, that would be an example of something that was already passed. Isn't this just an expansion?
Yes. You've always been able. Well, let me say, you've always been able to go outside of the VA. What that bill was meant to do was to expand it a little and give it, and obviously push it out more because they have to renew bills for funding and everything as well.
Yeah. So, it seems like 2018, 2019 is when this was passed or something like that. It seems to be as like an expansion to the criteria.
Yeah.
Or a change to the criteria.
Right.
So,
yeah, because if you have say if you have VA.
Yeah, I mean, I'll give you that, but I don't know if this is something that Trump influenced to get passed.
Well, it was passed during his presidency.
But that doesn't mean it was influenced to be passed by him. If it's a renewal or if it's in addition to this, that doesn't necessarily indicate that it was, influenced to get passed by him.
I'll give that it doesn't.
People are saying Obama passed it. Yeah, that would be the original one.
However, when it comes up for a reevaluation, and they add amendments under his presidency, as far as in which obviously all the sources are like people like CNN or Fox News or whatever, because they're usually the ones who report on.
Can you show me how he influenced to get this passed?
Well, when I'm saying influence is like when they come up and they say, "Hey, we want to pass this bill," he's like, "Yeah, I'm all for it and I'll sign it." I mean, because the president has to sign the bill, and he thought it was a good idea.
Thank you.
With him.
I do think that there is a bit of a distinction between signing a bill and influencing it to get passed.
Well, in his speech,
but I can give it to you as it is something that he signed.
I mean, when he goes and gives a speech and he says, "Hey, I want to help veterans go outside of the VA." I mean, do you not?
Heather, you can download that on your phone, by the way. And also, if you have that video, I would love for you to be able to send that. You can send that over Instagram, or if you can get into the Discord, send that.
Because I have no.
Yeah, I'm not talking to you.
Yeah. Oh, sorry. Oh, sorry. I thought you were saying.
Yeah. So, what were you saying?
Okay. Yeah. So that's the policy that I would bring up, and he has a few economic ones. That's really not what I was.
Hey, man, can you stop clicking your pen real quick?
Oh, sorry.
You're good. Don't worry. So, what were the other types of things that you like?
Oh, I said I wasn't wanting to go down the policy. I was on the other things that were brought up. I mean, we can. I mean, it's your live, but I thought there was more.
DJ, is there the ability for you to put down the pen or something?
Can you really hear that? It's not a pen. It's my mouse. I'm trying to pull up the.
Oh, okay. Sorry, I thought it was like a pen.
No.
If you're pulling up something, that's fine.
Hold on a second. What? I'm gonna look up this VA CARE Act. I thought that it was called that.
Sure. In the meantime, everyone, do tap that screen. Let's try to get to 500,000 likes. We can add up a second person while they look this up.
No, there was the. So one of the other things that was passed, well, he did pass the Veterans Accountability and Whistleblower Protection Act of 2017.
I didn't remember asking you particularly what did he do for veterans, but I mean you can bring this up.
Well, I mean I'm a veteran, so that would be things that I vote when I go and vote for a president. I want a president.
Yeah, but do you remember the question I asked you?
Policies that he had passed that I liked. Was that not the question?
No, that he influenced to get passed that benefit the middle class.
Oh.
Are you seriously looking up Trump?
Well, I mean, if you want sources of it, I mean, what else am I supposed to?
Well, I mean, I was asking if you knew any off the top of your head.
Other than his speeches where he says, "Hey, this is a bill that's being pushed up, and I fully accept it, and I'm for it, and I hope we get it through Congress." I mean, when you say that kind of stuff in your speeches, then yeah, I would assume that is that not influencing when you have someone who's a figurehead saying, "Hey, pass this"?
I'm asking what bill?
All of them. The VA Mission Act of 2018, which is the one you said. The Whistleblower Protection, the Forever GI Bill, which was passed to extend the GI Bill use. Let's see. And they also signed the act for the VA Choice and Quality Employment Act of 2017, which was a part of the Veterans Choice Program. And it said that he aligned it with his commitment to giving veterans more options for their health care and reducing waiting times, which was part of his campaign promising when he was running that he was going to help veterans with the VA.
Anything you know that would help the middle class?
Well, most veterans are in the middle class, so that's, and I speak on that because I'm a veteran, so that's how this affected me personally. It may not have affected you. You may not be a veteran, but I mean I'm in the middle class, probably on the lower end of it currently. But I'm using all my benefits that Trump did help with, regardless of my personal opinion of him. and I use those to go to school because I would not be able to afford education if I did not join the military. And they've also
Are most of the middle class veterans?
No, I think if I remember correctly, statistically, I think about like 2% of people join the military. But of all of those, most of them are middle class, or pretty much all of them are middle class, except for the very, very few, probably like 0.5% at most.
That's definitely not true.
Oh, you think that most veterans? Well, then why do we have such a huge veteran homeless problem then? If veterans,
we have a homelessness problem in America because of conservative policy and legislation. But
so
like, if you want to talk about, hold up, you want to talk about the people in who are veterans, right? You're not saying that all of them, or you're saying most of them, like 99% are in the middle class. I don't have any economic data to justify that. Okay, so you'd have to show me economic data that justifies that it's significantly different than the average.
Well, I know for a fact that 1% of the population, covers, and then 10% covers like what we call the elites, and then 10% is a good majority of the rich people. And if there's only 2% of veterans and you have a major veteran homeless problem, it's a reasonable assumption to say that most veterans are middle class or under. But if we want statistics,
no, but
which is what I just tried to Google here on a quick search to maybe look for something. The median household income for veterans is around $77,000 per year, which is higher than the median for non-veterans. Approximately 10 to 15% of veterans fall into lower income brackets earning less than $30,000 per year. A significant portion of veterans fall into middle income brackets with the household incomes ranging $30,000 to $75,000 per year. So the most significant portion is the middle income, which is the $30,000.
Yeah, but that's not 99% like you claimed. Okay?
I don't think I claimed none. Oh, okay,
I'm gonna go actually insane, dude.
You're right. I did say 0.5%, but the majority, the significant portion of veterans do fall in the middle class.
Okay, but a significant portion of the middle class are not veterans. So we can say that this benefit veterans, sure, but this isn't necessarily representative of the rest of the middle class. Does that make sense?
Yeah. Oh, yeah. I understand what you're saying. So, but you asked me.
And then, I can also mention all the things Donald Trump said about veterans. I can mention the PACT Act. I can mention expansions that Biden has made for veterans.
Okay. Yeah, I know. Joe Biden has done so too. And actually, the Republicans do have a bill that most veteran organizations say would be a negative impact currently. I forgot what it was called, but they were pushing through. So, that's kind of one of the things that might deter me from a Republican vote on this next coming election. However, you did ask me you asked me for policies that I felt were significant for Trump, and those were the ones that I felt were significant. I mean, if we want to talk about if we want to talk about across the board for everyone, I mean, that's a different conversation. But obviously,
all right. Is there anything else you'd like to talk about, Arad?
Yeah. So the people that were in here earlier talking about the Trump cases for the 27 essays. So I think that it is completely unfair to insinuate that you don't have to prove your allegations. We have a legal system that's set up innocent until proven guilty. And a civil case doesn't prove guilt. It proves that it was more likely than not.
Yeah, which is so you agree it's more likely than not that Trump's sexually abused someone?
Absolutely.
Okay, so if it's more likely than not that Trump sexually abused someone, then why are you voting for him?
Because there's still a chance that he didn't, and no one has proved that to me yet.
But it's more likely than not.
But that's not the basis of our legal system.
If it was more likely than not, it is for civil courts. It is for civil courts. Preponderance of the evidence is what it's based on. But unanimous jury, based upon that preponderance of evidence, indicated that he sexually abused Eugene Carroll.
So preponderance of evidence means this is how you would use that. due to the preponderance of evidence, I rule in favor of the plaintiff, is what the judge would have said. The standard.
I never
however,
said what the judge would say, but
well, you said that preponderance of evidence was the standard, but the standard is more likely than not.
that's what preponderance of the evidence means, dude.
No, preponderance of evidence rules in favor to create the more likely or not. It's not the same thing.
Preponderance of evidence is based upon a more likely than not standard. Is that it? Is that true?
Yes, you have to have a preponderance of evidence to create.
What is the preponderance of the evidence?
It's the evidence that's shown on both sides. It's not
what
just
does it
one
mean
in
for there to
favor
be a
of either
preponderance of the evidence?
that there's a likely cause, that it's more likely than not.
Okay, so you just conceded.
No, there's a difference between the two. Dude, I've taken legal classes on this. There's a difference between the two. Get Law of the Wild back up here. He'll tell you the same thing. They're two different things. Preponderance of evidence is not the same as more likely than not.
So what is preponderance of the evidence?
Preponderance of evidence is what's needed to have something ruled in your favor. The preponderance of evidence can rule in the favor of the defendant, which would mean
You literally just said 30 seconds ago preponderance of evidence is more likely than not.
No, I said that it creates the reasoning to rule in favor of someone under the standard of more likely than not. The standard itself is called more likely than not.
So when I say that preponderance of the evidence means that it's more likely than not that he sexually abused Eugene Carroll, am I right when I say that?
Yes, but you could also say, due to the preponderance of evidence, that he's not likely.
I don't care. Now, can you fucking respond to that point? Why do you want to vote for someone that is more likely than not a sexual abuser?
Because I had myself personally, and this is a case that I still have ongoing with my abuser, who was a female, and I live in Tennessee where females can't be abusers in Tennessee. So
is that like legal statute?
No, it's just the perception of juries and police officers. They won't arrest women when there's even significant evidence that the women are doing things. So here's what happened in mine. She said, and this was after I filed multiple police reports where they told me, oh, her waving a sharp object at you isn't really constituting. And I was like, I'm pretty sure if a woman said I did that to her, I'd be in jail today. And so anyways, I broke up with her and we were kind of going back and forth. She made a police report. I wasn't even there. She had the police come to her house, write what she said, and from that went and arrested me in another state. Okay. So during the course of all of this, and I broke up with her, which she stood outside my house for 24 hours. And then after that, she did it again, broke into my house, okay, all this same time saying that I was abusing her. All my charges got dropped. Now she's on trial for trying to run over my ex-wife / girlfriend again and for breaking into my house. Okay, so women lie. So unless you go into a courtroom and you prove beyond a reasonable doubt, not more likely than not, beyond a reasonable doubt, I don't believe anybody.
Okay, was O.J. Simpson guilty?
Was O.G. Oh, you should just say O.G. Simpson?
I said O.J.
His trial was in '96. I think they found. Didn't they find
yes or
him
no?
not? Didn't he find him not guilty in the court of trial?
In a criminal court, in a civil court, they did.
Okay, because the standards are different, and he's not guilty to the crime.
Wait, I have a question. So, do you think he's guilty?
I think that it's more likely that that he did do it, but that's different than saying, "Oh yeah, he absolutely did it. Throw him in prison forever."
So,
civil courts are completely different.
Did you know that? Wait, so do you accept the ruling?
Accept the ruling of O.J. Simpson?
Yeah, that he's liable for this.
Well, on the criminal case, he wasn't.
Would you convict him if you were on the jury?
No, because they didn't prove it beyond a reasonable doubt.
So you would never, unless it's beyond a reasonable doubt, accept something?
Yes, that's the whole point of our legal system.
That's criminal courts, not civil courts. We're talking about more likely than not. So I have a question. If there was a babysitter that more likely than not has sexually abused a child before, would you hire them as a babysitter?
No.
Why not? They haven't been proven beyond a reasonable doubt.
Right, and so they're allowed to say their reasoning. So if they tell me their case and I go and look up their case and I'm like, okay, yeah, this seems highly likely. No, I'm not.
Troy, thank you for the $10. Thank you so much. Okay, so what about the recent case that we're referencing here? Do you think indicates that it's not more likely?
Are you talking about the civil case or are we talking about the criminal case?
I'm talking about the civil case.
Okay, the civil case with with the allegations of forgot what her name was, but the woman that's in here saying it was her aunt, that it was likely that incident did occur. I mean, she had a lot of witness testimony, but the thing is that in the criminal courts, however, witness testimony is not enough. And just having witness testimony with some things that add up is also not proving it beyond a reasonable doubt. The issue that I have with the actual criminal cases, because I do agree with the civil courts, but the criminal case, these accounts that he was convicted on were all conspiracy type charges. They are not, because every politician does them. They're not things that you can actually prove. And the law is set up that way so that people can do those things, and they do it on both sides. You can put your hand in your head all you want, but that's the world that you live in. You don't believe me? Bring up the law on the wild guy, because I guarantee you he's going to tell you the same thing. If he's really a lawyer, he's going to tell you the same thing, that the standards of evidence for charges where you're saying, hey, someone used money for this, the only things that they can bring up are the records where he put the money as something else, and then a bunch of witness testimonies that say, yeah, he told us to use the money for this explicitly. Unless Trump literally himself said, use this money to pay off Stormy Daniels, you cannot prove it beyond a reasonable doubt. It's all circumstantial evidence at the top of the
Wait, you understand that was in a criminal court, right?
The criminal, dude, he got charged with Class E felonies.
This was in a criminal court, so this was beyond reasonable doubt.
Yeah, so the...
So I thought you accept beyond reasonable doubt.
No, I'm saying that they did not prove it. No, I said they did not prove it beyond a reasonable doubt.
They did. It's a criminal court.
They used all circumstantial evidence.
That's a criminal court. You're conflating the cases.
Okay, so I'm wanting to talk about
preponderance of the evidence is in a civil court, not a criminal.
Right, which I was talking about the criminal.
Yeah, if you were talking about the criminal, that means that the jury did indicate beyond a reasonable doubt, because he was found guilty.
Yeah, right. They did.
So do you want to vote for a convicted felon?
Do you know what jury nullification is?
Are you going to vote for a convicted felon?
If I think that he's going to be the best option, yes. Do you understand that jury bias?
So you'll vote for a convicted felon, a proven sexual abuser, proven fraudster, election denier, the guy who undermined American democracy?
Likely, not proven. Likely.
Proven. Proven based upon preponderance of the evidence. Wait, can you tell me, what is your standard for truth?
Beyond a reasonable doubt, meaning there is no way that on any other way. That's my standard of proof for context.
Okay, so you're saying if you have a reasonable doubt for something, you won't believe it?
If I have a reasonable doubt for something, then yes, I will at some point in my head say, well, it's likely something else could have happened too.
Do you believe in God?
Yes, I do, and I'm also aware that
you have reasonable doubt?
I do, which is why I don't state it for a fact. I believe it, but I don't state it for a fact. You can't prove that God exists, and you can't prove that he doesn't exist. I'm well aware of that. Why does that upset you? Why does that upset you that you can't prove it either way?
Because you believe that your standard for believing it in this scenario,
but it's
quite literally, be quiet. Your standard for believing it in this scenario quite literally isn't beyond a reasonable doubt for God, but for great victims, it has to be.
Which is why
do you realize the double standard that you have there?
No, because I know it's an opinion.
No.
I don't tell someone.
So I'm asking you what your opinion is. What is your opinion, right, that he is a sexual abuser?
No, quite frankly, I don't think so.
Okay, so why is that not your opinion?
Because he's a very wealthy individual, and if a woman will lie on me, who I'm just an average person, They will definitely lie on a multimillionaire to get some money. So you have to prove beyond a reasonable doubt, in my opinion, that
But you don't have to. You don't. But people would lie for religion. So why don't you have to?
They don't, though.
Why don't you have
I
to
don't.
prove? Why don't you have to prove beyond a reasonable doubt?
Okay, but you're confusing me with everybody. I'm a single person and I have my own opinion. I would never throw someone in jail because they didn't believe in God, because I know you can't prove God exists, just like I know you can't prove that he doesn't.
Yeah, but you're not listening. I'm asking whether or not you believe something, not whether or not you're throwing them in jail. We're going to get to the throwing them in jail here in a second. We're talking about whether or not you believe it.
Okay, yes, I can believe.
You told me you don't believe it, yet the standard of truth that you are using is beyond a reasonable doubt. If I were to use that standard of truth, well, then I'm going to say that God doesn't exist.
There's a difference, though, in having an opinion and believing something and then knowing it as fact. That's the
Okay, I'm asking what your opinion is, dude. I'm not asking what you consider fact, okay? I'm asking what your opinion is. And is your opinion that he's a sexual abuser?
No, because I think that
why not?
I think it's more likely that people would be looking for money. Now,
wait, but what did the court determine? That it was more likely than not that what?
The court determined that it was more likely than not that the specific case that we're talking about that he did.
Oh, okay. So you saying it's more likely for it to not have occurred is contradicted by the result of the jury.
No, I said, well, yeah, I mean, but that's from my opinion. I'm not saying that
but
the
like
court was wrong,
again,
but I'm saying I
you
my
have most
opinion.
reason to believe that it is the case that she was abused based on this, because you're saying you judge it based on what's more probable.
Yeah, but the court restricts what type of evidence that you can bring.
Donna, thank
So,
you for the $10. Thank you so much, Donna.
Like Trump's lawyer can't go up there and say,
And Troy, thank you for the $10.
is-
I am going to need one after this.
is money a reason why you're doing this? Like, you can't just go up there and ask these types of questions. It's very restrictive on the things that you can do.
Yeah, why would
So-
she be doing it for money when she already is fucking rich?
Why didn't she do a criminal trial? Why did
Because
she
it was past the statute of limitations.
Okay, so that's her fault then.
Okay, so you're saying it's victims' faults for being raped that they waited because they were abused and going through trauma?
It's not their fault that they were abused, but it's
That's
most
what
definitely
you just said.
their
It was her
for
fault
not
that she didn't process her trauma quick enough.
You don't have to process your trauma to make a police report.
Wait, yes, you can. Yes, you do.
No,
in
you don't
plenty
have
of
to go through
scenarios.
with the full report. You can make the
What you do
report and
in
say,
plenty
"I'm
of
gonna come back
scenarios.
to
Plus, you have to acknowledge that there are implications of other people. Maybe she doesn't want her family to know. Maybe she doesn't want people around her to know. That's a part of processing the trauma, right? Society's response to hearing about what you're talking about is in her being able to acknowledge that people are going to respond that way is a part of the trauma, right? Because the trauma isn't just subject, right, to that. It's subject to the societal response. She now has trauma because people like you are on this platform denying the fact that she was raped when there's very clear evidence indicating this. You use standards of evidence for God, right, that are not able to, that would specifically indicate that she was abused. If you say more likely than not, even though you don't have evidence that God is more likely than not to exist, right, well, then that's going to say that she was abused because we indicated that it was more likely than not.
Well, I don't. Okay, that's not.
So I just wanted to comment that
That's
Eugene was already a millionaire back in the early 90s when this happened. And when she filed the suit in 2016, she was, what, 70 something and a millionaire? So, no, she didn't do it for money at all. In fact, if she had wanted to do it for money, she would have done it a long time ago when she still had a lot of life to live. But the reason that she didn't press criminal charges is multifaceted. Number one, she consulted with the two friends that testified at her trial, and they told her not to report it because she was a women's rights activist, and the two women that she consulted in were also, I think one of them was a social worker, and they told her not to report it because of what it would put her through to go up against somebody like Donald Trump. In addition to that, her parents were still alive, and they were staunch conservatives who just didn't talk about things like that. And she was terrified to have to divulge to them that this had happened and have those conversations with them. So she waited until after they passed away.
Okay. So I understand that. And, I do feel sorry for someone who that's the reasoning. However, from an objective standpoint, we see rich people all the time do things to make themselves even more rich. Okay. And not just in, civil court cases. I mean, they do crimes to make themselves more rich.
She lives in a cabin in the woods.
When we had,
she's not, she doesn't care about money. If you knew the way that she lives, she's absolutely the opposite of like a gold digger type person. She literally lives in a cabin in the woods with her dogs. She's not.
And you personally know this person?
She's my aunt.
Okay. So, all I can do is take your word for that because, I don't.
You want me to prove it? I've done it before.
Yeah, you're more.
You don't have to do that.
You're
Amber.
more than welcome.
He should honestly just believe that. He also,
I'm going to send you, actually, after this live, Parker, just to be 100% with it, I'm going to send you a DM with some information to unequivocally prove to you that I'm telling the truth, even though
I already believe you. You can do that if you would like, but I do already believe you.
I know
that you're sincere.
On TikTok, so
I know, but
DJ,
so
she has a reputation in this community, right, that she's built up by interacting. She's clearly very knowledgeable about the case, right?
Okay.
She's not lying.
But I'm saying
I'm not saying that she is. However, what I'm saying is,
hold on 1 second. DJ, hold on.
DJ,
I'm just saying this to you, Parker, just so that if anyone ever questions you, you can say, I've seen the proof. That's all I'm saying. That's all.
Yeah, for sure. Absolutely.
Go ahead, DJ.
You have protections within the legal system that if you're a person of SA or GRAPE or anything like that, and you're not ready to come out with it, you can still go to the police and make a report so that it's held on to, so that when you go back 20 years later and say, hey, this happened, and they say, well, why didn't you report it then?
DJ,
that you can say,
that's not how that works.
No. Yes, it is how it works. I work with it.
DJ.
I work with it.
I've reported a case like that before. That's not how that works.
They have to take a police report.
Once you submit a police report for a violent crime, you do not have a choice anymore whether or not the police pursue that person and pursue charges.
Do you know what the New York Special Victims Crime Unit is?
Yes, I do. I'm from New York.
They literally have setups. So when they go to people for grapes, when they go to those people, they say, hey, please take a test kit, even if you're not going to pursue charges, just in case you change your mind. They do that. So what do you mean there's no protections?
They do not have the victim, once they report a crime like that, a violent felony, they do not have a choice in the matter whether the police pursue charges against the perpetrator. They don't just go, oh, you don't want to press charges? Oh, okay. That's for like lesser crimes where they will say like whether or not you, like if somebody's used your car without authorization and you report it, they'll ask you, do you want to press charges? That's not how it works in a violent crime. The state pursues it.
Yeah, the state does pursue crimes. However, there's a classification of special victims is what I'm saying. So when you have a special victims unit, you're saying, just like assault and battery would not classify as a special victims unit. A special victims unit would be something like SA because they know that victims may not be ready to go and pursue these things. Now, they may not have had it in 1996 when this occurred. It was 96, right? I believe. But I think that they did. And they have these things set in now because we've done the research on it, and everything that you're saying like is correct in the terms of the research of how victims freeze and how they're not ready, which is why we created the special victims units, especially in New York.
You're forgetting the fact that you would still have to get yourself to a police station to report this to begin with. And that is nearly impossible and debilitating for a lot of victims. So, yeah, you'd still have to have the wherewithal and the state of mind to be able to go to a police station to report this and recount what happened to you. That alone is too re-traumatizing for many victims. So what is your point?
I understand that. My point is that when you do that, you really hinder the beyond the reasonable doubt standard that's needed.
Well, that's why she didn't have a criminal case, isn't it?
Yes.
And she never thought she could.
So you can't. So you can't tell me that I have to. So that's where the issue comes into play. Then, if she didn't do the criminal route and go beyond and do beyond a reasonable doubt, I can't sit here and say for fact Donald Trump did this. Like that. That's the issue that I have.
Cool,
and
DJ.
I can't
Be
do
a
it
grape
because of my
apologist.
personal
We'll put you on the list. Cool. You don't believe her. Awesome. You're not alone.
I would if it actually happened, I would love to believe her, and I wish she would have done the criminal trial. And I would
actually happen, but all you have to go by is what I'm telling you, and you don't know me. But what you do have to go by is the civil verdict.
Yeah, it's likely. It's likely that he did that. That's what they proved in court.
Yeah,
that they proved to a jury and to a judge.
Right.
If it was
and if
even a
that's
jury
not
trial.
enough for you, then that sounds like a you problem, friend.
It's not enough for me to say for fact. It's enough for me to say it's a likely option, but it's not enough for me to say, yeah, it's for fact.
Cool. So
He
then
needs
you're
be
going to
proven.
vote for somebody that you believe more likely than not is a rapist.
Yeah, I also think the Clintons are, and I also think Joe Biden is. What
You're
about
not
the DNC?
Ross's couch. Do not
What about-
pivot. I asked
No, I
you
mean,
a
no,
question.
it's true. I don't trust any of them. I don't know any of them. So how are you going to sit here and make that insinuation?
None of the other ones were adjudicated in court for doing this.
No, but I can assure you, well, Bill Clinton got, they passed on him.
Bill
He should have been in court. He got impeached. And then they shut it down in the
Ross's
Senate
couch,
because the Senate
everybody.
was
Ross's
Democratic
couch in the
control.
chat. Ross's couch in the chat. No one cares. We're not talking about Bill Clinton.
Well, okay, no, I am making the insinuation that you can't tell me that I can't vote for Trump when literally people were voting for Clinton who was
DJ?
doing the same thing.
DJ, first of all, I can't tell you to do anything. All I can do is tell you the facts and what I know. I can sit here and tell you that it's a piece of shit move to vote for someone who you believe more likely than not has committed SA. I can say that.
Okay, then you shouldn't be voting for any politicians on the ballot as well. And I don't mean that as like I don't mean that to defend him.
Ross's couch.
I mean that as that we have that big of a problem because we can't even lay eyes on the Epstein client list. Imagine that one.
Oh, let's talk about Epstein. Do you want to see the court documents where Donald Trump and
I know
Jeffrey
the court
Epstein
documents you're
were
about to show. You have to
co-defendants
show
in
them
a
again.
case against a 13-year-old?
I already saw those.
I mean, the
and yeah,
evidence-
do you know what that court document is, though? That's
Yeah,
a court
I do.
document requesting the court to make a criminal case on it,
Yeah,
which they never
exactly.
did.
Right.
And they
I
never
know,
did.
Because she was threatened so many times, she backed out of it. Have you heard the tape from the Wendy Williams show where they ask Ivanka, his daughter, and him what they have in common? Have you heard that one? And she says, real estate or golf? And he says, well, sex. Have you heard that one?
Is that an issue
You don't think it's an issue to say that you have sex in common with his daughter?
Oh, I thought that was his wife. Sorry.
Ivanka, his daughter.
Thought it was his wife because he said he would date his daughter if it wasn't his daughter.
That's a little weird, but unless he's actually doing it with her, it's not illegal. I mean, he can
I
comment on
didn't
her
ask you if it was illegal.
life. He's her father.
The point I'm
we
making,
asked you if it's fucked up.
Yeah, the point I'm
I
making,
wouldn't do it personally.
The point I'm making is a lifelong treasure trove of this kind of speech and behavior that has piled so high. I don't understand how in the world, with all of these things that have come out of his own damn mouth, and then including the court case on top of it, that somehow you could possibly believe that he's innocent.
Well, I don't know if you were up here when I said it, but from my personal experience, women lie. And so that's an issue. So I have to have it. I need to see it beyond a reasonable doubt for me to start quoting something as a fact, because it's still to this day struggling. I had a prosecutor tell me on the case that I have ongoing that people will just see my case as a breakup. the girl standing outside of my house for 24 hours, then the next day breaking in, trying to run over my wife, was told to me, oh, well, the jury's just going to see it as a breakup. Now, I know for a fact if I did that, I will never see the light of day.
Oh, really?
And that's the issue I have.
Would you like to hear what happened
push.
to me?
You're more than welcome to. But what I'm saying is you got to prove these things beyond a reasonable doubt to get criminal justification on it. Because people lie for some reason. I don't know why they do, but they lie on stuff like this.
Would you say that's your child?
A very rare thing for
DJ, would you
to
say that's
lie.
your child? You have to prove this beyond a reasonable doubt for me to believe it?
No, but that's a different
Why
reason.
is that different?
Well, because that's my child and I'm supposed to support them and help them find it beyond a reasonable doubt, which is why I wouldn't be, which is why you don't hire an attorney who has personal stake in things. You get people who are objective.
Who had
That's
a
why we have
personal
attorneys.
stake? What are you talking about?
So like if you are a lawyer and somebody victimizes you, you don't go and represent yourself because you're looking at it through a personal lens.
What does
So
that
you're
have
not-
to do with anything?
Because when you want something done in a criminal court, you have to be objective about it because you have to prove it beyond a reasonable doubt. And to prove it beyond a reasonable doubt, you need objectivity to it.
I'm just wondering what the relevance of that comment is, since we're not talking about anybody who had.
Because you're telling me that I
conflict of
shouldn't vote
interest
for him
in this
because
case?
it's likely that he essayed someone. But
I have a question.
They haven't
If
proved it.
someone you knew in high school told you that they were essayed, right? Would you be like, yo, you have to prove this beyond a reasonable doubt. This has to go through that system for me to believe you?
So what I do with that, because I've actually had that scenario come up a few times, I take it for what it is and I treat it as a likely thing. And I look at the person, like I had a very specific incident, and I could see the guy doing it. I think that he did do it, but I'm not going to go around and say, yeah, for a fact, he's an essayer. Because I don't know beyond a reasonable doubt. I just think it's likely, but I'm not going to go
Okay,
around and say,
so you won't go around saying God exists because it's not proven beyond a reasonable doubt.
I go around and I say that I always say I think God is real. I don't.
Okay,
I don't
so
tell
why
anybody
won't
for
you
a
say
fact that-
I think that she was sexually abused?
Because I could be wrong, the same way I could be
Well,
wrong
you-
about God. I think.
Okay,
that
so if it's the same, then why would you say different standards for each other? You say you believe in one but not the other. What's the relevant difference? What's the relevant difference insofar as that you believe one but not the other?
You're not understanding what I'm saying. So let me try to re-explain it. So
I don't think that's a me
I
issue.
think that it's likely
I don't either.
the event that she said occurred. Okay. I think that it's likely that God exists.
Oh my God.
However, when I'm having objective conversations with someone, I do not state these things as fact.
No, but you say you believe them. Why do you believe one but not the other?
I just said that I just told you that I believe both are likely. What do you? So what are you saying? Why do you keep asking?
Yeah, so why do you believe one but not the other?
I believe both are a likely outcome, just as I believe that he. Why can't I believe all three of these things? Why can't I believe that God exists and
Believe that she
her
was
story-
sexually abused?
So the
and
bottom
believe
line
that she
is,
was essayed?
Wait,
and
DJ, you
that
believe
Trump
she was
might not have
essayed?
done it.
he believes it's more than likely. He believes God is more than likely to exist, and he probably lives his life on the promise of an eternal afterlife with God, and stakes his entire existence upon that, even though he says it's only more than likely. And yet in this case, he'll vote for someone who he believes is more than likely to have done this. It doesn't really make a lot of sense to me, but the bottom line is he believes that more than likely this happened, and he's still going to vote for him. That's
Both
the issue.
options. Here's what I'm saying. All right, in the civil case, both options here are likely. She could be after money, or it could have really happened. It wasn't proven beyond a reasonable doubt either way. So I believe both could be it.
It wasn't after money. She had money.
It may not have been, but what I'm saying is both are things that could have happened because we didn't prove it beyond a reasonable doubt. That's the point of a civil court and a criminal court. The criminal court requires you to prove it beyond a reasonable doubt because we're throwing them in jail. The civil court, they're just doing it financially.
I have been through both processes. I'm well aware of how it works. Okay. Do you know who E. Jean Carroll is? Like what she did for a career or anything about her?
No, I just know the cliff notes from the court case.
So you don't know that she was already a wealthy author, advice columnist,
That's
and
in the
talk
court case.
show guest in Manhattan for like 35 years?
No, I'm aware of that. That was in the case.
Okay, so, I mean, I know how much money she has or had before this, so I don't understand why she would put herself through the fucking hell that she's been through bringing these charges for money when she already has money.
I get that, and that's part of the reason why they ruled in her favor of it being.
Holly, think of the $10.
Here's the other thing. Let's think about this for a second. Let's be objective. Shall we,
Okay.
Parker? Let's be objective. Okay. She brings this defamation suit against Donald Trump. The judge suggests that they add the essay based on the evidence that he has heard from her. So she decides to add that to her suit, which was never her original intention. She was only intending to sue him for defamation.
Okay.
In that case, she knows that there's going to be a trial where she has to testify and bring whatever evidence she has, and that he's going to bring whatever defense he has. If he had submitted the DNA that she and her lawyers asked for 2 years for him to submit, that he refused to submit, if he had submitted that DNA and he was innocent, that would have destroyed her career and her life, because everyone would know that she was a liar. Why would she continue to pursue trying to get his DNA for 2 years if she knew that would be the outcome?
Okay, so 2 things here. That's why, for one, I'll go ahead and say that's why it was ruled in her. That's part of the reason why it was ruled in her favor. Okay, but 2, you have constitutional rights in the United States. Okay, so if she was wanting physical DNA evidence, they have to have reasoning to justify a warrant to get it. And obviously, no one went and got a warrant to go get Trump's DNA. So
they literally.
I agree.
can't.
I'm
Aaron,
not saying
think of the
legal system
$10.
is perfect. I'm not saying the legal system is perfect, but that's just how it
No,
is.
they
And we
they
can't
legally,
you can't
DJ,
bend the law for one,
DJ,
because if
DJ.
so, then Hillary Clinton, with deleting emails, should have also had a warrant out to investigate her.
Ross's couch. DJ, they could not legally subpoena his DNA in a civil case. Okay? That's not possible. It wouldn't have mattered how much evidence they had. They can't serve a warrant on him to get his DNA in a civil case. It's not legal.
Right.
So it had to have been voluntary. But for 2 years, she hoped that he would, because it would have proven her case. And if she was the one asking for it and knew that she was lying, she would have known that was going to destroy her forever. She would have lost her career, all her money, and then he would have sued her in civil court for defamation. And she would have lost everything she had, but she still pursued it.
Right. And that's why she won that civil case.
Yeah, because she's telling the truth.
Okay. But see, what I'm trying to distinguish here is that I can believe that it was likely that she's right. Okay. But at the same time, say there was not a standard of proof to prove it as a fact.
DJ?
You're not understanding the difference.
No,
We have a
I
difference
do
for a
understand.
reason.
DJ, I totally understand exactly the difference and exactly what you're saying. All you're doing right now is trying to use legalese to bend yourself into pretzels to
You mean like every politician does? Because every politician sitting in Washington,
Ross's
D.C.
couch
right now.
again in the chat. Ross's couch, everybody.
Well, no, you can't just
We're
pick and choose
talking
what
about
politician
this
you
right
want to
now.
throw under the bus.
We're talking
because they all do it.
DJ, you're bending yourself into pretzels to justify why you are going to vote for someone that you know is more than likely a rapist. And I know, based on what you're saying right now and everything that you've heard, that you do believe it. And the only reason you're saying
you're
this
doing the same
is
thing.
because you have to justify your vote. I'm not voting for a rapist. What are you talking about?
Who are you voting for?
I'm voting for Joe Biden.
Oh, so Joe Biden doesn't go around touching kids and having the parents move the kid away and going to Epstein Island. He didn't do that?
Joe Biden.
What related to Epstein
He's
Island?
not friends with Jeffrey Epstein.
No.
No, that was Trump. That was Trump.
Really? Oh, really? Because the last time I checked, Barack Obama, Hillary Clinton,
No.
Bill Clinton,
No.
and Joe Biden were all friends. And we don't have the full list, but we know Bill Clinton was sitting on Jeffrey Epstein's plane.
Wait, but you said that he was friends with Jeffrey
Guess
Epstein.
who else was, DJ?
Hold up. Yeah, if
Donald Trump.
So it's
Yeah.
likely that
Wait,
he
you
was
understand?
that he
Wait,
was as
DJ,
well.
DJ. Trump was the one that was friends with him, who said that he's a terrific guy and that he likes beautiful women as much as he does, many of them on the younger side, or about Jeffrey Epstein knowing that he has this. So that's
Does Joe
one
Biden
thing.
have
As was
a
Bill,
court case
as was
as
Bill
a
Clinton, a
defense
friend
of
of Jeffrey Epstein.
I know, but that's not Joe Biden. So you saying Joe Biden was friends with him is not substantiated.
But Joe Biden's friends with Bill Clinton.
Okay, that doesn't
So
justify that.
it's likely that he knew. It's likely he knew, and it's likely he didn't say anything.
So let me,
or it's
DJ, let
likely
me
he
ask you a
foretook.
question.
I think
have
it's
a
more likely
question
with
for
Trump
you.
there.
So you
and then I
have
have
a
a question I want to
problem-
ask after.
You have a problem with Joe Biden supposedly knowing and being friends with Jeffrey Epstein, with Bill Clinton being friends with Epstein, and you're going to use that as justification that I should not. Let me finish reclaiming my time.
Okay.
And you're going to use that as a justification why I should not vote for them. However, Trump is the one who definitely was friends with Jeffrey Epstein, and that's not a justification for me to tell you not to vote for him. That is called hypocrisy, friend.
Okay, I definitely think.
What
and
happened
this-
to beyond a reasonable doubt?
We're talking about likely things. She's saying I can't vote for someone because I said that it was likely that they essayed someone. But then
No,
if
but
that's
you
the
said that
case,
he
I
was
can't vote
friends.
for
You said that Joe
either
Biden
because
was
it's likely
friends.
that Joe Biden
You said
helped
Joe Biden was
Jeffrey
friends with Jeffrey Epstein, but you didn't prove that beyond a reasonable doubt.
So
I
that
have
was
reasonable
likely that
doubt.
it was. We're only talking about being likely here.
But I have
I've
reasonable
never
doubt.
heard of Joe Biden even knowing Jeffrey
It's not
Epstein.
beyond a reasonable doubt that Trump did his stuff.
Okay, so
Yeah.
that's kind of like my point here is that you're not understanding that you're not using beyond reasonable doubt for all these other types of scenarios to justify truth, but you do in this one specific scenario with Trump. Secondly, I also have a question to ask.
That's
if you
not true.
believe, if you believe that it is just as likely that God exists as she was essayed, and you vote for like specific things like abortion based upon religion, why wouldn't you vote based upon like him being held liable?
I don't even know what you're rephrase.
Why
your
wouldn't you
question.
vote it? Oh my God, bro. Sean, to thank you for the $6.66. Thank you.
What he's
If
saying
you believe,
is that based on your moral compass, that's based on your religion, you will cast a vote about something like being pro-life. However, essaying people is also against your religion, but you will vote for that.
I don't recall stating my religion,
Is
but
that what you were saying, Parker?
No, here I'll restate it for him. If you believe that it is just as likely that God exists as she was essayed, as they are both more likely than not, and you vote based upon this, like you vote against abortion, why would you not then vote against Trump, right? Because it's also true based upon that same evidentiary standard.
no, it's likely that it's true.
Oh
And
my
also, I don't
fucking
vote-
God.
and I
What
don't
were you
vote
saying
against
is the
abortion.
basis of saying God exists?
That it's likely, but I don't base my whole life.
On religion? Yeah, you fucking do.
No, I don't. I've never even stated my religion.
go to
so how can
church?
you sit here and assume- No, I don't.
Are you Christian?
No, I'm not. So I love how we're putting words in my mouth here.
What religion do you believe in?
I believe in my own. I've kind of created my own spirituality. So through my own philosophy, learning, and everything.
Parker, I
in my-
created my own religion too, and the number one tenet is to stop promoting grape culture. That's my
So-
number one tenet of my religion. Anybody else want to join
Base
me?
Amber religion?
when it comes to voting, okay, all I was making the argument to say is she said that I shouldn't vote for Trump because it's likely that he's done SA, okay? And I said if that's the case, then I can't vote for Biden. I can't vote for Clinton's because it's likely that they helped Jeffrey Epstein abduct children. It's true. Whether you like it.
Okay.
Respectfully, this might be one of the dumbest guests I've ever had on my platform.
Parker, let's work this logic out.
There's no evidence.
No,
DJ, I don't want you to talk over me. So if you do, I'm going to mute you again.
Let's work this logic out. He's
There was
saying
no evidence, no more likely than not standard.
There
there.
isn't.
How was that likely?
let's just say
Because no one took it to trial.
DJ,
But
DJ.
Clinton sat on Jeffrey Epstein's plane on at
It's
least
not running
two
right now.
occasions. It's on his flight log.
So did
flight log
Trump.
going to
Wait,
the
so did
IA.
Trump. So did Trump.
So did Donald Trump, but you're going to vote for him. This is what we're saying. You're using these people being associated, possibly associated, or definitely. I don't know. I've never seen proof of Joe Biden being on those flight logs. I have seen proof that Donald Trump was on them, and I've seen proof that Bill Clinton was on them, and I certainly wouldn't vote for Bill Clinton after that. But you're telling us that we can't vote for those people who are allegedly connected to Epstein, but Trump is connected to Epstein, and you're going to vote for him.
Actually, I said I was undecided still, but thanks for putting another word in my mouth.
DJ, the first question I asked you on the stream is, are you voting for Trump? And you said yes. If
I
you
said
did not
that-
say that, DJ, I would have kicked you from my stream. Okay? So you just lied.
No, actually, I told you. I said I voted for Trump in 2016. I said I'm undecided currently right now. What did
No,
I
you
get
didn't.
informed?
Okay, I have
I'm
a
kicking
question.
him.
Oh,
I kicked him. I'm not.
all right. Well, thanks, Parker.
Of course, of course.
Have a good one.
These people are the worst.
I just like whatever, dude. I don't.
I know. Seriously.
Okay. See you later.
Appreciate you. All right, let's get this next person up, y'all. Only send a guest request if you will be voting for Trump in 2024. If you want to support me, Venmo and Cash App in the bio. Y'all, this is like literally the worst day ever. Oh my. Oh, Finn, the reason why I don't bring up Project 2025 a lot is because it's not specifically from Trump, so there's plausible deniability on the Republican side for it. But it is exactly kind of like what Trump is advocating for in terms of getting loyalists into office that only support like the wants, particularly of like someone like Trump, which can devolve into tyranny and authoritarianism. So they're the party of freedom, but they want only loyalists. Crazy. Agenda 47 is the same. It's a bit different than Project 2025. There's a photo of him holding up a copy. I don't know if that means that he believes it, but yeah, if he does, that would be a better point to bring up. But yeah, let me get on to the next person, y'all. Only send a guest request if you will be voting for Trump in 2024, y'all. I might just hit a restart, everyone, because it does seem like I have a bit of a following glitch. Real quick. So I might do a little restart real quick. What do y'all think? What do y'all think? What do y'all think? We got about 2 hours left on the stream. A little less than 2 hours, an hour and a half or so left on the stream, y'all. No. A restart sounds fine. It's just like sometimes like an hour or two into the stream, like it stops pushing the stream. It's done that a bit, so I don't know. I might hit a restart. All right, I'm gonna hit a restart, y'all. All right, I appreciate y'all. I'll be right back. Give me like literally 30 seconds. Give me a second, everyone. I'll be right back. We got about an hour and 30 minutes left on the stream, everyone. I love y'all so much. I'll be right back, everyone. Wednesday. What's up, Caro? What's up, Lemmers? What's up, Maya? Let's get everyone joining up. What's up, Dylan? What's up, Tiff? What's up, Courtney? What's up, Mika? What's up, Brittany? What's up, Ellie? What's up, Alyssa? What's up, Gabrielle? What's up, Sarbar? How you doing? What's up, Emerson? Let's get everyone joining in. Only send a guest request if you will be voting for Trump in 2024. What's up, Kat? What's up, Sarah? What's up, Lena? What's up, Julie? What's good, everyone joining in? By the way, everyone, I just went to a Trump rally recently with Dean, and we got a bunch of clips. So we are going to be posting that here pretty soon. Do y'all want to see a clip of Dean at the rally that he did post that we're just posting as kind of like a trailer? Do y'all want to see that real quick? I'll show it on stream right now if y'all would like to see it. Sure? All right, all right.
Your name? Kimbo White. Kimbo White. Trump or Biden? Trump all day, man. Biden's he's too slippery, man. He falls down a lot, eats shit. Gotta go with Trump all day, man.
How many continents are there?
I don't know, but Trump's number 40, 45 and 47, guaranteed.
That's right. So would you say that Trump is a better presidential candidate than Biden?
Oh, hell yeah, man. He's gonna get in, man. Number 47.
All right, why so?
All right, just cuz, man.
Okay, I appreciate you. I appreciate you.
So that's just like what you should expect from this new video. There's a lot of clips in there, us dunking on people, people not knowing a single policy. I don't think I heard a single policy all day, Chad. And these people stood out in 110-degree weather to go see Donald Trump. So yeah, interesting. It will be on YouTube. Yo, what's up? How old are you? How did they thank you for the jam gun? Thank you for the jam gun. Thank you.
You're such a little fucking silver spoon, dude.
Here, can you fix your thing? I have been echo.
I don't need to fix fucking shit. Go fix your fucking head and your face.
Well, I'd love to talk to you because you're an angry little baby. But okay. All right, let's go to the next person. Only send a guest request if you will be voting for Trump in 2024, y'all. Can we get some baby bottles in the chat? He was really angry. Yo, what's up? How old are you?
Hey, what's up? I'm in my 30s.
For sure. And are you going to vote for Trump?
Yes, can you hear me?
Yeah, why are you going to vote for Trump?
I guess based off of, we've had 4 years of Trump and we've had almost 4 years of Biden. And things seemed like it was much better during Trump's term than right now.
We had 4 years of Trump, 4 years of Biden. Okay, you said it's better off in Trump's administration. So when we had 14.7% unemployment, when there was a global pandemic, that was better?
That was pandemic. That was a global pandemic.
Isn't there global inflation?
That wasn't a U.S. issue.
Yeah, same thing with inflation.
What about it?
Inflation is global.
Sure, inflation is global, but I think also printing a lot of money can also contribute to inflation as well.
That's hilarious. M2 money supply increased more under Trump's administration than Biden's administration.
What increased more?
M2.
What's that?
Money supply.
So why do you think we have inflation?
Well, it takes a while for these things to happen. I think inflation is mainly caused by gas prices. Like worldwide, there was a reduction in global oil supply. The U.S. is producing more oil than any country that's ever existed, but OPEC limited their distribution worldwide, along with the scenario in which the Russia-Ukraine situation, which led to us getting less Russian oil. Both these things led to reduced global oil supply, which increases prices.
Do you think that if someone decides to vote for Trump over Biden, do you think they're being irrational?
If someone votes for Trump over Biden, typically,
yeah, let's say if they decide to vote for Trump, do you think they have any they're just not an informed voter? Would you say, or why do you
typically?
Typically, so if you look at across the board with food, energy, gas, home, all of these things are up, right? So
what did Biden do that caused this?
What did Biden do that? I mean, is he doing anything to bring it down?
So how is this the president? This would be like the Fed.
So what is the purpose of having a president if we're not going to give him any credit or response or any blame for anything?
We're not saying that he's no blame. We're saying you have to indicate like a particular policy that would have caused this. If you can't indicate that, well, then I have no reason to believe that it was caused by him.
Yeah, I mean, as far as policy goes, I mean, we don't know exactly what happens behind closed doors. I mean, if you think that...
You do know what policies are passed.
No, I'm not talking about policies. I'm talking about anything behind closed doors. We're not aware of it. So to say that Biden is not responsible, it's like, oh, well, we don't know that.
Todd Bernardi, please send a guest request. I'd love to have a conversation with you. You think I'm paid? Sorry, what'd you say? Say it again.
Yeah, I was saying there's a lot of things that could happen behind closed doors that we're not aware of. I mean, if you just want to go with policy, you know what I'm saying? It's just, if it's almost like we should not believe our eyes and ears, and we should just go off of, you know, whatever, I guess, you tell people to believe in a sense.
I don't know what your point is here.
My point is that we've seen
I don't know what secret policies there are.
Right. I'm saying we've seen how it was under Trump.
What secret policies exist?
I'm not saying secret policies
Can you
exist.
name one policy that Donald Trump influenced to get passed?
I've heard you say that all the time. Mention one policy,
and you should be able to mention one.
But that's irrelevant.
No, it's not. Mention one
Yes, it
policy
is.
that he influenced to get passed.
It's about what's happening.
Can you mention one policy that he influenced to get passed?
Well, he had a Remain in Mexico policy.
Okay, so that is something that he had. That's an executive order. But I mean, that's interesting that you knew that.
Why?
Well, I mean, it's just an executive order, but
Right. So you said something. I mean, that's something that he did, right?
that is something that he did. Can you name me one thing that he did influence to get passed that benefit the middle class?
I think the Remain in Mexico benefit the middle class.
How so?
Well, when you have people coming in, I guess they fight for jobs with the middle class. Wages.
Can you give me any evidence that it decreases wages for the middle class?
Well, if you have cheap labor, then the people in the middle class are going to.
No, I asked for everence.
I mean, the argument is the evidence. I mean,
that's an empirical claim that immigrants reduce wages.
Well, if they are fighting for lower paying jobs.
But I'm asking for evidence. You
argument
theorize this, right? You hypothesize this. Now, what does the evidence say?
You want me to give you a graph so you can be convinced? I mean, I don't know what you asked.
I want you to give me a source that indicates this.
The source is just critical thinking. That's just the way it works.
That's not a source. That's just trust me, bro.
It's not trust me, bro. I mean, if you
That is quite literally a trust me, bro. Katie, thank you for the hand arts.
If you have people coming in and they are okay with doing lower wage jobs, the competition is it's not going to be good for the middle class. They're going to compete with those.
Well, one, you don't know if all of the people are doing lower wages. Secondly, as it relates to this, that wouldn't necessarily decrease wages for the middle class, right? Those would be different markets because you're talking about different types of jobs people would be looking for. So again, I'm not seeing any good argument here.
Well, my argument is things were better under Biden. I mean, under Trump. That's my argument.
Yeah, but you're not making a good argument for why he caused that. You said that the Remain in Mexico border policy helped with that, but there was less immigration under Obama's administration, even though we didn't have this Remain in Mexico border policy.
Yeah, it's a good thing.
What is a good thing?
That we had less under Obama.
But we didn't have this policy in place. So how could the policy be explaining why there's less people if it is the case that there was not this policy and there was less people?
So why did Biden in this past week make an executive action on the border?
Well, because Republicans wouldn't pass policy, and this is likely to get shot down by the courts.
So if he could have done it all along, why did he wait this long?
Because it's likely to get shot down by the courts, and he wanted something to go through the context of Congress.
No, but why didn't he do it before?
He has been trying to get bills passed in Congress.
No, not
and
Congress.
Trump has tried to stop them.
Not Congress. If he could have done this before, why did he?
Because it was likely to get stopped by the courts.
So why did he do it
still
now?
is. Because they're not passing it through Congress because Trump is trying to keep it stopped from going through.
Right. So for the past 3 years, they said the border was secure. Now all of a sudden, the election year, they want to do something about it.
I don't know if everyone was saying the border's secure, but I don't really see an issue. Like, a lot of people are referencing this massive issue. I don't see an issue with people seeking asylum. I don't think that makes our border not secure. I think what makes it not secure is for there's not to be legal processes in which are significantly faster for them to get through. We don't have enough people dealing with the claims at the border.
Yeah.
It shouldn't be taking this long.
So you think it's just a coincidence?
That what?
That under Biden, we had a record number of crossings?
I think it's caused by external factors, not policy. Like, could you name me the relevant difference between Biden's immigration policy and Obama's immigration policy? That means that there's less people coming now. I mean, less people coming then and more people coming now.
Well, Biden said come.
Yeah, that's not a policy difference.
Well, if the president says come, you're going to go. That's a big deal.
You understand that when Trump says that this country is good, that also tells people that they should come here?
Saying this country is good is not the same as saying come to our country.
Yeah, it is.
It's not saying come here illegally.
Wait, if a country is good, should you go there?
If you want, if it's better than yours.
Oh, okay. So technically, he is saying to a lot of people that you should come here, because when you say good, there's implied a prescriptive claim.
No, if I say it's good, doesn't mean you're welcome. If I say I like my home, doesn't mean you're welcome.
For example, right? If I think it is good to give food to people in need, right? Does that mean you should give food to people in need?
No, it doesn't mean you should. No.
That's exactly what it means.
No, it doesn't.
Yes, it does.
No, it doesn't. Should is a ought claim. I mean, I don't know what you're referring to. If I
and ought claims are derivative of saying good and bad. Like ought do and ought
I live
not.
in a great country does not mean to come here illegally.
No, that's not the claim. That Biden wasn't claiming come here illegally.
Okay, I don't want to get hung up on the border issue. All I want to say is that there are people out there that kind of.
Would you vote for someone that's been held liable for sexual abuse?
Are you talking about the E. Jean Carroll thing?
Uh-huh.
I don't believe that, to be honest with you.
And why not?
First of all these years, and they brought it up during election years, not
in an election year.
Oh, well, this year's an election year, isn't it not?
It didn't get brought up now.
Why is the court case happening now?
It's been done for over a year.
What's been done?
He was held liable over a year ago.
So it happened over a year ago?
Him being held liable, yeah.
So why they just announce it wasn't it months ago?
They didn't. The one that was just announced was a different case.
Which case?
This was the falsifying business records.
No. I'm talking about the E. Jean Carroll one. Wasn't that
was him being held liable for sexual abuse and defamation?
Okay. Even if it was last year, right?
The filing was in 2019.
Why was it so? I mean, it seems very fishy to me.
No, not at all.
What year did he essay her?
1996. I'm pretty sure the year was
96 till now, and
yeah, the victims wait decades all the time.
Okay, well, why?
What do you mean, why?
Why do they wait decades? What is the justification for waiting for decades?
Yeah, so what do you mean justification? I'm just describing to you that a lot of victims do this.
But what is the purpose?
Why is it wrong?
Why do you think that's the purpose that they wait that long?
It's not. There was no purpose behind it. I was just telling you why it happened.
No,
like people do it due to. Be quiet, please. People do it due to social pressures. People do it due to they don't want to be looked at in a negative way, which is another social pressure. People feel internal guilt for it, even though they shouldn't. All this is trauma related.
Could the option also be to get money?
She was already rich before this.
Doesn't matter. You could want more money. There's your argument that if you have money,
you're assuming that she was doing this for money without any indication.
You're assuming that it happened 30 years ago without any indication.
No, we do have indication. There was a dress with DNA on it, which he could have exonerated himself if he gave up his DNA. There were also 2 people at that particular time period that heard it, and I know her niece particularly that heard this decades ago.
Okay, niece heard say. Okay.
Okay, well then you're under that same standard. You're not going to accept most grave cases. Would you accept the Bill Cosby case as fact?
I'm not familiar with that case.
Okay, what about O.J. Simpson?
I'm not sure. Maybe he did it. Maybe he didn't. I'm not sure.
Okay.
All I'm saying is, man, look, if you have everyone that's after you from the start with this guy, with Trump. I'm not saying I'm like a Trump fan or whatever, but I'm saying from the day.
I have a question. If a babysitter was held liable for sexually abusing a child, would you let them take care of your kid?
No, of course not.
Okay, so why would you let a person who's been held legally responsible for sexual abuse take care of the country?
You're comparing a kid to a country. Are you serious right now?
I'm just asking, what's the relevant difference?
That's not even a good comparison. Why not? One is your child. One is your child. Another one is a country.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Which your child resides in. So your point is?
What did you say? What was the last part?
Which your child resides in. So would you like to give me a relevant difference?
One is a human being and one is a country.
Yeah, where human beings exist. Genius.
Okay, and then? It's a bad comparison, dude. I get your
Sharpie, thank you for the handout. Why is it a bad comparison?
Because it's not a good one. I mean, you're saying child in a country.
Nuh-uh isn't an argument.
You're saying child in a country. How is that comparison to each other?
Because you're accepting the responsibilities for them
One is
taking
a
care of
sentient-
something you care
one
about
is
in
a
one
sentient
sense.
being,
Can I
another
explain?
one is a country.
You're saying that they are responsible for taking care of something that you care about in both scenarios. That's the relevant comparison.
That's a very bad argument, dude, honestly.
Bad
That's a very
argument?
bad
What's the reason?
Because you're comparing a child to a country, like my child, for example, or your child.
Holy fucking shit, dude. It's almost like I just described to you what I was fucking comparing.
Yeah, it's
you're saying they're responsible enough, right, to be able to take care of something that you care about in one scenario, but not in the other. That's what I'm comparing.
Okay,
Are
so
you
Trump-
really that dense?
Trump. So you're saying Trump is not going to take care of the country, is your argument?
Holy fuck, dude. You are saying they are responsible enough to take care of a child, something you care about in that scenario. In the other scenario, you're saying they're responsible enough to take care of something you care about, i.e. the country. Now tell me why it's not a good comparison within that respect.
Because one is a sentient.
Stacey, thank you for the $10.
and one isn't.
Why is that relevant?
Because it's irrelevant.
Because there are sentient beings within the country.
Yeah, but they're not the country. They're separate. They're
But
two
that's not
different
relevant in terms of you taking care of something that you care about.
things. Is your argument that Trump is not going to take care of the country? Is that your argument?
My point is that I don't think that he's responsible enough to take care of the country because he's an abuser.
Well, he did it once and it was fine. We have.
It
a
wasn't
case study.
fine.
We have a case study.
It wasn't fine. There's multiple Supreme Court justices that he put in office with the explicit reason of restricting tens of millions of women's access to abortion. There were like tens of thousands of women in this country that literally were forced to go through pregnancies after grape because of their state's abortion laws.
Right.
That's not okay. The Trump tax cuts decrease after tax income for the lowest quintile in the middle class while increasing over the top 1%, top 0.1%, and the highest quintile.
Okay, I know
Trump
you
gave
memorized
Saudi
it.
Arabia a weapons deal and helped them specifically with their blockade over Yemen, which starved 85,000 Yemeni children. Are these things not relevant?
Okay, you mentioned 3 different topics. Okay, as far as the
Really? No, I thought I didn't.
Wade one, it's up to the states to decide, and if you're a voter, you could decide how you want that to happen. So he left it up to the people. So if you don't want it, you can vote for it. That's the way it is.
In Texas, and by the way, here in Texas, and by the way, the governor of Texas has done a very good.
That was Trump in Phoenix, Arizona.
Here in Texas, and by the way, the governor of Texas has done a very good job. Here in Texas.
What about it? What's the context?
He is in Phoenix.
Okay.
Right.
Dude, your school.
And he said, here in Texas.
You want to stick to one topic?
The governor of Texas has done a very.
Okay, well, you aren't answering questions.
So you want to talk about cognition?
Scenic.
You want to talk about cognition?
If you don't answer any of my questions, I'm obviously going to address something else to see if you will address
What
that.
didn't I answer?
If you continue, what were we just talking about? Do you even remember?
You said he put Supreme Court justice that overturned Roe v. Wade, and I said, okay, what's wrong with leaving it up to the voters to decide for each state?
Oh, well, because it doesn't have federal protections for rape victims. So, do you think that? Do you think that? Do you think that children that are raped, right, should be forced to carry the term if their state law permits it?
No, I'm not in favor of that.
So you think there should be federal protections for rape victims? So why is that bad? I just fucking explained it to you. Now, do you want to address any actual points here?
99% of it is not grape. FYI, it's just a personal choice.
I don't think you even are understanding what I'm saying. Getting rid of Roe versus Wade is getting rid of federal protections for rape victims.
I think states can decide that for their own. I don't think it's up to the federal for that aspect.
Yeah, so again, right, you're not understanding my point. If you think that there should be federal protections for rape victims, that would include Roe versus Wade.
Can there be state protections for rape victims?
There can be state protections, but you want federal protections, right? Like I'm saying, if the state law permits that, like a child who was raped is forced to go through pregnancy, right? You're saying that should happen.
So let me ask you a question, man, because you're
nice answer to my question.
Let me ask you a question. Are you in favor of let's say there's someone out there that wants to get, as many abortions as possible because they enjoy it, for example. Would you be in favor of that?
Prior to sentience, yeah.
So
go for it.
How many months are we talking about?
Sentience is 18 through 26 weeks.
Okay, so if they want to just keep doing that, you're okay with it?
Yeah, if you want to keep getting abortions at a few weeks, go for it. That's legal under my view.
Yeah.
People aren't doing that, but go for it.
Yeah, I just want to see how, where you're.
Do you think women who have IUDs are murderers?
I'm not sure.
Thank you, Corky. Thank you. Okay, so an IUD, not only can it prevent fertilization, but it can also prevent implantation, which specifically would kill a conceived cell at conception because it wouldn't let it implant into the uterine wall, which would begin pregnancy. So if that's true, you think that women in the chat, right, the hundreds of women in chat who have IUDs, you think they're murderers and should go to prison?
I think that if you are stopping life or killing life, I think that's bad.
So women who have IUDs are murderers and should go to prison.
I never said that.
Okay, but you said life begins at conception, right? I agree, life begins at conception. You say it's valuable at that point, right? So then if you think it's murder after conception, right, to end a human life, well then you think that women who have IUDs are murderers because it can end a human life at conception. Now I don't think I don't care because it's not a person, it's a single cell organism. But you think they're a murderer and you think they should go to prison for the rest of their life because
when did I say that?
Well, should murderers go to prison?
So before you ask me, why do you
Nick, I asked a question. Should murderers go to prison?
Assume and then ask me a question.
Yeah, should murderers go to prison?
Yes.
Okay, so you already believe it. She's a murderer if she has an IUD, therefore you think she should go to prison.
Okay, what's your point?
That was the point.
Okay.
You think murderers should go to prison. You think she's a murderer, therefore she should go to prison if she has an IUD.
Okay, and then?
Okay, so do you think women who have IUDs should go to prison?
What does this have to do with Trump and Biden?
You brought up abortion.
You did. You said a Supreme Court justice turned over.
No, you brought up the morality of it, right? You questioned at this particular point, right? Do we see it valuable or not? I was just bringing up the fact that, oh, this is something that we already consider wrong. You went into the morality of, okay, what point do we consider it wrong?
Yeah, I think ending a life is wrong for your own personal convenience.
Okay, so women who have IUDs are murderers under your view.
Okay, what's your point?
Okay, so should women who have IUDs go to prison?
Well, just because you have an IUD doesn't mean that you have murdered anybody.
So under your view, it would, right? Because it is the case that they, right, not only can prevent fertilization, but they can prevent implantation. So if you have it for an extended period of time, it is inevitable to happen. The same way that if you put an IUD, like an IED in, say, a children's classroom, knowing that it's likely in the future there's going to be a child that presses it and dies. Appreciate the cap. Thank you so much. That's also going to be murder.
Yeah, I'm against it. I'm against life ending someone's life unjustifiably. I'm against it.
Yeah, so again, do you think women with IUDs should go to prison?
I'm not sure of prison.
And should the people that they engage in sex with, if they know that they have an IUD, should they also go to prison because they aided and abetted in murder?
No, because it's consensual between both parties.
but they aided in murdering that baby under your view. Under my view, again, single cell organism.
No, but it's consensual. It takes two of them.
Yeah, so again, they aided and abetted in murder, under your view. So they should also go to prison.
No.
Okay, so then you just have a contradictory stance.
I don't.
That it's okay to kill human lives here?
The guy did not put IUD in her. She did it to herself.
Yeah, but if he knows that she has an IUD and he still decides consensually to engage in intercourse with her, knowing that this is likely to occur,
that's her choice.
Well, then it would be the case that he is responsible.
No, I think
you understand that, right?
I get what you're saying, but I think that she's the one that put it inside of her body. So, but why are we talking about IUDs?
Half the time people don't, but what's that?
IUDs, it's like, I don't know why we're talking about it.
Why are we talking about it? Because it's an example that shows how silly your point is about abortion.
What's my point?
That if it's human life, right, killing it is always wrong.
I never said always wrong. I said for grape situations.
Elective abortions, sorry. For elective abortions, it's always wrong. Is that your view?
Yeah, of course. For elective, yeah. If you're having it just because it's an inconvenience to you, or you just for whatever reason, I think that's wrong.
Yeah. So women who have an IUD for convenience, under your view, are murderers and should go to prison. And the men that engage in sex with them, if they know, particularly, can also be considered aiding and abetting this murder.
Okay.
So again, that clearly then would mean that women who have IUDs, under your view, should go to prison. So can I get all the women who do have IUDs to type 1 in the comment section real quick? Just type 1 in the comment section. And you'll see all of the women that you think should be in prison. Look at this. You think all of these women should be in prison?
I don't know them personally, so I can't say
all
yes
of
or
these
no.
women should be in prison. Well, they have IUDs.
Cool. You want to talk about a more relative subject?
You're the one who brought up the morality of it.
You brought up Roe v. Wade.
Yeah, but you brought up the morality of it.
I know you mentioned about Trump said he was in Arizona, but he was in Texas. Something you brought up something like that.
Oh yeah, we can talk about that. So Trump said that he was in Texas when he was in Arizona.
So I guess the topic is cognition. Is that what you want to talk about?
Yeah, if you want to.
Okay, I mean, you really want to go there with you think Biden is more sharp than Trump?
I think they're both not sharp.
But you think he's sharper?
Within many respects, yes.
Such as what?
Like he didn't mistake a person he was proven to have sexually abused with his ex-wife. That didn't happen.
You know, there's like a compilation video of 10, 15 minutes of Biden online that you can go watch.
Yeah, and I could give you a 10 to 15 minute compilation of Trump engaging incoherently, lying, saying bullshit.
Can you send it to me if you have it?
Yeah, I would love to send you videos on that.
Yeah.
Right? You want to start with the videos of him specifically saying that it's okay for him to walk into changing rooms of girls in Miss Teen USA because he quote unquote owns the place, or maybe the one where he said that he would date his daughter if it wasn't his daughter, or that something that he has in common with his daughter is sex when she says real estate and golf, or maybe the one that he said that he would date a 10-year-old for 10 years. What about that one?
We could find a shitload of stuff on both of these guys. Okay.
So you'll sit there and you'll attack Joe Biden's character as it relates to cognition, right? But you won't attack Donald Trump's character as it relates to the sexual abuse, the fraud, the defamation, the 34 convicted felonies that he has.
I think those are all politically motivated, to be honest with you.
What do you mean by that?
I think they're there to kind of make the public view him differently, therefore not vote for him. I think it's a tactic. I think.
Why didn't they do this with other Republican politicians?
Well, there's never been a Republican politician like Trump. I don't even know if, because Trump calls out Republicans.
Okay, name one relevant difference between Trump and every Republican politician ever.
Well, Trump calls out Republicans all the time.
Okay, so
they're bullshit. He's not really.
Name one time.
Well, he called out Mitt Romney. Once that I remember, he called out.
What did he say when he called him out?
He called out John McCain.
And what did he say about John McCain? He said he's not a war hero. Okay,
Yeah,
so you think it's okay to say people who are veterans are
That's
not
not
war
the point.
heroes
The
because
point
they were
is-
captured and tortured?
You asked me who, and I mentioned. He called out
No.
John-
Is that respectable to say that he is not a war hero because he was captured and tortured as a
The
veteran
point
of
is-
this
the
nation?
point is not whether he's right or wrong. You asked me,
Great character, you know what I mean?
You asked me, give me an example, and I said, okay, you call out.
Yeah,
McCain,
he didn't call him out on the basis of being Republican. He called him out on the basis of not being a war hero for being captured.
Right. So the point,
Fucking crazy.
The point is that just because they're Republican doesn't mean they get a pass with him. That's my point.
Well, he basically does it for anyone who's on his side versus not on his side.
Right. So it's not a Republican Democrat issue.
Yeah, it's a pro Trump or not pro Trump.
He's complimented Tulsi Gabbard. She's a Democrat
Because
right?
she's a Republican.
So Tulsi Gabbard is a
Republican.
Is a Democrat.
You can literally look at her party affiliation. She's a Republican.
Since when?
This is as of a bit recently.
Okay, recently, but she was in the primary in 2019, was she not?
2020.
No.
Yeah, she was in the Democratic.
Right.
No,
Right.
she wasn't. She was in the primary. She was 2020.
But she was in the debates, right? The Democratic debates.
In 2020.
Okay. So she was a Democrat.
Was.
Okay, but my point is, you asked me if I'm saying he's not he's not like your traditional Republican candidate. He calls out on both sides. He's not coming. He's coming from a
Wait,
different.
a lot of the other Republicans called out Trump.
Okay, what's your point?
Well, other Republicans do that. Marco Rubio did it. Ted Cruz did it.
Yeah, on a
Jeb
debate
Bush
stage.
did it.
Debate stage is different. They're all going at each other. They have to
Oh,
call each other.
okay. So like, I don't
Kamala
understand your
Harris
point
called
here. If
out
it's
Joe
applicable
Biden.
to, I don't
Kamala
understand your
Harris
point
called
here.
out
If it's,
Joe
I don't understand your point here. If it's applicable to basically every Republican presidential candidate.
What was that? Sorry.
I don't understand your point here. If it's literally applicable to every Republican presidential candidate.
You asked me to give you examples of who he's called out, and I gave you examples.
No, what I showed you is that him calling out people is not unique.
Okay. I mean, I don't know what you're saying.
I just told you, him calling out people isn't unique.
Then why did you ask me to give you examples?
Oh, because I asked you to justify every point you make.
Okay, did you like my examples?
Sure.
Okay.
They made you look bad.
Oh, they made me look bad. Okay. So I guess for the cognition aspect of things, do you think Biden is gonna run in 2020? Like he's gonna be the
2020. He did run in 2020, and he won in 2020.
2024. Do you think he's gonna be the final guy?
He already is. If you have been paying attention.
Well, I don't think it's until August where it's finalized, right? I think there's
He's
a deadline
running.
in August.
No, they've already set it up. He's going to be the Democratic presidential nominee.
And you think he's all the way there?
No, neither is Trump.
If
I
Trump
think
is
Biden's
like
cognition is better than yours. And you think I'm joking?
You're funny.
It wasn't a joke.
So you think Biden's cognition is better than mine?
Oh, absolutely. He's more
have you-
intelligent. He makes
what
better
have you-
points.
Yeah, what points does he make?
Well, he makes points like Donald Trump's a bad person. He needs to get out of office. He makes points like America
Oh,
needs
that's
an
a great
infrastructure bill. He makes points like
great
America needs the CHIPS Act, the PACT Act, or the Inflation
Yeah.
Reduction Act. He says that we need to make immigration faster in this country. People need access to health care, right?
Oh,
People need broader access to college, right?
Oh,
People
yeah.
need student debt repayment. Like he's out here making
those statements
points, bro. With those things,
Those statements make him intelligent in your view.
more
Anybody
intelligent
who
than
sa-
you.
Anybody who says that is intelligent.
I said more intelligent than you.
How
Thank
do you
for
know
the
my
confetti, thank you.
intelligence?
But the bar's in hell. Yeah, it's not hard to be more intelligent when the bar's in hell.
Yeah, I mean, it's just when I look at everything else, man, I don't see how this guy's the best that the Democratic Party has.
Oh, he's not.
Yeah, so I don't know why they're pushing him so much.
Well, he's the incumbent.
Yeah, but they could have swapped him out.
I don't think Donald Trump is the best the Republican Party has. I don't think you think that either.
Who do you think is the best the Republican Party has?
The best the Republican Party has?
Yeah, at the moment.
I would just say anyone other than Trump.
Just give me one name. Give me one name.
Give you one name. Mitt Romney is a better candidate.
Do you think you'd have a better
I don't know if he's the best, but I think he's a better candidate
Do
than
you
Trump.
think he has a better chance of winning?
Than Trump? Yeah. Oh, yeah. What?
Do you think he has a better chance of winning than Trump?
Than Trump? Yeah.
Based off of what?
Yeah, I think Romney would win this election.
Based off of what?
Based off of him being just like a more typical moderate Republican, more likely to engage with the other side. He's worked on plenty of bipartisan legislation.
I will say this though. I mean,
he didn't undermine our American democracy. He didn't get held liable for sexual abuse, defamation, fraud. He doesn't have 34 felonies.
When people always say like, well, how come Donald Trump gets this much support, or why do people still support him? I feel like a big part of that comes from the other side, that they've gone so far left that it's almost like, yeah, we know Trump is crazy. We know Trump is, whatever, but The other side is just, they've gone so far left that we need someone there that's going to be able to call it out and represent our ideology and our views. And they feel
You're
like
just speaking nonsense right now.
Trump is that guy. How am I speaking nonsense?
What do you mean by left?
The Democratic Party, the progressive movement.
Progressive movement is a part of the Democratic Party. It's not the Democratic Party. There are moderates in the Democratic Party in which are not progressive.
The Democratic Party in general.
Okay.
They feel like they've gone so far left that
the progressive wing of the Democratic Party is smaller than the moderate wing still. That's why Bernie didn't win.
Okay, the current Democratic Party, do you think is the same Democratic Party than Obama's Democratic Party? Or is it further left?
It's a bit further left.
Right, so that's what I'm saying. And people see that, they said, okay, Trump is like the only guy that we feel like can combat that. That's why it's people who vote for Trump. It's not just because of Trump itself.
Wait, so what do you want to stop that's left wing?
Well, for example, if like 5 years ago, if you were to say that men can get pregnant, people would laugh at you. Now, if you say men,
so people just didn't understand. Wait, are you Christian?
It's irrelevant what I am.
I'm just asking, are you Christian?
It's irrelevant to the conversation.
Can you just answer the question? If you don't want to answer, I'll just go on to the next person because I don't want to deal with the bullshit.
Is this a Christianity debate or is this a God debate? What does that got to do with anything?
I asked you a question. If you don't want to answer my question, you're agnostic?
Yeah.
Okay. So why do you think that trans people are invalid?
When did I say that? When did I say that?
When you said that that's like some sort of bad position to have. That's what you were trying to argue there.
When did I say bad position? I said 5 years ago, if you were to say...
But you were saying that this is something bad about the left wing?
I'm telling you, this is why people...
No, can you name to me something that's bad about the left that you want to stop? And that's why you want to vote for Trump?
Give me 1 second. Let me put my phone on charge.
What's up, Dean? How you doing, man?
Terrible.
You stuck, terrible? That's rough. Yep. Stuck still?
Yep.
I'm sorry, bro.
We're doing all right. We'll get through it. All right. What's one thing that you just hate about the left there, Scenic?
Well, it's not so much that I hate. It's what I see is why people are going to Trump as far as...
All we're asking here is, all that we're asking you here is, what is one ideology that is upheld by the left that you think is wrong or bad?
I think to say that, you're a man, you could be a woman, and vice versa.
Okay, so you do think that trans identity is invalid. So earlier...
And also, that's not what we're saying. We're not saying a man can be a woman. That's not what we're saying. We're saying trans men are men and trans women are women. But go for it.
Yeah, he's just confused on his terms. But, the point here is, you do think that trans identity is invalid. So when Parker asked you why it was invalid, and you gave a silly little response, when did I say that? You were just being facetious. So why do you think that trans identity is invalid? Or is that the question that you're asking to Parker? Do you want an answer on that?
What I was saying was that we were talking about why Trump has so much support and stuff like that, why he's, people still support him after all these convictions. I'm saying because the alternative for them is something that they don't want to deal with.
No, I think it's because the average American kind of ignores, these potential character flaws or things that would make him a bad president, and they associate themselves more with group identity. So they ignore the bad and, delude the good.
No, there are people who just want to have their traditional values, and they don't want, people, have the other side say, oh, you could do this, you could do that, you could raise your kids this way and that way. They see Trump as someone that can combat that can stop that.
So are you voting for Trump because he upholds traditional values? Is cheating on your wife a traditional value?
I'm a conservative.
That's not what I asked.
Well, that's the value that I have.
This guy's question comprehension is just impeccable, dude. Isn't it, Dean?
Dude, it is so good. Honestly, we lucked out here.
Are you guys?
Do you go to Trump? Have you gone to a Trump rally?
No. No.
Surprising.
Why?
You seem about the typical level of intelligence.
Die-hard Trump fan.
No, you seem like around the typical level of intelligence we saw at the rally.
Yeah.
Yeah, for real.
Have you gone to Biden rallies?
Nope.
He has no rallies, that's why. Nobody shows up.
He does have rallies.
When was
The
it?
people aren't voting for Biden because they like Biden. They're voting him for him because they don't like Trump.
Yep. Yeah, I certainly don't like Biden.
And y'all treat it like a cult. You stand out in fucking 112-degree weather to go fucking worship Donald Trump. Are you kidding me? We at least went for content, bro. We
at least had a
dunked on those Trump
reason.
supporters. That was fun. Right? But they went there just to listen Orange Man speak. Are you fucking kidding me? In 112-degree weather? It was hot as fuck, bro.
Well,
I mean, actually, I have videos of people leaving midway through him talking.
Yeah,
Midway
remember
through
when
the
we
speech.
thought? Remember when we thought that it was done because everyone was piling out?
There are
Trump
dumb
was still
voters
speaking?
for both candidates. Every candidate has dumb voters. You cannot,
Yeah, but Trump doesn't
You're
have
one
a
of
single
them.
smart one.
I'm one of them. I guarantee you wouldn't say that to my face, boy.
I would.
No, you wouldn't.
I would too.
No, you wouldn't.
You can't pull that card because we literally did.
We
say
literally
this to the face of
did.
Trump supporters. Yeah, Parker was saying this
I
to the
said to
face
my face,
of a
you would
bitch.
say.
Shut up! I'm so sorry. Are you
Shut up.
6'4" and 280 pounds of pure muscle?
What is your point? Is your argument that you have to be that big to be able to fight?
No. My argument
What's your
is
argument
that Parker literally said this to the face of a 6'4", 280 pounds of pure muscle Trump supporter.
What's your point?
My point is that he fucking would say this to your face because he has said this to the face of these 6'4", 280 LBS
Assuming that he's 6'4",
pure
that
fucking
means
muscle
he can
Trump
fight.
supporters.
He's that type of personality. So if he didn't do anything to Parker, that means what? You guys are on camera. You think he's gonna do anything to you on camera, and then you're gonna pressure?
Dude, another typical.
I had a person threaten me.
Yeah, another typical, like, let me get this straight. You're a very typical snowflake MAGA cultist. You are literally saying that you want to fight
That's
Parker.
what the person. No, that's what the person said. He wanted to punch me over.
If you disrespect,
Remember?
because the typical.
Because I said
if
he's
you
like
disrespect someone, you might get your face punched in.
Womp womp.
And if you can't do anything about it, then don't talk.
How did I disrespect you?
You don't remember what you just said?
I wasn't being disrespectful. I was just describing reality.
Yeah.
So that's being disrespectful if you're gonna say it that way.
Okay, if you think that me acknowledging the reality that you're dumb, right, is
yeah, that's how you speak to
insult,
people.
go for it.
Is that how you
Yeah,
speak to people?
calling you a not so smart Trump supporter is like calling the sun, the sky blue.
Yeah.
I just calling the shots for what they are, sir. If
You
that
guys are-
upsets
you guys are 20,
maybe
right?
you should
20 years
introspect
old?
first.
21 years old.
Are you really sitting up here to like cry and whine? Is this one
Why
of
am I
those
crying?
traditional
Yo,
conservative
CLT, do you want to
values?
send a guest request? I'd love to add you up. You think I'm paid?
Oh, I'd love to talk
Scenic,
to
do
him.
you think I'm paid by the DNC?
I wish I was paid.
I don't know. Could be.
You could be. That's so funny.
I really wish I was paid right now.
Yeah, I know. I honestly need it to
I
deal
know
with
that
y'all.
Biden did
Fuck,
have
dude. They need to put me on that
He had
payroll.
a campaign to attract Gen Z voters. So I don't know. You could be one of them.
You know, I would literally have to report that with every live I did, else I would be committing fraud.
Okay. But he did have a campaign where
Why don't they pay to fucking fix my car, bro?
For
The
real,
DNC
bro.
should- yeah, dude, I'm shelling out. I've done the math, about $1,000 a day right now.
For how much you have to spend on it?
Yeah, on the car and like on a hotel.
That's
Uh-huh.
rough, dude.
I know. Anyways, do you have an actual argument here why Trump is a better presidential candidate than
you
Biden?
just
or not?
joined. I mean, I don't know how long you've been listening to, but you just joined. So
You're pretty hard to listen to.
yeah, is that why you're still here?
CLT, you're not
definitely
sending a
not
guest
here for you.
request? Come on, man. This guy's running away.
My point was that there's two options. You know, you have the left, you have the right, and people who are
Joanne, thank you for the $10 from the DNC. Thank you so much,
they're
Joanne.
not always picking Trump because they love Trump. They're picking Trump because the other side has gone crazy. That's why.
Oh, isn't that kind of what we were saying about, Biden?
Yeah, you said people vote against Trump and not for Biden.
Yeah, that's
Yeah, but
exactly.
you guys are saying he's a better candidate. So you're not.
Yeah.
That's not you guys, right?
No,
his
that is
argument
us.
here-
because I don't
so his
like Biden. Neither does Dean. We just
But you
think he's a
think
better
he's better than
alternative.
So his argument here is that people would be voting for Trump for the same reason. So I mean, like we could very clearly articulate out exactly You know, what about like Trump we don't like,
Yeah,
and so
because
far
you
as why
guys-
Biden is better. One second, just allow me to finish. You know, such like character traits that I bet Parker's already gone over, as well as like maybe some like policy indicators when we're speaking about the economy, speaking about the strength of our nation, etc. So would you be able to like you know, like quantify for us what exactly about you know, the left or about Biden is very ill-willed that makes Trump a better candidate? And also, Heather, thank you so much for the $10 over Venmo towards the car. Let's get a W, Heather, in that comment section. Thank you.
I think Trump is overall a better leader. I think he's better at bringing people together. I think he has more energy. His cognition is better. I think he's a better negotiator. I think if you put him up with world leaders, like, you know, the top ones, I think he's gonna do a much better job of, you know, convincing, persuading them.
He did a great job in his court cases. Am I right?
Yeah, and he also does a great job bringing people together. The one man that couldn't get an infrastructure bill passed in his 4-year term because he couldn't bring people together. And then when Biden was able to bring people together, not only on the infrastructure bill, but also on the border bill, Trump had to call the Republican congressional members and tear them apart, telling them not to vote for the bill. You saying that Trump is better at bringing people together more so than Biden is fucking laughable at best and just purely deluded at worst.
CLT, are you going to send a guest request? You keep saying I'm paid. Please send a guest request, CLT.
Jacob, thank you so much for the $35 on Venmo for the car troubles. W Jacob, y'all. And Maddie with $100 on Venmo for the car troubles. Jacob, thank you so much for the $35. And Maddie with $100 on Venmo. Thank you guys so much. It means so much. And you are legitimately really helping me out here because it is so expensive. So thank you, Jacob, and thank you, Maddie, and Amanda. Thank you so much for the $5 on Venmo. Maddie, you guys are so kind. Massive W, Maddie, for the $100. W, Jacob.
Do you guys do you guys view this as your jobs? Is this your source of income? Okay, so as your source of income, do you think that there are certain things that you can't say because, you know, you might hurt your audience and therefore they might not pay you?
No, not that I believe. There are certain things I could say that would hurt that, but not that I believe them. Appreciate the money gun. Thank you. Thinking about it backwards, we don't get paid. We don't say what we say because we get paid. We get paid because we say what we say.
No, you get paid because you
Courtney, thank you for the $6.66 from the DNC.
You have a certain demographic that watches you, and you can't say certain things or else
they only watch us because we have said what we've said.
Exactly. Like they watch us.
We've built this up. Like I didn't just someday be like, oh my god, the most profitable thing I could be doing right now is going on a TikTok live. I literally went on TikTok live for years and I would make 20 cents a live.
Yeah, I'm not talking about
there was like no money to make on this, right? This is only recently that I've started making money.
Yeah, I'm just saying.
Ariel, thank you for the $3.34. Thank you so much.
That there's money involved. It's going to be a little bit biasness is going to come across. Same thing with like these networks.
Then
right?
why'd I think this prior to making any money?
Well, before you did it for, I guess maybe you did it for free, you weren't making money, but now, you know, now that you are, maybe you have to walk a little bit of a different line.
Why'd I go on Omegle before TikTok and debate Biden versus Trump?
I don't know.
On Omegle in 2020.
I don't know why you did that. All I'm saying is like the same thing.
You didn't know I did that because I didn't post about it.
Pauline, thank you so much for the $20 on Venmo for the car issues. Thank you so much, Pauline. Let's get a W, Pauline, in that chat. Thank you so much. I'm already in the whole $800 for this 24-hour period, and you guys are really helping out a lot. W, Pauline, guys. I'm so sorry for interrupting.
Yeah, so I know you guys mentioned, you know, Trump is a convicted felon and stuff like that. It's funny because I don't know if you guys have talked about this, but why did Democrats build statues for George Floyd, who's a felon?
So they're not voting for him for president.
No, but they built statues for him. Why would you build statues for a felon?
Again, that's not voting for them for president.
I know it's not. I'm saying, but building a statue, you're supporting the guy. Why would you support a felon?
I think it's supporting a message, right?
A message.
Well, you're not understanding. Yeah,
statue is not a message. Statue is the person.
Oh yeah, hey, the Republicans
no, it is for a message though.
The Republicans built statues of Robert E. Lee, who wasn't a felon, but
they want to hold those people up. Yeah, literally Confederates.
Yeah. So you're getting mad at us. Well, you're getting mad at us for building for building statues of a man who was unrightfully slaughtered by the police because of his race, which then sparked a massive social movement against police and against systemic racism. Which you seem to be ignoring. But this is so hypocritical to say because Republicans built statues of people such as Robert E. Lee that led the Confederacy to protect individuals' rights to own slaves. Come on.
Also, listen to this. Listen to this real quick.
Condemning voting for someone like that. She shouldn't be allowed to run. Okay, so if she were to win this election, it would create an unprecedented constitutional crisis. In that situation, we could very well have a sitting president under felony indictment, or even possibly convicted, and ultimately a criminal trial. That seems oddly familiar. Would grind government to a halt. That will be impossible with Hillary Clinton and Donald Trump.
Bryn, thank you so much for the $5 on Venmo.
So it wasn't us who said that they wouldn't vote for someone, or that, you know, someone who has a felony shouldn't run. It was Trump. Did you know that?
I like how you guys switched topics to what I was talking about.
Oh, I like how I respond exactly to what you said, and you're still fucking mad about it. Respond to my point.
You're talking about Hillary Clinton. I'm saying why.
You want to respond to my point? This was Trump.
Why didn't you answer my question?
No, you're going to answer mine, and then I'll address what you said.
But I asked you first. Why won't you answer it? How would you answer it? I'm saying if you're going to be against a felony,
I'm actually going to go insane. Dean, you just got harassment and bullying violation. Come up on
I'll be back.
Across the board. If you're against felon, you got to be against felon across the board.
That's not the argument that I was making, okay? The point I was making with this is that it was actually an internal critique. That Trump specifically said that they shouldn't be allowed to run.
Okay. What's your point?
Okay. If that is true, well then, are you saying you disagree with Trump here? That you should vote for him?
Yeah, if you could vote for whoever you want to vote for, regardless of their felony.
I never said you can't, right? My
position is that you can.
Hey, Scenic, I never said you can't. I just said specifically, you're like, he said you shouldn't do that.
Okay, well I don't agree with that then, I guess.
Okay, so again, what you're telling me here is that he's a hypocrite then. He said it was going to be an issue with Hillary Clinton, but then Colin, thank you for the whale diving. Thank you so much, Colin. I really appreciate that. Thank you so much. But then it's not an issue with him?
Well, if it's a bogus case, you know, not all felonies the same felony. You know, I hear this argument a lot that they say, for example, oh, are you going to vote for a felon? It's like, well, there's different levels of felons. There's one who unalives people. There's one who rapes people. There's one who makes paper violations. You can't categorize all of them as same type of felon. Would you agree with that?
Like, he was just like not answering my questions at all.
He's not answering anything.
What was your question?
What was the relevant difference with Hillary Clinton and Trump as relates to felonies?
Well, Hillary Clinton never got convicted of a felony.
What?
She never got convicted of a felony.
Exactly.
Right.
So he was saying it was an issue if she were to have been indicted. Sarah, thank you for the $5. Thank you so much. But not if it were related to him.
But
and Kathy, oh my God, thank you for the $100. Holy shit, can we get a W, Kathy, in the comment section right now? Holy fucking shit, W, Kathy. Yo, Kathy, thank you so much. I really appreciate that. It's fucking incredible. Thank you so much, Kathy. I really appreciate that. Lithium, thank you for the $1 as well. And also, thank you so much. I really appreciate the $5, Bren, from the DNC. Thank you so much. But W, Kathy, everyone, W, Kathy.
One of them is rhetoric, the other one's action. So one of them you say that, oh, this, that, the other one, they actually do it. They actually go after him. It's two different things. You could talk the talk, but if you do the action, it's different. They're not the same. All politicians talk shit.
Do you understand what he's... you are just not responding to Parker's question.
Can you repeat his question?
Yeah, so Parker's asking you, what's the relevant difference insofar as Trump saying that if Hillary were to be indicted for these felonies, that like she shouldn't like serve for president or like something along those lines, and then Trump being found guilty of 34 felonies, yet him still supporting his own presidential, campaign.
Dude, I don't get your question. I don't understand what you're saying.
Man, that is so rough. Trump said if Hillary has felonies, Hillary shouldn't be president.
Okay,
so
well, I disagree
why
with
shouldn't why shouldn't the logic also be held the same when we're speaking about Trump himself? Trump has felonies, therefore Trump shouldn't be president.
You left the chat and I told Parker, I said, I disagree with him. And then you came back, so you missed that conversation. So I said, I don't agree with that stance. You could vote for whoever you want to vote for, even if they're felons. Let the people decide.
Okay, so you think that felons should be able to run for presidency. Funny fact, before Trump got his 34 felonies, 56% of the GOP voter base thought that felons shouldn't be able to run for president.
His point then would be Donald Trump's a hypocrite, by the way.
Yeah, but then after that, it was a good 16%. Yeah, but would you say that Donald Trump is a little bit hypocritical for saying that Hillary shouldn't run if she were to be found guilty, but then he's still running after he was found guilty?
Sure. I'm not
okay, so Trump's hypocritical. Trump is creepy, a little bit pedophilic. Trump's a felon. I mean, what's good about this man?
Pedophilic?
Absolutely.
Trump's a pedophile? Based off of what?
Yes, absolutely.
Based off of what?
Based off of him saying that he would date a 10-year-old girl in 10 years. Based off of him going into the changing room of these young girls at 1 second. In 10 years.
Right. So 10 years, they'll be legal age, right?
They'll be legal age in 10 years.
So how's that pedophile?
Okay, so you think that if someone were to say that about your 10-year-old daughter, that they wouldn't be?
I wouldn't like it, but I wouldn't say that they're a pedophile.
Because grooming, so it's called grooming, and grooming is very closely associated with pedophilia. But the reason I call him a pedophile is because of a cohort of things. So not only did he say this about a 10-year-old, but he also walked into the changing rooms of these teenage girls at Miss Teen USA with the older, with 18-year-olds reporting that there's also naked 15-year-olds in that space.
So his view is that it's not pedophilic to groom kids.
There's literally videos of Biden.
That is his
Wait, someone who grooms a 13-year-old or a 10-year-old, right? They're not pedophilic?
Do you have the same standard for Biden? I'm curious.
Scenic, yes, I would. Can you answer my question?
What's your question?
Do you think someone grooming a kid is, or advocating for the grooming of a kid is pedophilic?
Yeah, then also, just to put it out there, Trump essentially said that this 10-year-old girl's attractive enough to date her when she's of legal age.
Hold on a second. Well, legal age is not pedophilic.
But is grooming pedophilic?
Depends on what you mean by grooming. Again, these are all hearsay.
If someone sets up a 10-year-old to date in 10 years, right?
They'll be 20. Okay.
Yeah, is that pedophilic?
I don't think so.
There's another creator on this platform who I shall not name. And he befriended a 13-year-old girl 5 years ago and then talked to him on his live stream every single day. And now she's 18.
Is that what Trump
he
did?
openly speaks about how he wants to fuck her. So
Okay.
would you say that this man is a pedophile?
Is that what Trump did? What's your comparison? I don't get it. What's your comparison? We're talking about Trump.
We'll make the comparison here later, but I just first want you to answer my question and I'll show you how it correlates.
If he groomed her until he was 18 and then he decided to sleep with her, is that your question?
No, this man that befriended a 13-year-old, right, and then waited till she was 18 to say that he wants to engage in intercourse with her, is this pedophilic?
I'm not sure because she's 18.
Oh my God.
She's legal age, dude.
You are so lost. You just
Literally,
defended one of the most disgusting people on this
A
map.
pedophile is someone that's adult being someone underage. You're saying she's 18.
Wait, so a pedophile is an adult being with someone that's underage?
Yes, someone that's under 18.
I'd say it's just having the attractions.
So if I'm thinking of unliving someone, am I a murderer?
Okay, so would you say if there's an old man that goes to the parks and looks at all these 10 through 13-year-old girls and thinks about how hot they are and thinks about how he wants to sleep with them, but
if he beats off to pictures of little kids, is that pedophilia? I would say he's a creep. He's a weirdo.
Dude,
is that pedophilia? Yeah, I don't know if on the legal term pedophilia is.
Dude, this guy is like actually crazy, dude. If you don't think that a 60-year-old man beating off the pictures of little kids is pedophilia, I don't know what to tell you, dude.
I just told you it's fucking weird and it's bad.
Shut up, Douglas. Thank you so much for the $20 on Venmo. Thank you so much for the $20 on Venmo for the car, Douglas. I appreciate you so much for the love, man.
Are you kidding?
Everyone, let's get a Douglas in the chat for the $20 on Venmo.
Wait, no, can you like answer? You're telling me. You're telling me a 60-year-old man. There's video evidence. You're not literally not answering. Okay, Scenic, I don't want to have to deal with the bullshit. Okay, please acknowledge what I'm saying. Okay, you're telling me a 60-year-old man beating off to little kids, right? Pictures of them. That's not pedophilia. I guess you could say it is. It's fucking weird. It is. Okay, yeah. So then again, right? It's not just engaging in intercourse with minors. It's having the attraction and jerking off to them are two different things.
So if someone has an attraction to little kids, they're not a P3DO. Can you say that out loud for us?
If someone says what? Thank you for the hint, Art.
I want you to say, if a 50-year-old man is attracted to 10-year-old girls, that's not a P3DO. I want you to say that out loud.
They are.
Oh, they are. So if you have the attractions, you're P3DO. So why would Trump say that he wants to date a 10-year-old girl in 10 years? What
10 years
relevant one second? What relevant attribute of this 10-year-old girl would justify Trump in saying that he wants to date her?
I don't know.
Would it be the way she looks?
I don't know. You have to ask him. You're asking.
Yeah, what else could it be? I want you to tell me what else it could be besides the way that she looks.
I don't even know if you're making up like this scenario. I don't know if it happened.
No, this is not making up. This is something Trump did. So can you name any other trait of the 10-year-old girl? 1 second.
I don't know.
Can you? No, stop talking. You're freaking out because you're cornered. Name any other trait besides the way this 10-year-old girl looks that Trump could use as reasoning for his statement that he dated.
I'm not his lawyer, dude. I don't know.
You don't know. So you can't name any other trait besides the way the 10-year-old looks. So this means the only trait that could give reasoning to his statement that he would date her in 10 years is the way that she looks. And how do we qualify what women, we as straight men, would and wouldn't date when we're talking purely about their looks? How attractive they are. So in other words, you can't name any other reason that Trump could possess insofar as him saying that he'd date this 10-year-old girl in 10 years, apart from the idea that he would be attracted to her. Additionally, when we also consider the fact that he would walk into the changing room of 18-year-old girls at Miss Teen USA that he's admitted to on Sirius XM with Howard Stern, and then those same 18-year-old girls saying that there's 15-year-old girls there that were naked too, this gives us more reason to assume that this is true of him. Do we need to go through other ones? Because we sure can.
Look, you can call out Trump. I'm not here to fucking protect him. All I'm saying is there's literally video evidence of Biden touching kids, and you guys ignore that.
Can you show it to us?
Can you show us?
I got the laptop right here.
Because I can show you evidence of Donald Trump kissing kids. Do you want to see Donald Trump kissing kids? Do you want to see Donald Trump kissing kids? You haven't seen the video of Biden touching kids? No. Show me.
Show it to us.
Really? You've been doing? How long have you been doing this?
Hey, stop the theatrics and show us the videos.
Well, I'm on the phone right now. I can't.
Tell us what to look up.
Just go to YouTube. Just type in Biden and kids or whatever.
Okay, what do you want me to? Okay, so that's
going to be the Sky News Australia video. It's not him touching children.
YouTube.com, and you want me to type in what?
You could type in. And wait, can you clarify what you mean by touching children? Well, if you watch the video, you'll know what I'm talking about. No, can you just clarify what you mean? Like, is it him like taking like a photo with parents and their kids, or with his grandchild, or it's a compilation video of what? Of him just interacting with kids in a very weird way. Okay, so what was the weird way he interacted with kids? Touching them in a weird way. Wow, how did he touch them in a weird way? It's the video is there. You want me to describe it for you? Describe to me a particular scenario where you were like, "Oh, I'm against this." Dude, the video is there. Why are you asking me? Just watch the video.
I'm asking you what to, dude.
What happens in the video? Just tell me. Like, what happens? What did he do that was weird in the video? Can you even tell me?
Also a good
Groping them,
Like, what does he
touching
do?
them, sniffing them.
He groped
Groping
them.
them.
So can you give me evidence of him groping a child?
I just told you it's on YouTube.
Groping.
That's the
No,
evidence.
yeah, I'd just love to see
What
a
do you
video
want
of
me to
him
do? Just
groping.
pull it up right now, like in the background. I mean, what do you want me to do?
Yeah, Dean.
You should look
The
it up
only
on your
thing
own
that's ever came up is an edited video of him quote unquote pinching a child, right? Which was not real.
Oh
So
yeah,
there's
that's the
not-
first thing.
Yeah, that's the first thing.
That's
that
the
comes
first
up,
thing that pops up for me is that there's this claim that he did this with a thorough debunk.
The difference is that with Biden, you have it on video. With Trump, it's just.
Wait, what
basic
video?
words.
What video?
I
An
just told
edited
you,
one
type
that's
it.
fake?
How do you know it's edited? Prove it.
Well, because there have been many fact checks that have come out indicating that.
Who's fact checked it? You?
Yeah, I'll pull it up. Dean, do you see it? Where it says fact checked? Do you see the fact checks?
This guy's so deluded, bro. Like, honestly, I think that you're
I'm
just more
literally
concerned with like
showing you a
crowd.
video you're saying.
I haven't seen the video yet. I don't know what Parker's talking about, so he could speak on that. I haven't seen it.
Okay, well then maybe you should take a look at it when you're free.
I am free right now.
So
I'm
there's
asking you what
there's
you
an
want.
AP News
Biden?
fact check right here.
Oh, AP News fact check. Okay, go ahead. Go ahead. Read it. What does it say? Photo.
Can you read the title for me, please?
Photo was altered to suggest he touched the child inappropriately. Okay, and then that convinced you that it's altered, yeah?
No, it actually links
Yeah,
the
that's-
original photo as well.
That just
Yeah.
convinces you.
Yeah, and it shows you how it's edited.
Okay,
It shows
so
you how it's
everything-
edited, and it links the original photo as well.
It's not a photo; it's a video.
Okay.
C-SPAN
I
also
can't-
captured video of the moment the photo was taken and confirms Biden never touched the child in the way the edited image suggests.
See, I could call Trump on his bullshit, but you guys won't do it to Biden.
We will,
Wait,
but
you're
you
so
haven't given us
delusional.
any actual shit.
Yeah, this isn't bullshit that Biden did. It's literally fake. That was such like a fucking like a red herring of you. You're like, oh, you could call out Trump when he does something bad. No, the fuck you don't. You defended his
You just hopped on
P3
it,
act.
buddy.
1 second. You defended his P3 idiophilia for like 15 minutes until I backed you into a corner, and then you
You
just
didn't back me
pivoted
shit.
away.
AP
You're
News
saying
is
that we
incredible.
can't-
Go watch some random YouTube video from Sky News Australia.
Kathy, thank you so much for the $20 on Venmo. Let's get a W, Kathy, for the $20 in the chat.
Kathy,
I
send me
seriously
some money,
appreciate
too.
you all right now. You guys are seriously
See, Nick,
helping me out.
No,
so
no
much
person who has a brain
right
cell
now.
would.
You guys, thank you so much, Kathy and Douglas, Mandy, Maddie, all of you guys. Y'all are
Would you
really
guys be in
helping me out
favor
in
of a
desperate
drug
time of
test
need.
for before the debate?
Yes.
What?
Yeah, you
Yeah,
guys be in
yeah.
favor of that?
Yeah,
You think it's
yeah.
you think it's gonna happen?
That's something that Trump
I
said
hope.
at his rally that we listened to. That
And we
actually
both, like,
ultimately
right after it happened, we both looked at each other and said, yeah, that's fair.
Yeah, you
like,
guys.
that was
think it's
actually very small W Trump, very rare W Trump.
fair? Really? Okay, that's surprising that you guys agree with that.
What?
You think Biden will do it, or you think Biden will test?
I don't know. I'd love to see it.
You think if he doesn't, you think that's like a
That
red
Biden
flag?
is on some type of drug.
Sure, that's a red flag.
Okay. I don't think he's going to. I don't think he's going to test.
Okay.
Me neither.
Why? How come?
Because I think me personally, of this is all hearsay. Like we have no good reason to find any like particular stance to be true. But I personally did think that he was on some type of drug during the last debate.
Yeah, so I've thought similar things. You could say the same thing for Trump's behavior, and then also if
Oh, yeah, we were both
I also think that there are explanations to why the behavior is slightly different, and that could be like adrenaline, because these are like State of the Union, like big events, right? So he could just be like more into it. There's more preparation involved. Whereas like if you're just like watching random clips of him like every day, he's gonna have less energy. Like for example, when I go on live, I'm gonna have more energy than like when I'm like
You're
just
not
like
prepared.
having a typical conversation. In typical conversations, I might have less emphasis in my voice, or
Yeah, but you're
I
not
might be
prepared.
talking slower, right? Those are all expected things to occur.
Yeah, but
I mean, like personally speaking, the only reason I'd like be like, if I was a presidential candidate in one of those debates, like I would probably be on the drugs, bro. I can't lie. And isn't that sad that we're
Hoppinati?
sitting? Yeah, actually, isn't that
I
sad
don't
that we're
think so.
sitting over here saying that this man who may or may not have took drugs for the presidential debate is still vastly a better candidate than the other one? Like this is a very depraved
That's your
state of a
opinion.
nation that we live in.
polls,
Right
the
now.
polls disagree with you, buddy. That's your opinion.
Wait, I'm so sorry. People disagree with me. This is not a counter argument. All that you're telling us here is that there's a lot of really ignorant, irrational people in
Well, I
America.
said the same thing on both sides.
You could say the same on both sides, but as we've already clearly demonstrated, there's a lot of dumb Biden supporters, there's a lot of dumb Trump supporters, but there's a lot of smart Biden supporters, and there's not a lot of smart Trump supporters. Because the smart people know that Biden is the the better of two evils.
Oh, okay. That's a good argument. But if Biden has nothing to hide, I think you should test and you should get it over with it.
Agree.
People, because if he doesn't, it's going to be Trump is going to talk about that all the time. He's going to say there's something he's going on and he's not testing. That means he's hiding something. So I think you should do it to get over with it. But he won't do it because he's probably taking a bunch of shit.
I guess we'll see. We shouldn't. We will literally see in 2 weeks.
I'm willing to bet if you guys want to bet that he's not.
What are we betting on?
That Biden is not going to get tested. He's going to refuse a test, I should say.
Oh, I wouldn't bet on that because it's not something I'm certain on.
Yeah, I mean, I had like similar thoughts, but we truly don't know.
Why do you think that he doesn't want an audience first time in like what, 40, 50 years?
Because it'll be a lot better with that audience. And actually, I think that is something that we should all agree on would be beneficial for the debate when there's not.
Yeah, you just want a bunch of elitists. Yeah, like what? Dude, everyone's going to be able to watch it, right? Fuck, I'm going to be on live reacting to it.
Yeah, I think that like we should all agree, right or left, that like it's better without the audience. Nat, thank you so much for the $10 for the car. W Nat in that comment section. Thank you for the love.
Yeah, I mean, I think the reason is because the audience is going to distract Biden. That's why it's just kind of sad in a sense.
Okay, so can you not like understand the idea that the debate might be more productive if there's not an audience of like really rich dumb people, right or left, just cheering and booing and hipping and hollering with like with their statements?
I think what the audience will show is how the candidates react to being in a certain environment. I think that they'll be telling, whether it's boos or cheers, the way they react, I think is. I think I would want to see how each one reacts to.
Wait, you'll be able to see this online. You'll be able to see this live with people on the internet, on Twitter, on Truth, here on TikTok, like me and Parker.
Audience in the room is different than.
Sin, I appreciate you for the $25 on Venmo. Let's go, guys. Thank you so much for the love. Stupid car for real, Sin. Let's get a W, Sin, for the $25 for the car. Thank you so much. I mean, here's like a good way. Imagine that we had those live reactions of people sitting up here on the live, cheering, hipping, and hollering and booing.
Well, it's not that bad.
Statement that we said.
It's not a rally. It's
but
control.
Can you agree that overall the conversation that we're having is more productive without the additional noise?
Yeah, but you're making it seem like
you just agreed that it's more productive. So you just conceded that the Biden administration proposed an idea for the debate of not having a live audience as it would be more productive conversation. Don't you want the presidential debates to be more productive in comparison to less productive?
Because Biden can't handle
No. Answer my question. Do you want the presidential debates to be more productive in comparison to being less productive?
You're assuming that if there's a crowd, it's less productive.
No, I'm not assuming this. You conceded to this.
No, I didn't.
Yes, you did. You said that if we had someone up here like booing or hurraying with every statement that we made, we'd have a least productive conversation.
I said it would be a good environment to see how they react to it.
Okay, so wait, once again, did you or did you not say that if we had someone up here booing and hollering and hurraying with every statement that we made,
that's not what happens at debates.
Conversation right now?
That's not what happens at debates.
This is what happens at the presidential debates.
No, they don't.
Well, if this didn't happen at the presidential debates, then why would you want them there to hear the live reaction? The live reaction would be the boos. The live reaction would be the hurrays. If this doesn't happen...
Yo, Yvonne, thank you for the $50 on Venmo. Holy shit, yo. Yvonne, thank you so much. I appreciate it. Thank you. I hope I'm
because it's a tradition that they've been doing
saying
for a
it
long
correctly.
time.
Thank you so much. Can we get a W for them in the comment section right now? Holy fucking shit. Thank you so much. I really appreciate that.
I just wanted to ask you a quick question here. So you said the reason they should have the live audience is so we can gauge people's
It's tradition.
real-time... 1 second. No, you said the reason we should have the live audience is so we could gauge people's real-time reaction. But then you also said that the people at the presidential debates don't boo, don't holler. In other words, they don't have a real-time reaction.
Real-time
if the reason you want them there is for their
candidates.
reaction, but you're also saying they don't give a reaction, are you just lying and being disingenuous with every statement that comes out of your mouth?
I'm saying the candidates, we can see their reaction. Here and there,
the candidates' reaction to what?
To how they react to that environment, whether they get applause or boos. I think we should see how they react to it.
So we didn't see this at the State of the Union. We don't see this at the rallies. We don't see this at any public venue where the presidential nominees are giving a speech. I'm so sorry that Biden and his administration want the debate to be more productive.
Okay, this is a minor topic. I don't really care.
It's a minor topic that you're getting
Trump
dumped
is going to win the debate. They're probably going to mute his mic a lot, obviously, because that's the way it is, I guess now.
Then tell him to come on my platform. He'll pick CNN. He'll be okay with going on CNN. Why is he not okay with coming on mine?
Well, he has no choice. They tell him where to go, and he goes.
Okay, well then he should come here.
Why would he come here?
Because I'll be bad against Biden and bad against him. Because I dislike both of them.
Well, you should email him or DM him. See what he says.
You think me DMing them is gonna work?
You think me telling him is gonna work?
Yeah.
Yeah, you think I'm his campaign?
Yeah, just you saying it would definitely work for sure.
Yeah. Is there anything else you guys want to convince me that Biden is better?
No, bro, you got dunked on. Next.
Bro.
Do you think the election was stolen?
2020 election, I think it was definitely altered, yes.
Okay, so do you think that Trump elected corrupt officials because the judges in which he appointed voted against the idea that it was stolen by giving their judgment saying it wasn't?
I don't care about the judges. What I'm talking about is that there was a story that was suppressed, and it was a Hunter Biden laptop story, which actually turned out to be true, which was suppressed. And then there was a poll that was taken that says that if you knew this, how many of you guys would change your vote? And there was a good amount of people that would actually alter the election results.
Do you have any good evidence that this was intentionally suppressed by the? One second. Do you have any good evidence that this was intentionally suppressed by the Biden administration? Such as we have good evidence that Trump literally committed, like fraud in some sense. Parker could be more specific about the details to suppress stories about him cheating on his ex-wife. Insofar as hoping that voters won't have access to that information.
Selena, thank you for the $2. Thank you so much.
Trump paying off Stormy Daniels was suppressed. He committed fraud to suppress it, and he was found criminally convicted for this. So, do you have any comparable evidence for the idea that the Hunter Biden's laptop story was suppressed?
Part of being so young is that you're also naive. So you guys
you don't have the evidence, right?
You don't have enough life experience to know these things.
So now you're just going to start yapping because you don't have evidence.
I just told you the evidence.
What is?
They said that it was fake. It turned out to be true. Why would they say it's fake? It says Russian disinformation. Why?
Who's they?
The FBI.
The FBI? Can you show me this?
I mean, sorry, the Biden's campaign.
Yeah, can you show me this?
How do you not know this?
Okay, so you can't show me this.
Convenient amnesia? I mean, just you guys do this for a living. You don't know these things?
No, I'm more than willing to concede and say you're right if you could give me any evidence.
Okay. I'm on the phone right now, so I can't show you anything.
No evidence.
See, that's a cop out.
So no evidence for Biden's administration suppressing information insofar as changing the election results, but we have so much evidence that Trump and his administration did this that he got criminally convicted for it.
So hang on, are you saying that the FBI didn't suppress the laptop story?
I'm saying that you haven't given me any reason to believe that.
Okay, yeah. I'm asking you.
So, I mean, wait, I do believe that that he was convicted. We don't, I mean, you can believe whether or not you want with the FBI, but again, I can show you a video of Trump specifically saying that he thinks the FBI would do great in getting the evidence associated with Hillary Clinton.
That's relevant. I'm saying that he asked.
That isn't irrelevant.
You asked me if there's any evidence that it was stolen. I said there was.
That's not evidence it was stolen.
There were certain people who took the poll, they said that they would have changed their vote if they knew this before, but they suppressed it days before the election.
Yeah, so again, those particular polls aren't actually representative of what particularly would have happened on election day, and those things aren't sufficient evidence to indicate that it would have changed. It is your burden of proof to argue that specifically.
So you're lying.
Listen, you're saying that this particularly would indicate that it would change the results of the election, which you have no data to support.
I just told you they did a poll of the people who found out about that.
Parker just responded to the poll.
What?
Yeah, first of all, the poll isn't representative of what would have happened on election day.
Well, if you change your vote, what do you think is going to happen? If enough people change their vote, the results are going to change.
Yeah, but you have to justify is that enough people would have changed their vote insofar as it would have overturned the election.
There was enough people that said it that would indicate that there was a
change. But when
did they take the poll? Literally, if you Google it right now, I guarantee you'll find it. Just type in the Hunter Biden laptop suppression and type in I don't know.
Well, it's actually your
changing
burden of proof to provide.
Yeah, well, I can't. You're in front of a computer. I'm not. So
I'm not in front of a computer.
Well, your boy is.
He's not.
He is. He was just looking. Or
maybe he has a laptop.
But you guys.
I was like, he's not even at a setup.
If you haven't taken a look at it, you should take a look at it. So that right there said enough people would change their votes to alter the election.
So couldn't you say the same thing for the context of Trump with the falsifying of business records to keep down the case related to?
No, that's not even close to it.
Wait, it could. Absolutely.
It's not though.
Because that he literally tried to suppress that information insofar as it wouldn't have affected his election proceeds.
Nobody gave a fuck about the hush money, whatever it is.
Well, I could say not enough people cared specifically about Hunter Biden's laptop.
But the polls suggest
Hunter isn't running for president. Hunter Biden's laptop also didn't indicate that. And also, I think a poll that you could be referencing, that poll was taken when there was heavy misinformation about the Hunter Biden laptop, about what was in it. Now that things have been a little more clear, and that there's nothing specifically that indicates Joe Biden has committed a crime, well, then I think clearly there wouldn't be anything bad on Joe Biden there.
Hey, also, just real quick, if the FBI was suppressing the laptop story in 2020 to sway the results of the election, why is the FBI now using this as evidence as a part of a criminal case against Hunter Biden as we fucking speak?
Because they can't hide it anymore. They can't hide it.
Okay, so can you give me any evidence that they hid it in the first place?
Yes,
That's what I'm saying.
If you take a look at Mark Zuckerberg, his interview on Joe Rogan, he literally said that the FBI told Facebook that they can't post it on there. They have to remove it. So he took their orders and he removed it. They said it was Russian disinformation, and obviously it turned out to be not Russian disinformation. It was real.
Yeah, so researcher Matt Taibbi found no evidence of government involvement in Twitter's decision to initially withhold the story.
Do you hear what I just said? I said Mark Zuckerberg said that the FBI told Meta that they have to remove.
Yeah, Mark Zuckerberg was lying in a June 2023.
Why would he lie about that?
Who knows? But in a June 2023 court filing,
an assumption.
This isn't an assumption. Twitter attorneys. 1 second. This is not an assumption. Twitter's attorneys last year strongly denied that the files were that the files showed the government had coerced the company to censor content, as Musk and other Republicans claimed. Like these former Twitter employees asserted that Republican officials also had made takedown requests so often that Twitter had to keep a database tracking them, and within this database, there's just no evidence that they had coerced them to not display or censor any content at all.
Okay, well, I would highly recommend you look into that.
I mean, did you know about the court filing in June of last year where Twitter's own attorneys denied that they were being coerced by the government?
Well, denial is not truth. It's just denial.
Wait, I'm so sorry. So if Twitter's attorneys are claiming one thing in a court of law and Elon Musk is claiming another... 1 second, just listen. If Twitter's attorneys are claiming one thing in a court of law where they can literally lose their license for it, and then Elon fucking Musk is claiming another thing in a Twitter space as a billionaire with no repercussion of his lying, who are we going to find more credible in this circumstance?
I never mentioned Elon Musk.
Yes, you did. You're lying. Chat, call him out.
I said Mark Zuckerberg, not Elon Musk.
Oh, Zuckerberg. I don't know anything about
I know you don't.
Mark Zuckerberg or Meta claiming that the government had coerced them.
Yeah, he was on an interview with Joe Rogan, and he said it. This was like last year or 2 years ago, maybe.
Can you show me this?
Just if you go watch the interview. I can't show you the interview. It's on YouTube, I guess. Zuckerberg and...
I haven't heard anything about this. You need to present me with evidence insofar as proving
the evidence is the link that I'm telling you. You have to watch the interview.
The interview. Can you just pull up a clip?
How?
How? By going to YouTube and looking it up. I'm sure there's clips out there.
But you have a phone in front of you. Just do it.
Just do it, bro. I've been doing your work for you the whole fucking time. I've had my laptop open on overtime. It is about time that you actually justify.
You're getting paid, so do your job, right? You get paid, so do your job.
So he's saying that I need to do my job.
How about you just look up your own source? I don't want to hear this anymore, to be honest. Wow, peace and quiet.
Nice.
I know, right, dude? You go find your claim. If you don't do it, no one will care. And also, the fuckers in the Discord that told my girlfriend to hit me with a pillow. Y'all are coming. Y'all are despicable. I'm coming for you next, buds. Yo, what's up? How old are you? Hello?
Bitch.
I will get my payback, chat. I will. Discord chat,
man.
you're coming down.
I've had such a long day, bro.
I feel you on that. Are you gonna go live after this?
Yeah, when you in. How long are you gonna be on for?
Probably only like 10 more minutes, 8 minutes.
Yeah, I'll go live after this.
Yeah, what's up, Katie? How old are you?
Over 30.
Are you voting Trump?
No, but I'm not voting Biden either. And so, like, you guys, I heard you say.
I'm sorry. I am just looking for Trump supporters, though. You should vote for Biden, but I mean, hey, I'll take
Andrew, thank you so much for the $10 on Venmo. Let's get a W, Andrew. I appreciate everyone who's shown some love today for the insane fucking financial conundrum going through right now. I appreciate you guys. Y'all are
Yeah,
really
everyone, if you do
making a
want to support
difference.
me or Dean, Venmo, Cash App in the bio, or you can click on the link tree and then click on the Venmo or click on the Cash App.
All of y'all's support is going to a very good place.
Yo, what should we eat tonight? I don't know.
Trump on top.
PF Chang's.
How old are you?
Trump on top.
Vetus.
Y'all should go to PF Chang's.
I don't even know if there is one out here. Is there a PF Chang's out here?
So good, bro.
Maybe we can.
So good, bro.
I saw some sushi. Sushi sounds good. Yo, what's up? How old are you?
41.
Thank you.
And are you voting Trump?
Without a question.
Okay. Why?
Policy, for one. I mean, the only thing is policy. I don't understand how my friends on the left
Can you name one policy that Trump influenced to get passed that benefit the middle class?
that benefited the middle class. Well, I mean, I'm an economics major. I actually believe in trickle down economics.
That's laughable. Now, what policy?
I mean, what policies? I believe in tax cuts for the wealthy, for rich corporations. But
And what was the policy?
Let me ask you this. Can I flip it?
Wait, Willie, what was the policy?
With, well, actually, how about low capital gains taxes?
That's not a policy.
You know,
Willie, as an
you
econ major, you should
understand-
know that that's not a policy. Second of all, Willie, I have a question.
Well,
What is a price floor? Willie, is a price floor located above or below equilibrium in order to have an effect?
Say that one more time.
Is a price floor located above or below equilibrium in order for it to have an effect?
It would have an effect, I guess, in either position.
No,
It's
it wouldn't.
above.
No, it
It's
wouldn't.
above.
Yeah, it has to be above. If it was below, well, it would have no effect, right? Because the price floor is below equilibrium, so it would just stay equilibrium price. So you majored in economics and you don't know what a price floor is?
And
That
then
is
Dean-
very sad.
And then Dean, the philosophy major that took one economics course his freshman year of college now.
Hey, you guys are what, in college right now?
I just graduated with an econ degree.
Yeah. Okay. So, I mean, it's been 21 years since I've been in school.
Okay, so then why are you using that as some authority?
I understand economics.
No, you don't. You said you understand economics, but you couldn't tell me what a price floor is?
What a price floor is?
Yes.
Yeah. I mean, you're saying to hit equilibrium, like to what, maximize?
What is market equilibrium?
When you maximize profits, when you find your price.
Not necessarily.
It's the convergence of the supply and demand
I'm not
curve,
here.
right?
Maximization of profits is not always hitting at the equilibrium.
Okay, correct. You actually are correct. It's not, but
Isn't
when you
correct
when
me if
you-
I'm wrong? Is it the convergence of the supply and demand curve? Damn, another point for Dean, the philosophy major that took 1 econ class his freshman year.
That's
of
literally
fucking
all
college.
equilibrium is.
Billy, come on, you're getting outdone by
I'm not here to
19-year-old
talk-
studying philosophy. What is this econ degree doing for
The
you?
last time I cracked a book, I mean, I can tell you everything about, I mean, business, raising capital, real estate.
Yeah, but like my point is, why did you say like, I was an
so-
economics major as some sort of authority stance when you don't know the basic aspects of economics?
Oh, I mean, you're
like
picking,
what
you're
market
picking stupid things out of
equilibrium
a textbook,
is.
dude. You're picking like small, obscure things out of a textbook.
No, I'm not. This is like a fundamental point in economics.
This is the first thing I learned in Econ 210, bro. This is a very fundamental point of economics.
Okay, hey, I'm a father, 41. I got 3 kids. I'm out here building a patio. When I was in college, sure, that's all I thought about. I thought about.
I'm not asking you, all right, like specifically, like
Right.
some obscure point related to like a particular type of elasticity, right? I'm asking you literally what market equilibrium is and what a price floor is, like where it should be located. And you didn't know those things, which tells me either you didn't take economics courses and major in it, or you didn't learn shit. Even at that age, you should
What
know.
school did you go to? What school did you go to?
I can't say.
All right, well, I probably went to a better school than you, but...
well, didn't really get much from that. You fucking
did you
got
go?
scammed. You got scammed, Willie.
Hey, do you know what...
Where did you go, Willie?
Do you know what convertible notes are? Like, do you want me to pick some random stuff? Like,
I didn't pick something random. I picked a fundamental
Okay,
of
all right.
economics. Knowing what market equilibrium
Hey,
is
hey, so-
definitely a fundamental of economics.
hey, all right, can we move on to the point I was actually trying to make? When you talk about policy, just by the way, Biden is proposing capital gains taxes, a policy for capital gains taxes of what, 40 or 45%?
For what income level?
Didn't
read that part, did he?
What is it? So do you actually?
You got to make
realize
over
what
$1 million a year for that to apply to you. Okay, $1 million a year.
No.
Yeah.
If your income is over $1 million a year, that's when he's proposing capital gains taxes of 40%.
Uh-huh.
All right, I'll Google it. The policies I don't care for whatsoever. So my original point.
Wait, wasn't the original point like I care about the policy?
You said you were voting for Trump over Biden because of the policy.
His policy.
Ah, dude, no way.
That was the only
came on
point you
here. He's
made.
like, I'm voting for Trump because of the
Let me ask
policies.
you
And he's
this.
like, I don't really care about the policies.
Brother, you got to stick to patios. So listen.
No, hey, so one thing, the border. I have no understanding of like why my friends. I have a lot of friends who are on the left, but they've been silent as of late. How they can support our open border policies?
What open border policy?
Biden doesn't support that.
Yeah, he does.
No, he doesn't.
Can you tell me
He tried
what
to-
open border policy that Biden influenced to get passed?
We have completely open borders. How many
What open border policy did Biden pass?
Name it.
He actually lifted. I mean, everything that Trump had in place, which
That's
was
not open border policy.
What do you know about Biden's border bills? The 2 that got shut down by Congress because Trump called all the Republican congressmen and told them to
correct.
vote against it after it's bipartisanly drafted. What do you know about that?
That's all just a game. That's an act. I mean,
Oh, it's all just an act. You have to assume the
so
worst
do
in
you know
order to
what was built
justify
in?
what
Do you
you
know what
think
was
and
built
feel.
into all those
If it was all
border
just a
policies?
game and an act, why did Trump shoot it down?
because one, he had all of that funding for Ukraine built into it. So
Wait, but they passed the funding for Ukraine anyway, and the standalone border bill he didn't support. And the standalone border bill he didn't support and didn't want them to support because it made Biden look good. That's literally what he said.
No,
he didn't want Democrats to look good.
He had everything else wrapped into it. The whole thing is I mean, Biden.
He had everything,
I mean,
dude. Like Parker just said, all the other things that were quote unquote wrapped into it got passed in his standalone policy.
Correct. After the fact, I mean,
Also, not to mention that they actually took those things out of the border bill.
What they take out of the border bill?
Like the
They
funding
didn't
for
pass the
Ukraine.
border bill.
The proposed
The funding
bill.
for Ukraine already got passed anyway with separate legislation, and then they had a solo border bill that
So
didn't
the
get
other
passed.
things, all
It
of
got
that
blocked by
funding,
Republicans.
So you know, so
Yeah.
like here's the fundamental, all of that funding for the border, right? All the money they wanted to put to, that's just to bring in more migrants, and actually, put them through, and actually, get the.
So the recent executive
path
order
to
that he passed
citizenship,
to
right?
limit the people who can come through the asylum process.
Remember, he couldn't do anything.
What's up?
So go ahead. Sorry, what's that? I was just laughing how like he said for so long that he couldn't do anything about it, and now
The only reason that he only
actually
did this
did.
because there is no other alternative, right? And the point that he said that he couldn't do this for is because it's likely not to get had to be held up because the courts can just stop it. So like that's all he can do, and he's trying to do it. He preferred to do a border bill in Congress because that wouldn't have gotten struck down, right? But what it is going to get struck down because particularly what's it called? It's an executive order, so it's more
In
subject
Congress-
to being shut down.
Also, I got a question.
Sure.
If we have a president of the United States, should they be more concerned with politics or should they be more concerned with people?
People.
So when we see one of our nominees, Biden, trying to be concerned with the people by positing a bipartisan bill to suit the needs of both Democrats and Republicans to fix the border crisis.
So, no, he's not
and we
trying to
see
fix the
Trump
border.
specifically shutting. One second. Then we see Trump specifically shooting that bill down because it made the Democratic Party look good, i.e., Trump being more concerned with politics. I think it becomes inevitably clear that Biden is concerned with the people while Trump is concerned with politics. Where's the flaw in my logic?
Wrapped into that bill is a bunch of other junk that
Willie.
Republicans did not want.
I'll say this one more time. The first bill that was proposed, you're right. There was funding to Ukraine baked into that bill. It was shot down, and then there was a standalone bill for funding for Ukraine that was passed, and then a follow-up standalone border bill with no junk, no baked-in goods for anywhere else that was shot down again.
Yep,
You
so
can't make the
actually-
claim that they rejected it for all the baked-in bullshit when
okay.
they posited another bill for the border that was standalone without anything else.
Sure,
that was
sure.
also
Fine.
rejected by the
I'll give it to
Republicans
you.
in Congress.
I'll give it to you. Politics. I haven't dug deep. Sure, we can call it politics. That's fine. The whole idea. I mean, even with this executive order, do you realize how many people have crossed this border in the last week?
I don't know the statistics now.
I mean, we're at like 4,000 to 10,000 a day. We are in such. I mean, why do you think why I'm concerned, right? Is we have more illegals and unknowns, and these are not like I get it. Like,
what policy did Biden influence to get passed
He's
that
not
caused
doing-
more people to come to the country
he didn't
comparative
pass
to
the-
the Obama administration?
He didn't pass anything. That's the whole idea. Is he didn't pass anything, and actually they're not enforcing.
Okay, so there's no relevant difference between Biden and Obama's immigration policy that would have caused more immigrants to come now versus then.
The problem
so what
is
that tells you is that
he
there
did
are
not do
external.
anything.
What that
that's the
tells you
problem.
is that there's external causes to these.
Correct. Trump had an issue with immigration. That's why he wanted to build the wall, right? Which not a terrible idea all of a sudden, right? And that's what the politics would suck is. You can't get behind a wall just because it's like whatever position Trump takes, you have to take the total opposite, which is politics.
no.
Evan, thank you so much for the $10 on Venmo.
We
I
literally
appreciate you for
earlier
that, Evan.
gave you something that we agreed with him on, didn't we?
Yeah.
Like we literally think that there
might
should be
have been the
drug
last
tests.
guess. That might have been the last test, but that's definitely a big thing that I agree with Trump on.
On what?
Drug testing for the presidential pick.
That would be interesting.
Okay.
But no, I mean the point is Biden didn't do anything to stop these illegals from crossing. And in fact, I mean, we have an app. You know, there's
So
an app.
again, wait. So people are coming here through the asylum process, which is legal. But first of all, Biden tried to pass the border bill, which Republicans shot down.
You can
twice.
There's a
So we already explained this to you, Willie. I'm actually. I don't really care to do it again.
Stopped it? How do you think Trump had the
Hey,
lowest?
Parker, I actually got a question for you. How would you respond to someone that would say like he didn't do anything about it for like the first 2-3 years of his presidency?
Yeah, so as it relates to that, you would argue that there wouldn't be any ideological importance, right, for him to do so. So similarly
Do you also
how
realize that
Trump
we are flying-
waited. Can you be quiet, Willie? Similarly to how Trump waited to say that he would have, he would not sign a federal abortion ban. It's a political game. So what they're doing is they're trying to give themselves more support for a particular side because it's 1 versus 1. So they're just shifting to get more people on that side. Yeah, I appreciate the handout. Thank you. So think of like a line, right? Trump's on this side. Biden is on this side. You get everyone that's on this side or everyone that's closest to you. So if you go right next to their position, right? What's it called? This is the far right of it. Trump's right here, and Biden goes right here. Biden gets all the people to this side.
Oh,
Does that make
there was
sense?
just political. There wasn't any political motivation to do it, and then there was political motivation to do it.
Mhm.
Okay, and then about Biden enacting or like doing this because of political motivation. Well, Trump did this too with the abortion.
Yeah, they both do that.
Okay, thanks. Because I'm gonna run this same topic as soon as you end.
Oh no, you're good. You want to do that right now?
Sure. I'm
bored
down.
of Willie.
Awesome. For everyone watching, Parker, I believe, is hopping off.
Yeah, I'm getting off right now.
Hell yeah. And so I'm actually going to continue all the debates on my main account, at It's Dean, at ITSDEAANN. I'm still kind of learning, not as knowledgeable as Parker, but I could still fuck some people up. I strongly suggest all 3,000 people in here pull through. But Parker, I appreciate you so much for letting me come up for the
You better hurry live. Hurry live. Go hurry.
See ya.
Get live. I'll see you there.
Get live.
All right, everyone. I'm about to get off, and we're about to send everyone over to Dean's Live. I appreciate everyone who did come up tomorrow. I will be live again. If you want to support me, Venmo, Cash App in the bio. As always, follow me here if you haven't already because I'm banned on all my accounts but this one right now. And get my main account back tomorrow at around 4:30. So, like, for the last hour and a half or so, I should be able to go live on my main account. But yeah, everyone, I appreciate y'all so much. Venmo and Cash App is in the bio if you want to support me as always. I always really do appreciate y'all there. But we're going to send everyone over to Dean's Live. Look up It's Dean. Spam Parker Raid. Spam Love from Parker, everyone. It's Dean, 2 A's, 2 N's. Spam Parker Raid. Spam Love from Parker, everyone. It's Dean. Spam Parker Raid. Spam Love from Parker, 2 A's, 2 N's. Love y'all so much. Have a great night, everyone. Peace out, y'all. Think of that mustache.